Testing. What's up, guys? It is the 200-400 mixed cash game. Really excited for this one. I know you guys are like, oh, I want to see no limit. But this is high stakes cash game, mixed game, and you have three of the best of LA in this game. And yeah, just really excited. They run 2040 mixed game at the Bicycle Hotel and Casino. Starts around 2 p.m., 3 p.m. on weekdays and runs sometimes on weekends. Not gonna lie, I'm doing pretty well in that game. I'm not even close to the greatest, but just mixed games. All these side games are so much easier to make money than Hold'em in general. I mean, I bitch a lot about Hold'em. Everyone here is like really sick of it, but it's true. It's like you could just have 60-40, 80-20, and just get outdrawn over and over. But these mixed games, some people have like close to 0% chance to win. Definitely not these guys, though, but these guys all will be playing above the rim. Mike Matusow's in the mix, Dan, Zack. We got Elezra. We got Zach Freeman, Matt Samaziak, Martin Schaefer, who, shout out to him, he's the CEO of Castle Rock. He's also read one of my scripts, a couple screenplays a couple years ago, and gave me invaluable feedback that you can't Google. So, super nice guy. Glad he gave me a chance, and I'll shout him out and take his advice to be invaluable. Also, Frank Casella, I've never played with him, but he is one of the legends. I've heard about him for a long time. And yeah, we got a mixed game. We got ace to 5. We got triple draw. We got PLO. We got big O. We got 08 single draw. No limit deuce to 7. A lot of other stuff. No Raz. No stud games yet. We will likely try to get them in effect, but for now, a couple games at a time. Israeli Ron in the Twitch chat, shout out. For those of you who don't know this secret, Israeli Ron's favorite hand is Queen Deuce, so when you play against him, play Queen 3 because it dominates Queen Deuce. You'll get all of his money. Rick and Barstow, shout out. True Ninja 858. Yeah. Who else do we got in here? Check raise my stack. G thanks. Natty Wit. What's up? Thanks for the thumbs up. No Raz in this mixed game. Billy Harris. Aaron F. in the YouTube chat. What's up, Billy? 30-second countdown. I am trying to pump more than the great game of Pot Limit Omaha. I'm just a big mixed game fan. 2019. What's up, guys? Wayne Chung, D22 So in the mix. This is a 200-400 mixed cash game on Live at the Bike. As I said in the intro, I am super excited. Most of you guys are fans of No Limit Hold'em, but mixed games are extremely profitable, especially the small and mid stakes. They have a 2040 running daily at the Bicycle Hotel Casino. I'm not going to lie, I am doing very well in that game. And I'm definitely not #pro. Wow, that's a bad beat for Dan. That's an amazing hand. 8-6-4-3-2 in triple draw. The nuts, for you guys who don't know, in triple draw is 2-3-4-5-7. So the rules of the game is you get out 5 cards, and there's 3 draws. And you want to aim for 2-3-4-5-7. a good starting hand that would be essentially resembling to Ace King and Hold'em is like 2-3-4 or 2-3-7. It's very important to have the deuce in this game, the most important card. It's a limit game, so here are the chip counts. So deuce to 7. You want to have a deuce because you can't have something, if you have a straight, it counts against you. So if you have something like 3-4-7, you pick up a 5 and a 6, now you have a straight. But if you have the bottom end, which is a deuce, you can pick up a lot of the cards in between, and you're going to be okay. It's a smooth draw. Mike has a good starting hand. He has 2-3-4-5-6.
I always feel like I need to make up for that.
So he's going to raise it up. Ellie's going to call with a 7 deuce in his hand in position. Mike's going to torch his king.
Let Mike enjoy the first hand.
Ellie draws 3, obviously keeping the 7 deuce.
Not very frequently elsewhere. Yeah, I played with Garden.
So Ellie raises, so he's resembling that he's representing that he improved to a good 4 card. Oh no, sorry, that was already the river. So they're already showing their hand down.
Change when they got me.
Yeah, I was gonna draw to an 8-7-6. I'm glad I didn't.
So Mike must have made like a 7 or an 8. An 8-6 is also a very good hand. So essentially, you want to have a starting hand, like I said, with something like 3 of the 7-5-3-2, but you want to have the deuce. It's the most important card. You don't want to wind up with a straight or a flush. That would count against you. Something that is a little bit of a tip is that even though you're not going to throw away a 6, like if you start with like 7-6-2, you're not going to throw away the 6. It's like a decent starting hand. But if you start with a 6, you're never going to be able to make the nuts. You cannot make a 2-3-4-5-7, which is a big deal when hands are nutted. It's like having not being able to make the nut flush. You know, just having like a king high or queen high flush versus the nut flush and Hold'em. So here Zack under the gun +1. He has 4 low cards, but he does not have a deuce. So if he hits a 3 or a 2, he'll be in decent shape. If he hits a 7, that's a straight. So now you guys see the importance of having a deuce. Martin Schaefer, CEO Castle Rock, has 6-4-2, which is much smoother, and these guys are going to draw.
That was the headline you say?
Zack Freeman obviously going to draw 1, and Martin draws 2 in position. Martin improves with an 8 and is actually ahead and in position to Zack. The 2 is so smooth because now Martin can hit a 7, a 5, or a 3 for a made hand, where Zack has to hit a 3 or a 2. But Zack representing, he probably has a 5 card already. Martin is going to call. Probably, Zack's probably pat, and then Martin probably draws 1. Martin makes an 8-7-6-4-2. It goes check, check. So Martin did not value bet it. But an 8-7-6 is the very bottom end of an 8 high range. So, and he doesn't want to get check raised. Zack, so Zack had a pat jack. So if you have a jack, you're actually a favorite against a 1 card draw. But the thing is, Martin is in position. So if Martin picked up, say, a 5 or a 3 on that last draw, he could easily value bet. But Martin was afraid of Zack possibly having like another 8-7 that might have been worse. And Zack also, one of the legends of poker, greatest of all time, especially in the Los Angeles area, is also obviously capable of check raise, so you have to worry about that. So let's introduce the guys. Seat 1, we got Zack Freeman. Played with him a long time, known him a long time, and looked up to him a lot when I was coming up in the ranks. Zack under the gun. He's probably going to fold this. Don't be too loosey-goosey. C2, Elezra, high-stakes poker fame. C3, Dan Zack, a.k.a. Sir Mix-a-Lot. Martin's going to raise it up with 9-8-5-3. So depending who defends, like Frank has obviously going to torch everything except 7 deuce. Martin can actually just draw 1 card. He's going to draw 2.
You have to put all your cards back.
Why?
When you put it,
which he's looking for a good hand, a smooth 8. Martin picks up an excellent card. So he has 8-5-3-2. Smooth draw to an 8. So he picks up a 4, 6, or 7. It's a good hand. Frank does not improve, and Martin just takes it down.
Nothing.
Good job, Martin.
So bad about just like
seed
self
seed 4 is Martin Shaver, CEO Castle Rock. Played with him a lot back in the day. He was so nice to me. He actually read one of my screenplays and gave me invaluable feedback, and has always been encouraging. He's produced a lot of hit movies. He's got let's see, music and lyrics. He's got Beowulf, Friends with Benefits. IMDb him. Check him out. I've played with his wife as well. I've played PLO with Martin. I played mixed game with his wife. C5, Matt Samazik. I've been battling with him high stakes in the other casino for quite a while.
From a procedure standpoint,
See what hands we got here. A lot of garbage. That flashed really fast, but you saw Martin made a great fold because he did not have a deuce in his hand, even though he had a few low cards. So Mike Matusow is going to steal on the button with Queen Queen 9-3-2. Let's see if he draws 3 or 2. He's definitely going to draw 3. Once Frank Casella 3-bets him from the small blind, Frank Casella looked like he had a very good starting hand. And obviously continuation bet.
I think I need all 3 of what you hit.
Mike's still drawing. Frank still drawing 1. Mike, let's see if he improved. How much he improved, sorry, not if he improved. Mike showing Matt LOLing.
What do you think I've got?
Looks like he drew 2, so... And he is in position.
Oh, after each draw?
So Frank has a jack, so he can bet and then stay pat. And is... if Mike, and because Mike drew only 2 last time, and Frank does stay pat, because Mike drew 2, it's less likely that he's going to have a good 5-card hand, and he does draw 2, drawing to a close to nutted hand, and Frank's probably just going to check call.
Because normally when we stream limit, it's 40-80 hold'em.
And Mike is not even going to bother to bluff because he knows that Frank is likely going to check call, if not check raise. And we see a king from Mike's hand. Mike Matusow I've played with on the show live at the bike, pot limit Omaha. I've also played with him in limit hold'em in Bellagio in Vegas. Frank Casella is going to scoop a little pot from the small blind.
You get people talking at the table. You get people not
There's Matt Samazik. I've played with him high stakes in like 7-card stud. He was actually present in one of my worst moments in poker in a mixed game. We were playing 300-600 a few years ago, and he definitely decimated me. But not one of my best moments. He was one of the goats of LA. He was suited aces online in Poker Stars. Solid winner. Did Supernova Elite. And he had a pretty funny story because he had like 1 or 2 days to complete Supernova Elite. He had to play like, I think 36 hours of those last 48 hours, and he made it. He was like bloodshot eyes. There's Martin Shaver.
I played with Brian all day. That's good.
Martin with 8-6 deuce. So he's going to raise it up. If he makes a smooth 8-6, that's considered a pretty good hand. You don't want to hit a 7 because then your low hand is like 8-7-6 deuce 3, which you'll take, but you can get reverse implied by a better hand. Mike 3-bets. He has the 7-6-4-2. And Eli's got 10-5-5-3-2. As I said earlier, it's a smooth draw because he's in the big blind. He only has to call 2 small bets. And Eli improves with a 7. The jack's not going to be good enough in this field. Mike has a 7-6-4-4. Oh, sorry, I misread it. So he has 7-6-4-4-2. I thought he already made a 7. Martin gets out of the way. I didn't see what cards he has, but if he bricked, that would probably be a good move because Mike's 3-bet is pretty strong and only keeping 4 cards.
There could be no reason for me to.
Mike is pat, so we're presuming he either made a 8-6-7 or a 7-6.
It's tough for him to accuse.
And Ellie's gonna draw, keep drawing. He is drawing to the nuts. So Mike makes a monster 7-6-5-4-2, and LA's gonna pay off because he hit like a 9 just in case Mike was snowing. Snowing is a concept where you pretend you have a made hand, and you pretend you have a made hand and stand pat even though your hand's garbage. Like if you have like a pair of 7s. So Ellie basically has a bluff catcher, and Mike takes a juicy pot with a sexy 7. So you guys see how important having that deuce is. So Mike had 7-6-4 deuce. All he had to hit was a 5 or a 3, and then he has a monster. And an 8 is kind of like his backup plan, but he's in position, so it's a pretty safe position to be in, but it just doesn't hold up as often.
It was too much to leave. I said I will see you guys in Vegas. So. What game now?
Seat 7, who I didn't have the pleasure of playing with, is Frank Casella. He's a legend in the game. He's got a couple World Series of Poker bracelets, and well known in the community.
They asked me to read it myself.
Matt Smaz is one of the toughest limit hold'em players I've played against, and he's way above me when it comes to mixed games and the other games.
It takes a lot longer to speak a book than it takes to read a book.
So there's 4 cards. It's the game switched to Badugi, so the nuts in Badugi is ace 2, 3, 4 with all different suits. Pairs in the same suits count against you. So Mike starts out in the hijack with a pretty solid start. Ace, deuce, 6, rainbow. So he has 3 to a suit, and it's led by 6.
Sounds like a man caught.
Zack 3 bets on the button in position. He also has ace, deuce, 6. They're both going to ditch their highest cards, as it doesn't help their hand. Zack in position is just in a very favorable spot. He can value bet with impunity. And position in general, as you guys know in poker, is just so strong, so strong. Position, aggression, and hand confidence, the 3 most important things in poker.
Yeah, hopefully it's all readable and.
So Mike makes a queen Badugi, which
I don't know. We'll see.
Zach's still in the draw, and Mike is probably going to check call if it's the last
It's tough
bit.
to keep up, especially the pace of limit too.
And Zach bricks and does not even bother to bluff because he knows Matusow is going to check call. You can mix in a lot of stuff, like in the beginning of the session, just like Hold'em. Starts a bit ABC, and then as people go on tilt or psychological games, then people start mixing things up. But in these early hands, it seems like these lines are going to be pretty standard. Most people know ABC.
Everything seems fair there.
Limit games.
Mike, you should quit now. Definitely.
Thanks for the thumbs up, guys. This stuff is just really invaluable. If you get ahead of the curve against your field in mixed games, like just print. Hashtag print. Even though they look foreign, once you learn them, I feel like learning each of these games is easier than explaining how to play pocket 10s in Hold'em. Like explaining to somebody how to play pocket 10s in Hold'em is just it's very difficult to somebody who's not that experienced. In these mixed games, it's like a lot of times you're nut pedaling. Dan Zack, with a small blind, has an ace 3-4 Badugi. Or sorry, 3-card Badugi. Mike has opened. He already has a pat queen, so Dan's on the draw.
Oh no.
Yeah, and Dan knows the bad news that Mike's pat, so Dan is a huge underdog. Or not huge underdog, sorry. He's an underdog, but he's also out of position. And presuming that Mike isn't snowing, Dan knows he has to make a Badugi. A queen is not that good, but Dan knows that Dan can't presume that Mike has a queen Badugi.
Oh my goodness.
So here's the last draw. Let's see if Dan gets there. And he does. Nice life. Ace 3, 4, 6 Badugi. Super close to the nuts.
6.
And
What?
6.
Good 6.
They're trolling each other. Mike was a favorite to be have a Badugi, even though it looks like it's easy to complete Badugi. It's not, because think about it as a flush draw. except
famous with the
you have cards chopped off. So usually to complete a flush in Hold'em, you start with 4 flush cards and there's 9 flush cards left. So
We don't have
the thing is with Badugi, it's like
dangerous, yeah.
you cannot hit the same suit and you cannot hit a pair, and you need to beat your opponent's hand. So in the case of Mike Matusow with his Queen Badugi, Zack has to hit a Queen, a Jack, a 10, a 9, or 8, or 7, or
Am I knowing?
We all like to talk.
I think 6, deuce, or 3. So
Quietest group.
he has 8 outs, I believe. But if Mike Matusow had like a 10 high Badugi, then
Right?
Dan would have like 6 outs, 6 or 7 outs, depending. It just basically depends on your opponent's Badugi, and the lower it is, the stronger it is, and the more if you improve to a bad Badugi and pay off, then your hand's reverse implied. Dan's gonna steal. He's Delta Badugi.
Well, Frank,
Probably a little bit disappointed because a lot of people defend
No, I
with
want a pot.
2 to a Badugi,
Mike donated.
2 Badugi cards in the big blind at the lower stakes. And if they think you're stealing with just like ace deuce or ace 3 or deuce 3, they might defend light as well.
That's true.
Dealer, if you don't let me win the next one, I'm gonna just take a quarter from your back, you know?
Tough crowd.
Hat.
Dan Zack with the Pepperdine sweatshirt he attended briefly before he ditched it for his lucrative and successful poker career. Patrick Kern in the chat. Shout out. Martin Schaefer. There he has 2 to a Badugi. His deuce 3. So he's stealing from the button with a 2 card.
What was it though?
If you could fold out people's equity, then that's one of the greatest things in poker. 100% chance to win. So, as I said before, it looks like Mike Matusow draws 2, Martin draws 2. Even though Mike could be ahead with something like ace deuce or ace 3, Martin having position is much easier to play. So Mike kind of bricks, even though it looks like he can only keep 2 of the cards, so he just folds. So, as I said, Martin, who improved to deuce 3 9, gets Mike to fold and just folds out his equity with position and aggression.
Which one?
It's weird how
There's
many
the
of them-
Bicycle Hotel and Casino, guys. There's the Ryan
Why
Feldman.
is it a big rush for the Russians?
Shout out to Ryan Feldman for getting these games together. And tomorrow, the $1 Million Cash Game 2.0. Oh my God, it's exciting. We got Dan Zack, we got Garrett, we got Bill Klein, we got Matt Berkey, we got Ralph Wong, we got Art Papazian. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be lit. Like the first cash game was already just like super crazy. We hit almost 10,000 concurrent viewers, but over the course it was like around 20,000. But man, the level of play, just it's so freaking amazing. So Zack's can open under the gun with 2, 3, 8 Badugi, 3 card in these aggressive games. It's a little. It's definitely on the edge. You would probably open this, but in tighter games, it might be a bit rough. Ellie's gonna 3-bet with Queen 8, 6, 5, a made hand, stands pat. So again, Zack's essentially on a reverse flush draw in Hold'em with when he cannot hit certain cards. He cannot hit the king. But it's always a nerve-wracking position. So Zack's got ace deuce 3. He's got ABC is the nickname. So that's great because it essentially makes his hand so confident that if he was against a monster, then he can smoothly draw out. But Zack bricks, and Ellie's gonna check behind and show the Badugi. But this is the downside of playing a bit on the edge early position is if against players who are going to 3-bet you with a made Badugi, or if they 3-bet you and they have like ace deuce 3. Zack's obviously one of the greatest of all time when it comes to poker, so he can handle these positions but I don't recommend opening that light if you're starting to play
They had a
Badugi.
war between them before, right?
In
It's
fact,
always super
in
tense.
some
The problem is they're both nuclear states.
looser games, when it's super multi-way and you're drawing against so many people,
It's the only real situation
you want to
where
be
it's
much tighter. Like in some games, I even fold like ace 3-7 under the gun because you're going to get like 5 callers and they're all drawing. In these games,
When do
you're
you
going to
want me
get
like, leave?
3-bet and maybe
No, I mean, like,
4-bet,
I'm gonna end up
basically
missing a lap.
seeing things heads up or 3-way where
Well, right now, I'm
Zack's
good.
hand would have
Obviously, I've
can
had to
easily
wait a
hold
while.
up if he makes a decent Badugi.
I don't. It's the strangest damn thing. Anyway.
Like you're not that far behind if somebody has a 3 card.
That would make more sense. Do we have stud games?
So
I didn't think so.
Ellie raises. He's got Jack, Badugi, Pat, and Martin has 2, 3, 5. So Martin in position just needs to beat a Jack. Easier said than done. And he gets there. And Martin's going to see the good news that his 10 just made it. Oh, sorry. Got ahead of myself. That was draw 2. But Martin does value bet the 10 Badugi.
Picture perfect.
As you guys see, if LA's Badugi was a 9, then, you know, Martin's Badugi would not have been good. And that's one of the reading spots that you have to gather in these games. Takes a lot of experience. Badugi is amazing fun. The variance is very high. You can start off with ace deuce 3 all day long and brick, 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 brick. Or you can make good Badugis and just like scoop pot after pot.
The Aria has declared that they can do private games.
What's that?
Eric
Like
went
publicly.
to 3, was retired for a while, but now he's back in
I'm trying to
Vegas.
convey a lot of information really fast, so I may make some minor errors here and there. I will correct them in the 2+2 forum, or I hope none of these guys get mad at me. I think most of these guys have been pretty happy with me, and if I say something minor, or if I say something incorrect, I will definitely correct it in the future. So Matt raises it up with a made Jack Badugi, and as you can see, Frank 3-bets with a Queen Badugi, and now there's the psychological battle of
Can I do more?
who's ahead.
Heads up, I think so.
Yeah, Matt's going to 4-bet. He's thinking his Jack is good,
California rule is versus
and he's correct. And Frank is pretty much going to hear the bad news that his queen is no good, but he could try to like pretend that his he has a better made hand.
No, he didn't
No,
pay
no.
the second
And
time.
now here's the mind games. Who has the better pat hand? Because neither of their hands are really that great.
Well, we've patted on 2 draws though. haven't
Oh, you
No,
have.
second draw you didn't say pat yet. You,
we?
now
Oh, I
you-
did. Yeah, I did. I
Okay,
patted
now
behind
you're-
and he checked, and I'm deciding whether
Okay.
to bet.
Sorry.
I'm gonna
Magic
check
is good.
behind.
Sorry, Magic.
So Frank essentially waving the white flag to show his hand. Matt, after this check,
Okay, now it's pat-pat. Yep.
Matt's definitely not breaking a Jack.
Jack. Wow.
Yeah, so that's such a close one. Jack versus Queen dealt Badugi. But basically, Frank
After he
Casella
knocked him.
checking back on the second draw. Matt is just for sure that his
What a
Jack is
terrible
ahead.
call. His was a brilliant bet, and mine was a terrible call.
What are we doing? Ante on the button?
Both, no.
Looks like there's a game change.
I guess. Not really. It was the same difference.
1 and 2.
If I bet there, I'm assuming
Okay,
you're just gonna
Zach,
check on the end.
put in 200.
Same amount of money.
Yeah, we got a lot of mixes. We got Big O, which, if everybody, as Stan Zack said, if everybody knows what they're doing, it's not a good game. But if people
Clearly,
don't,
I thought it was close.
just play super premium hands pre-flop and just flop big. Flop nut low draw and high draws. Like start the hand with ace deuce with ace X suited. That's always a good start. You generally don't want middling cards, but you know you can't be too picky. Like probably the worst ace deuce hand is
I've been
ace
playing here all
deuce
week.
999.
And they forgot all
But
week.
now we're at triple draw. Deuce to 7
No,
triple
they
draw
asked
again.
me to. I fill it up. It's
And
not really nice.
Martin's gonna
Just wanna
raise
make sure when they do the report,
deuce
I-
4-6 under the gun. Let's see if Frank does anything here. He just
sure you
calls.
say
He
it
does
loudly
not have a
into the
deuce in his
mic.
hand. This is not recommended for starting players, but these guys know each other very well. And Zack's got deuce 5-6 on the button in position, so he has the most comfortable spot, even though he's slightly behind. Well, I don't know what happened to Martin. The graphics are probably a little bit off. Oh, I apologize, guys. This is deuce of 7, single draw, no limit. Okay, that makes more sense because we were playing triple draw earlier. So this is deuce of 7, no limit with 1 draw. So Matusow gave me a little primer earlier because this is one game I haven't played. So conceptually, he said stuff like, you know, a 10 or 9 is pretty good with a single draw. Essentially, Zack Freeman had a made jack, so he may have stood pat or he's able to draw in position. He has that choice depending on what his opponent does.
He draw to and step pat, he'll draw to 9-5. He won't stay with his stupid jack 9.
It's a lot of action in this game. Matt tells me there's a lot of bluffing as well.
Better than the 9 you did not have.
Terrible hand from Matt. So Mike has the upper end of the 9. You definitely don't want to play that. Frank is probably going to... No, sorry, pair 8's no good. And Zack has a made 10, so he's definitely playing this. And based on what Matt's told me, Ellie's going to call in position 6-5-3. Dan, wow. Oh, no, sorry. I keep missing the pairs. Dan's got deuce 3-5, and he's going to draw 2. Zack looks like he's pat. And Ellie's going to draw 2. And this is only 1 draw, and it's no limit. So this is dangerous because Zack doesn't even have close to the nuts, which is 2-5-4-3-2. So a lot of stuff can go down. Oh my God! And Ellie looks like he notches Zack with a better 10-8, 10-8-6 versus 10-8-7, and Dan just bricked hard. And Ellie's gonna value bet his 10-8-6. Wow, this is really sick and above the rim. Is Zack going to believe? Because Ellie did draw 2. So if Ellie paired up or has a bad hand, he could easily bluff in the spot too. But he's betting 1,200 into 1,700. That's a little bit over 2/3 pot bet. And this is, you know, big bet games. Live reads, knowing the players comes in. Against a relatively snug type player, you might fold this. Against a wild player who bluffs a lot, you would easily call this. I don't know their relationship, so I would trust whatever Zack's doing. He wants to make the right choice. Zack Freeman is known for just like being so gung-ho. It was the right play. It was the right play, even if the results didn't turn out correctly for him. That's the attitude you have to be a very competitive poker player. Wow, he's going to make a great fold, and he's just notched. Like, literally, LA has just a notch better than Zack's hand. Might have been some hashtag live reads there, some history. But that's really disappointing for Ellie to not get paid there with such a good thin value bet. Yeah, Martin Schaaf, I don't remember which set. I definitely played PLO with him. I don't remember the results. Play with his wife in mixed game. She's also very proficient at these games. These guys are all just playing like you do not see this kind of play at the lower and mid stakes games for sure. There's so many thin hands already in this session. It's already pretty exciting. So Zack has 8-7-5-4. So I presume he's going to draw 1 card.
This is so crazy. Did you fill out your tax?
You raise it to 500, and Dan has a made 9. Wow. I'm presuming this is a monster based on what Matt Samazic told me, and he's going to 3-bet. He 3-bets. Wow, it's a large 3-bet from 500 to 4,000, and Zack's got a decision to make because it's not like he's drawing dead. He's going to ditch the queen for sure, and he needs to hit. He's just going to throw it away. Dan putting Zack to a decision. This is straight animal.
I lost 20 on the live stream the day before yesterday. I'm down 40 in that game out there. I've been like
When you catch the first.
that mixed game. Yeah. I'm down
Everyone
60
complaining
grand,
how
and
much
now
they're
they wanna
down.
tax for 'em, saying that I-
Here's the hint, guys. Winning poker players don't talk about how much they win. They talk about that they lose every day.
They're not asking for
I was needling Matt Smazik, who I see almost always wins. I'm always like, everyday win. He's like, not every day. What are you talking about? I'm just like,
Yeah.
You know what's that for,
yeah,
right?
called you out,
When
Matt.
you finally decide
Suited
to catch
aces.
your chips-
Come
no,
on.
to catch your chips to a check, they don't
Matt likes
have-
needling me too.
they
He's
do
seen me
check,
win some
that's
really
what
big
they
PLO
say,
pots,
they send
and
direct,
he's
39,
playing
total,
a
the
big
two
game,
in your
but
case.
limit structure. But he sees me scooping like 30, 40, $50,000 pots, and Matt's like, nice life, Wayne. But you know, I'm just
I
gonna
can't
torch him
believe
off in
that.
the next hand. So. Zack with 4-carder, 7-6, 5 deuce. He's gonna raise it to 500.
I'll walk on that.
Seems like 2.5x is relatively standard raise.
No, I want to be.
Ellie's gonna call in the hijack with deuce 5-6. Martin on the button 8-6, 3-2. Matt Smazik with the 8-4-3. Gonna gamble in the small blind. Mike Matusow 7-4-2, and all these guys are gonna draw. Matt draws 2, Mike draws 2, Zach draws 1, Ellie draws 1, Martin's gonna draw 1.
Frank wouldn't have needed to confirm there were 5 people. He would have been heads up.
How much action is this? Oh my god, I would hate to be out of position here. And Matt picks up a jack, which against 4 players drawing, probably not going to be good, but I don't know this game that well. Mike's going to check. Zach actually picks up a 9-7 and is going to value bet it. And Ellie probably hero calls with a 10-6. Oh no, he raises. Oh, sorry, he calls, sorry. So,
I got a wheel last night. And no limit deuce.
Matt can easily throw his hand away now. He might have had to call somebody if he was like the last person just to get a bluff catcher in. And Zach with a pretty cool value bet because Ellie has one of the better 10s. So these are some pretty thin value bets, it seems. This is not 5-card draw. This is deuce 7, single draw, no limit.
Yeah, you'd have $300 more, you dummy.
I hear it's one of the most skill-intensive forms of poker. Thank you for all the thumbs up, guys. It's pretty exciting for me to watch mixed games. I'm definitely getting into mixed games this year. Doing pretty well at the lower stakes.
I was surprised. Like, the run flats, they're usually. First of all, I have a tire warranty for my whole life, and then they told me my tire warranty is like expired. I'm like, how the hell is it expired? I'm like, I bought a light. I spent a lot of money for this tire warranty.
The nuts in this game
It's
is
like my tax form.
So I'm like,
2,
great, another 6
3,
months.
4, 5, 7, which in single draw
Deals
is
like that,
very, very
usually they
difficult to
find a way
get.
fuck you. Like, it's usually.
Why would you buy a warranty for a tire anyway? You know that's going to be a scam.
Under the gun, Zach is throwing a 3-card 8 away. Dan's got 7-6-4-2, definitely going to play this. He's going to probably raise it to 500. Oh, no, more.
I got a flat tire driving to Memphis last year and
600.
didn't realize till I was on the side of the highway in the middle of the night that there was no
And
tire
Frank
going
is going to
anymore.
let go of a 3-card
They weren't run flats.
to a 7, the big blind. And Dan's like, God, it's such a good starter.
Luckily, I was just outside of West
card wheel-
Memphis,
or
so I was able to
number 2
kind of
draw.
limp a couple miles to an exit where there was
So
a
exciting.
Motel 6 that was, I just crashed, yeah. I mean, and then they sent out a flatbed.
50 miles, you run a lot longer than that on.
Here's the chip counts.
What is that? They collapsed.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I had a giant pot. Actually, that maybe was the problem. It just ripped a hole in the side. Maybe it was a run flat.
Thanks for all the thumbs up, guys. High stakes mix game, 200, 400.
Mikey, put 200.
Sometimes in these mixed games, the big bet games like deuce of 7, single draw, or PLO might be capped.
Oh, that way I can just...
With tires that don't need air.
Still on deuce of 7, single draw.
Tires with air in them seem like
I was almost hoping.
Martin picks up a 7-5 deuce. He's probably going to draw 2.
I was almost hoping to get clobbered today. 'Cause I need
Matt has 9-8-5-4. Presume he would just torch I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I don't want to presume.
That'll be a wizard. That'll put that in the oil. What's that? I said that'll be a wizard.
So I think Martin stayed pat with his 10,
Totally.
and Matt draws 1. So, and Matt has the losing 10 so far. So let's see what happens.
Somewhat, Frank, but not entirely.
And Martin's going to value bet his 10-7. And Matt's got a tough choice. It looks like he's going to call. He's trying to think if his 10-9 is good enough to call.
Myself, kid named Ralph Long.
Dan Zack listing off who's going to play in the $1 Million Game 2.0 tomorrow. And Matt's going to make a hero call
Oscar, who's
in case,
he's been playing with us a bunch
yeah,
of
Martin was bluffing.
He's here for like
So excellent value bet from Martin Schaefer. There's been a lot of thin hands, just like notched. I'm guessing that that's not normal in these games, but I could be wrong.
The lineup on Friday a lot better now.
Agreed.
I can't believe that I had it back.
Gonna let the table talk. I know Mike Matusow talks a lot later on, so definitely gonna STFU to let you guys hear that.
100, 200, no limit. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The next 2 days we're running 200, 400, no limit, and then 100, 200, no limit. Yeah.
I had a couple 100,000.
Is that the biggest that you've had?
Yes, it is it will be the biggest game that we've ever streamed. We've had like 400. We've had games that have converted into 200, 400, right. But this will be 100K min buy as well, which will be the biggest game for sure that we've played. We once did 100K min buy 100, 200 no limit game, which was the biggest that we've run previously.
And Frank on the button with 7-5-3-2. Gonna draw 1
It has not been hard.
if he has to. Zack has a made 10-8-7-5-2, and he's gonna 3-bet. Whoa. So Frank's gonna call in position. Zack's gonna be pat, and Frank's gonna draw 1.
We going once or twice?
Only once.
We can only go one. You had a good draw.
Yeah.
Take it.
And it looks like Frank bricked because
I'm
Zack
glad
just
I made
checked.
that last time.
Casino rule.
One more of those, you can go fill out your thing.
Oh, I'm done. I'm down. We're done with that lap anyway.
Yeah.
I'm out for a lap.
They changed.
So Frank just did not even bother to bluff at it because Zack's line is going to check call, so Frank would have to just like overbomb the pot to even have a chance to get Zack to fold.
And like, turns out the casino can't even
then you
enforce
won the one
spraying
with
twice. Like
9-5
that's not
against
like
me.
part of any of their charters. Maybe it's unclear if like he actually just changed his mind and didn't see the turn
Yes,
card. or if he
Savage.
did.
Zach Freeman, he's a legend. He's been on Live of the Bike many times and run it once. He's a very good friend of Phil Galfon.
Yeah. Well, that's what happened, and it was a bit of a shit show. And they
Known him
just
for
said,
a while.
"Fuck it."
Played with him on the show in Putnam in Omaha. That video
Oh, wait.
is on YouTube. He probably crushed me. I don't even remember what happened. So now we're playing Omaha High-Low, Omaha 8 or better. This is in horse, and in a lot of basic mixed games, I hear it's pretty big in
Banned it
Texas.
from video, isn't it?
Martin Schaefer with Ace Queen 4-3, a very good Omaha 8 or better hand because you have the second nut low draw and Ace X suited. Dan's going to call with Ace 10 9 8.
Check.
Martin with the nut flush draw and a gut shot. Dan with a pair of 10s is actually good for now. And there's an excellent card for Martin who has a wrap for a wheel draw. Dan asking if his 10 any good anymore, and he's going to make a laydown, which is great for Martin because he does not have to complete. His hand is actually behind for the high and doesn't need to complete the low. So Martin straight out folds out Dan's equity.
You get the whole table disagrees with you immediately. For what it's worth.
This is Omaha 8 or better. low, 5-card low, 2 cards in your hand, and 3 cards on the board, 8 or lower with no pair. That's the qualifier for the low. And the high is whatever the highest hand possible. So if your high is king high, then that still qualifies for the high. So you want to have ace deuce in your hand. The premise for this game is you want to go for the low and backdoor into high. So you want to start with like ace deuce, ace 3, and then have like other features like a pair of aces, ace x suited, ideally several wheel cards. Like having ace, ace, deuce 3 double suited is known to be the best Omaha 8 or better hand. But of course, when you have that hand, the flop's going to be jack 10 9. Wow. So Ellie with a strong start. Dan's just going to 3-bet with a high heavy hand. Jack 10 9 9 double suited. And that's not going to do it. Ellie smashes this flop. And Dan's just going to check fold, knowing that Ellie's probably stole with those lower end cards. Yes,
Mike, the old days.
Savage Billa 2. Zack is the man. Bryce Yaki, Zack, and I used to play Magic the Gathering. I didn't know that Bryce and Zack Freeman played Magic the Gathering, so shout out.
You know, you just said and the 500 came to you, you know. The 500
I did not run into them in Magic.
I sent it to him back, you know, 500. But I do seem to agree to, it cannot be only, you know.
D. Raj, yes, you can gamble with Magic the Gathering. You can play for money, draft for money.
What can you do? It's not like somebody.
It's called money drafting.
Yeah, yeah. It's easy. You send him the $500 right away and that's it. But
Oh, I see another good hand structure for Omaha 8 or better would be like ace deuce 3 4 double suited. So Matt's in the big blind, ace jack 8 deuce. He's got that sexy ace deuce. Dan tried to steal from the button with king jack 6 3. Dan flopping 2 pair. Matt also flopping 2 pair.
oh yeah.
And Matt has the ace of clubs blocker, but he's not even a bother. This would have allowed Dan to a bit free roll for a low, but Dan, Zack, and Matt Smazik are very good friends. They know each other very well. When you play with somebody you know very well, there's a couple dynamics. Either you guys know each other and aren't going to pull moves on each other, or you're so competitive with each other that you must pull moves on each other. Yes, Omaha 8 or better, you must use 2 cards in your hand for the low and 2 cards for the high. They can be different 2 cards.
The winner.
We usually do
seat
not the
number?
winner because it's expects. We usually do not the winner. We just like do a seat number. So
Seat
like,
number is fine. Let's do
this
whatever
will
you
do flop.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they're talking, I'll try to STFU
Other games will just
when
do
the hand's
first
not
turn
going
card
on.
or whatever. But,
Seat number.
and it's
Ace, deuce, three.
tip in time. Now it's tip in time. Yes.
Yes, Maz is
Seat
a
number.
beast.
Seat number. Seat number. The number that you're putting.
Shout out
your
to suited aces.
cards- No, just the first one that comes up. No wrap. Yes. The box that you're putting your cards into, not the number that you are numbered around the table.
What do you mean? I thought I'm 2,
You're
right?
2. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
We've always done the box. It's just consistency. It just helps for me.
So Zack, as you saw, 2, 4, 5 king, he folds. You ideally want an ace in your hand because an ace is like a 5th card in Omaha 8 or better since it works for the high and the low. Also,
Let's see how bad you're running.
You're
Zack
The-
did not have
the
any
time
suited
count,
cards
you
there.
see it there.
Martin
Hey,
Schaefer.
either way, I got to sit out
Almost
of the
caught him,
round.
Martin Scorsese. Raise on the button with a solid hand on the button. Ace King 5-4. You definitely steal. Mike's gonna 3-bet from the big blind with Ace Ace Jack 4.
You can beat Mikey at Omaha 8.
Take it, Matt.
Mike's
Oh, wait,
gonna
no,
bet,
that's Martin.
and
That's
then
Martin. That's Martin.
Martin's gonna peel.
Yeah, sorry. It is Martin.
That
There's
is
a
the
good
one
card
game
for
he's good
Martin.
at.
He would have had to fold the turn on a lot of cards like high cards, like a 9 or if the Jack or 10 paired. Mike makes the nut flush, and Martin does not have to pay anymore. Even though Mike Matusow also had the Ace 4.
Yep.
So Martin Schaefer was in bad shape. You don't know that. So a lot of times when Mike 3-bets, maybe he has like, I don't know, ace, ace, jack 3, and just like does not have a low draw there. You like never know. I've played few hands at Omaha 8 online and also live.
They deal for like
Barry Greenstein hates me with Omaha 8 or better live because I pull a lot of moves that he just cannot believe that our opponents just like fall for. Which I don't recommend you do because you can't count on people folding. But in one particular session, I knew one guy had a better low than me, one guy had a better high. But if I could kick one of them out, then I would have a better low or I would better high, and I would chop the pot.
We don't have the budget.
And Barry in that session could not
But they
believe
have the
that
extra
people were
camera
falling for
sensors,
my
right?
BS.
So they have a separate for each seat has a secondary box that registers up cards as well. You'd have to change like the whole table.
Dan Zack is explaining the RFID cards at Live of the Bike.
Seat. No, we do not. Yeah.
Zack makes a straight.
You've played like the final tables there, right? Like they have the boxes for the stud hands as well as the boxes for the.
LA with a diamond draw. Makes a diamond. Zack bets, and Ellie's just going to call because his flush is very low.
I don't know. I played the 10K horse. We had boxes for up cards, 100%.
Oh, you and I played at that same final table on that stage. Yeah, I didn't have it. Because mine was it was a Raz event.
You probably played in like whatever it's called, the battle.
Yeah, the Amazon, right?
Yeah, we weren't in there.
The one in Brasilia does not have it. The one in Amazon does.
Yeah, that's where we were.
Flying?
Brasilia.
Thanks for all the thumbs up, guys. Really excited for this 200-400 mixed cash game. Played with 5 of these guys before. Probably most with Matt Samazic.
Bill Klein.
I'm sorry. I
Bill
raced.
Klein live in LA or in Vegas?
I believe he lives in LA. I think he lives down in Orange County.
He play quite a bit on poker though too.
Yeah.
So Dan's going to raise onto the gun with Ace, King, Jack 4. Led by Diamonds. Matt with a monster. Ace, Deuce, 3-5, double suited. So this is something in Omaha 8 or better when you have a monster because it's a split game. You often want to let people in. If you could scoop the high and the low, Matt flops bad, but Dan does not flop enough, it looks like. These guys know each other really well, so yeah, maybe Matt 3-bet pre because in these aggressive games. And Dan turns the nuts. Matt's going to try to bluff at it. And Dan raises, and Matt just cannot continue. With these game conditions, I'm pretty sure Matt would 3-bet there, but this is one of the games where cold calling or limping is not too bad because you want to let people in and get action since it's a split pot game. So if you have a good chance to win the high and the low, you want to let as many people in as possible.
Crossbook with the charity.
That doesn't feel very charitable.
Whereas open limping is discouraged in No Limit Hold'em, but not catastrophic in a lot of game conditions. It's definitely discouraged in Limit Hold'em.
Convincing the public of
that
being a good deal for them.
In the Omaha games, it is strategic versus certain types of fields.
So
Mike Matusow will be talking a lot later. I have a little preview. I was in there earlier.
And then he got even. And he was like, oh man.
You like that?
And then he ended up winning after stream like a pretty nice number, and so I think they ended up getting a good deal anyway. Yeah.
So this is 5-card Omaha high-low, aka Big O. It's even more important to play a lot of strong starting hands.
I like to be able to see out there. Yeah, this is a nice room though.
3 players to a flop.
This is a nice private
I'm
room.
presuming Zach Freeman raised the button.
Yeah, but like at night.
Does not flop strong.
Oh, they are? they're playing just regular games in here, not streams.
Jacks seem like they're still ahead, and you would never presume so, but it's so high card heavy. Jacks, I think, have winner. So as long as it's checked around, I don't think... Oh, Ellie's going to bluff at it. Curious if Zack will call. The bluff... No, he does fold, and the bluff gets through.
4 days a week.
Good job, Ellie.
This table's only used for streams though
Because things are very nutted, and Zack is behind... Zack Freeman's behind Dan Zack, so Dan Zack has to fade 2 people. He has to fade... I mean, nobody probably had a 7 there, but he has to fade a queen or a king.
when this table is active.
So good bluff by Elezra, high stakes legend.
And they don't spread a consistent enough big game here to warrant. Like what they are doing is they're constructing a high stakes room now, and that will yes, they're going to have a new. I'm actually not sure. I just know that
Didn't this area used to be?
Yep, they're making a high stakes room at the Bicycle Hotel and Casino for the Friday games and these mixed games if they ever want to
There
run.
is going to be a very nice section soon with a couple of tables set up.
Oh, where that little cafe used to be? Before they built the Starbucks? I used to like that cafe.
So that will fill the role that this.
Matt with a super sexy hand, ace 5-5-3-2. Not perfect, but definitely happy to see this one. Frank Casella and Matt Samazic. Heads up. Goes check, check. It looks like. So this is PLO Big O. Pot limit Big O. Frank has a super strong high hand. He has a wrap to the top plus led by a made kings.
Gavin Smith, here's a picture of him. Nice picture.
Pot.
So it looks like Frank is in position. He 3-bet with a high wrap hand and is putting Matt to decision. Going to fold out Matt's equity. He bets pot on the turn, hoping Matt will fold. Matt, who has the nut flush draw and the nut low draw, uncounterfeitable nut low draw, meaning he can ace, deuce, or 3 and have the nut low. But his only money card really is the deuce of diamonds in the sense that he has the nut low and the nut flush. It looks like Matt's going to fold. Oh, maybe not. I lied. Shows you how much I know at. Headache spot. Frank is just, Frank Cassell's smashing the pressure.
I know you can't gab with a guy you're not going to help change. He's not going to ever listen to you. But at least enough people have tried. I mean, there was a couple people that were really close to him that worked hard, but they blame it on his new girlfriend. That was the whole thing. Like, well, you can't really blame it on her. He was on himself, you know.
Yeah, he's not.
He's sick of Matt just like all in.
Hit this one right here.
In Matt's spot, like he needs a low card to hit the nut low,
How long you have to be with the
but then Frank could have the same loan free roll him, or he could hit a money card with a diamond. That's a lot of things to consider. And Matt also has to wonder, because Frank 3-bet him pre, does he have a jack? So Matt is going to make the call.
Assuming you have aces? Oh, you don't?
Oh, I guess that it's capped, so
I like it. Good gamble.
and Frank makes a full house.
Good gamble.
Matt hashtag bricks everything.
I didn't.
Okay.
I guess the cap is 4K for the big bet games. That's common because you don't want to stack people when some of the games are fixed limit and some of the games are big bet games. In recreational and easy fields, split games are the best because they have lower variance.
Did they do anything anything to
The air
the?
of confidence, Frank.
You do anything?
You
to
enter the
avoid
game with
So the air of confidence there.
The swing now is better.
a
with
lower
the speed.
Badoogie
It was a good gamble.
Frank was just
to
ready to win
close
the
to
pot.
lock up half of the pot and free roll for the rest.
When we were together.
I agree. No,
What else could I do? I wasn't going to check behind.
No.
Split pots, probably not good for viewership,
Once I put
but
the
they're
pot out there, I
great
was
to make money
definitely in
from.
for that last
And
one.
as I said earlier, this is one of those hands.
My top 3 months.
You have the ace deuce, you have a suited ace, but you have trips in your hand.
Always don't give a shit when you lose.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Sometimes I get cranky.
You can only play 2 cards in your hand for the low and for the high. So Zack Freeman does not have trip kings. He does 3-bet.
Everybody, that's the thing about this.
I didn't know what. I mean, I didn't. Obviously, his hand makes sense after I saw it, but
It's funny
I
because
just thought that maybe he put me on a jack and just
even
didn't
the
want to give it
aces,
away.
you still hit him in the river.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I think
Where we
it's
at?
going to be
Down?
3-way.
Yeah, he was pet. He did
It's
this,
fun
right?
to arrange a game
You did
sometime
that,
on
right? You
stream
bet?
of just those guys.
Yeah, I'm back.
Can you imagine?
Because of the cap,
Is
maybe.
more cards an option?
Oh, so Zack Freeman's definitely going with this.
Pot.
He has a.
Like, imagine the
Frank flops a full house.
Oh, that's it.
All
then,
of it,
right?
You have to have a
All of
farm
it.
out here to stop
Wow.
the angle shooting at all
Cap it.
times.
And,
Be a fun game.
okay, maybe Zack maybe puts Frank on trips or better and has to consider a situation if he's just drawing for the low.
Oh, okay.
So
Might be a tail
Zack's
left.
hand is definitely not an automatic.
See my
You
cards?
asked the dealer
He has to
if
get a
the-
hashtag live read, figure out what's going
Well,
on,
I mean, I
what
keep on
Eli's going to
putting
go,
them in there, and
Eli's
they
going to
say
go
they
with,
can't-
Good that you would.
Right. That's the problem playing a tournament. Cash game is easy.
because if Zack's kings are no good, then he's essentially drawing for the nut low draw for half the pot, and he cannot hit an ace or a deuce in certain circumstances because then he has no low. He has no low backup, so hitting an ace or deuce, he would not get a low. If he had like a random, like even 8, then he can have an emergency low. Ace, deuce, 8 or something.
There's a lot of different reasons
Zack makes a
why,
great
right?
fold.
Like everyone has their own.
Zack was completely crushed. That's why he's one of the best.
I
I
wasn't
don't-
expecting
I'm
that.
not saying it's any of it's justified.
I would
but,
call
like,
with his
it's
hand,
interesting
just for
that
your
it
information.
is the case, and it's probably for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah, having the nut low draw is not good enough because you're
That was a
drawing
huge
for half the
flop for
pot.
him,
You
though.
don't
At
even, you don't even have half the
8-4,
pot locked up.
Really? You flop 7 score?
Yeah.
I'm not
And
even
the
sure.
second nut low draw.
I think
I
some
mean,
of them
I
might
didn't
just be
assume
acting
you guys
because
were
they
going
Thanks
to
for all
fold.
thumbs
so, I
up,
mean,
guys.
I had queen.
Glad to
for
see
sure
the
somebody
viewership
had
going
ace
up
deuce.
and also the thumbs up outweighing the thumbs down.
I mean, obviously, I played it poorly, but
Always nerve-wracking. This is high stakes week. Tuesday was the 10-10 with a $10 ante. I saw even the game go after the show. Wednesday today is 200 400 mix. Tomorrow the $1 Million Cash Game 2.0, 100 200 400 no limit hold'em, and Friday back to 100 200 no limit hold'em. High stakes week. Shout out to Ryan Feldman who put these games together.
I don't like to play it that level.
This game was put together by the legend Dan Zack, aka Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Like if you go by and say hi to him, you're like,
So use the coupon code High Stakes for 2 weeks free this week. Diamond and Platinum. HIGHSTAKES for 2 weeks free. Live at thebike.com.
It doesn't matter to me.
5-card Big O pot limit. Zack's looks like he's going to play that.
I limp.
Yeah, Frank Casella limped, and as I said earlier, some hands in these games are okay to limp, especially early position.
What's that?
When are we taking care of
On those collections.
Dan going to limp
Right,
with
when
Queen
the
10
collection-
5 4 2,
Big deal for very random.
and Dan makes trip fives.
Easier to be
But
convinced
in these
by.
Big O games, you have to worry about the same things in PLO. Somebody may have kings, and your fives are just like coughing up money with the underfull. And now people pick up low draws with that 8 on the turn. Dan should know that his trip fives are good, but he's going to make people pay. I presume he's the one that said pot. I'm not sure, though. Oh, no, Frank bets, sorry. And Dan calls because if somebody has a 5, they could have ace 5 too. And Frank's got just low draws, I believe.
Okay.
Ace 9.
Okay.
Dan's like, trip 5, so the queen kicker.
Ace 9. Who got?
Well, what? What else did I have?
Yeah, I mean, Frank says ace 9 because maybe Dan Zack
But I mean,
bricked
I'm really tired.
flush draw, straight draw, low draw,
Oh, you're up all night?
Yeah.
and there's no low qualifier possible. So
One
ace
with a- I
9
did not see
could
one
be
at
good.
all. Not awake.
I was not-
Once in
I
a
was-
blue moon, but it's still possible, not unheard of.
I'm just like,
Sometimes when you show down 10 high and hold 'em, it's good,
take 2 drags.
I almost
which is
did
why you should never muck your hands. Just show down your hand,
still.
even if it's embarrassing.
Maybe I should just stay up through. It might be better. And then I was like,
Guess the 17 I had the day
Yeah, I
before
left that
wasn't enough.
game at like 3, between 3 and 4, thinking, okay, I'll at least get back to the hotel and snooze for a couple hours.
What
Couldn't
game
go
did you
sleep.
play in?
Game in Hollywood,
Nolan Home.
PLO.
how'd you do it?
Chat to 7bet
well,
Jesus.
well,
Wayne,
I
let
think
us
I
know if
tipped
you want
out
the
about
final LGB portrait. Yeah.
Up about 8.
7bet Jesus, long time live with the bike luminary. Been on the show as well. I remember playing with him. He was also at the
Exactly, yeah.
live with pool party.
Except I don't give it to charity, I give it to the people working.
So can they call service for food?
Dan raises up in hijack. Ace Jack 6-4-2, very sexy, easy to play. Your standards go low. You can't presume to have like ace ace deuce 3-4 double suited all the time. There's a potential wheel. I don't think anyone's the wheel.
Seniors event today?
So Dan Zack
Came in second in that last year.
ahead with the second nut low, deuce 6, and also aces up, ace 4,
Yeah, and one
being in position. Great spot to be in.
I hate Archie too.
yeah, she hates it. But she'll play the dealer's choice, and then she might play the PLO on Monday. That's
Zack's going to bet out. Dan's
The
going
only
to call.
people that like Archie are the ones that've been running good. They're making a lot of wheels.
Can't imagine Frank continuing here
the game hasn't really
unless the
been
cards are wrong.
that I don't
He's
like.
going to fold.
It's like drama has kind of taken over the Archie slot.
I like Archie.
I just don't.
Really?
It's just. Well, so when I first started playing it, I was
Dan's
really
still in
good.
the lead. His nut low, close to a lock.
Yeah.
But then
With that check, I'm pretty sure Dan's going to put on the pressure and Zack's going to fold. Oh, nope. I lied. Shows you how much I know.
Or just whatever. I really blink.
Dan's got the double check mark, lock for the low and the high.
Like, I thought I was so good at it. Which I mean, the thing is too. Also, is when you don't play it every day. Also, when you play it every day, you get a good feel whether it'll go high.
These guys have a bit of history. Dan's going to value bet. Don't think Zack's going to call.
Well, people have definitely gotten a lot better at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Right, it used to be that everybody went low,
Yeah.
no one went high, and everyone goes, wait a second, we actually go high.
Yeah.
Everyone was low.
And that seemed really easy for a
Yeah.
while when you first
Well,
figured out to
there
go
were-
high.
There were some crazy hands.
Calavine says this game would overwhelm me.
People would come in. I'm trying to remember.
It's not that difficult. Once you sit there, you play a few hands,
Someone came in we were playing, like,
you'll get used to
8-16.
it. Look at
Sorry,
the ups and
good
downs.
player,
Dan Zack,
Cassie, I think. Joe.
biggest
And
winner.
he's
Looks
just,
like
built
Matt
a full house,
Samazic,
and
the
he
biggest
just,
loser
like,
so far.
Calls it a couple streets and checks it back on the river, and it was just like,
Wow. That was nice of him.
Archie. Just no one.
Worried about quads? What was the deal?
I don't know. It was like his 10-10 playing or something, but like.
Though,
The very
learn
first
one
spot
game
I
at a
ran
time
into
with
about
these
it.
mixed
That game
games,
I had a
and
7,
eventually you get them
ace
all.
high flush
And
with
it's
a
a very
7 below,
comfortable place to be in.
and got scooped by a full house and a wheel. And that was the very first hand of it that like entered the pot.
Right,
I
he
was like,
just called the whole way down. Yeah, it's so brutal.
I know, but I mean, I hated the game for like 2 months after that.
What happened, Jack?
I
So
was
fold to the
dealt
button.
a
Mike
pot,
Matusow
ace
raised
high
up
flush
ace
and
9,
7 low,
Okay.
8,
and got
6,
scooped
5
by
double
a full
suited.
house and a wheel.
Perfectly fine on the button.
Yeah, but I mean, it was
Would
my
not want to
first
play
hand,
this
so I thought,
hand
well, this
willingly
is gonna
early
be a
up.
good game. If you get dealt this and you get scooped, I must be doing
To
something.
get scooped with that end has got to be.
I know, and it's so funny because all the hands I've played since then, it's like
Yeah.
it's like a 1 in a
What's
10,000
really
chance.
weird is like, let's just say you start off with like a 1, 2, 3, right? And you catch like a 5.
Wait, why are we changing again? No, we're not.
Oh,
more
I
hand.
know. It's
Or one more hand.
One more hand. It's only when the button hits.
You
seat
try to hang
one.
on. What else can
Yes.
you do?
So one more hand from people.
Can Carol be the player of the year, or
No,
she has no
I
shot
think
on it?
no, she has to win. Maybe if she wins one more, possibly. She was in fifth.
Does player of the year get
No,
something
I don't.
over here?
Yes.
Can you get one more time?
Main event entry or something?
What they get?
A lot?
It's $10,000, I think.
Oh,
yeah.
$10,000.
Yeah, she said she talked to you
And they
about
give
it.
them 10 grand?
She had to call it, right?
I don't know,
She
but
like 20.
like it's probably even more for first place player of the year.
Hardship?
Really?
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, yeah.
So you, but I mean, they have it set up in a way. If you don't play a lot of events, you can
Anyone we know ahead of her?
points for buying in.
Yeah, that's what somebody was telling me last night.
They're basically encouraging
Probably those no limit kids,
lots of people to buy.
because they're getting a lot of points probably
Well, is
for
it,
no limit.
there's a mixed leaderboard and
It's an
a
interesting
Oh, I didn't
concept.
know
when
that.
you
I
think
think
about it.
Miami, John.
Their goal is to get the field as big as possible.
Matt Smazik with the smoothest hand here so far.
Like the
Yeah.
triple draw
She
event
has
or
a
something.
1 for
Zach
base,
Freeman
Pictures around the wall. I wonder why they quit doing that.
is okay.
second.
Anyone have a jack? No, it looks like Ace King so far is
Kind of like what they do in the
ahead.
series. Of course, the World Series where they have that the last couple of years up on that Brazilian stage, nobody can ever even see them. No point in doing it.
Ellie's gonna bet and then match Smaz with a bluff catcher, Ace King. Ellie has to play kings and jacks with an 8 kicker, and Matt's kings and jacks with an ace kicker.
Kings and fours.
There you go.
Ace King holds.
You might have gotten him if you didn't have a 4 in his hand. You know, just throw it away.
What's the new game now?
You want me to move?
Next game switch.
Sure, I can do the 3. One is him. I cannot go to him.
No, but you can closer. I saw it in already.
Oh, let me see. Let me see you smell better.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Aren't we on a new game?
For the camera,
No limit hold.
I don't care.
No limit on them. No. Not in
Limit
this
hold.
mix.
You're a lefty?
It's the one that
Yeah,
sells
okay.
it out.
All right. Now I really advertise pulling the trigger.
It's got its own.
Elezra is pulling the trigger with his book. Pulls the trigger on promoting his book.
Uh-oh, Martin.
We have Limit Texas Hold'em. Possibly the real Cadillac of poker. Ellie's got pocket jacks. Blind versus blind. So Ellie raises. Obviously, Dan 3 bets with 6s, and Ellie 4 bets. Ellie bets. Dan calls. Has run straight possibilities.
Still didn't see
Dan
the
can
flop.
beat Ace King high, Ace Jack high. Obviously, somebody trying to run a bluff. So Dan's probably gonna call all 3 post flop streets.
Yes! He is thinking. I swear I didn't see it.
Ellie value bets the river. Let's see if Dan pays off with 6s. Dan can beat many bluffs. The pot's massive. And he does pay off. It's a cooler blind versus blind. Zach Freeman, Dan Zack, and Matt Smazik and I have played
Now,
over 1 million hands online
don't feel good about it.
of Limit Hold'em probably, and live probably no less than 100,000 hands. So
Keep complaining about how sharp I am, Mike.
we know coolers when we see
See
them.
that little ant on the floor crawling right there? He knew that.
So not to call.
Your hand was fucking no good.
Call me with ace high.
No.
Dan's like, don't insult me. Better than these.
7-3 offsuit.
That's how much
That's a
respect,
joke.
Mikey.
Raise it in the light.
And a pair.
Sometimes you just got to take a stand.
I know Matt, when we were playing Limit Hold'em, he hates it when I talk about poker at the
Yes.
table. I was like, Wayne, STFU, man.
Good.
I get the hint that I
Now I
STFU
have
after
the
he
7-3
reminds
offsuit.
me. Shouldn't always be
never
talking
seen
poker
Martin
strategy at
close
the
to
table.
steam. I
I
don't.
was not talking about
Come on now.
Check.
Raise.
Mike's gonna raise King Queen off. Frank Casella's gonna call him,
No
but
good on this board.
trip queens
Not-
for Mike the Mouth Matusow.
Better get out now.
Continuation bet.
10 jack you got? Oh, boom, he made it. Nice.
Field peels.
Boom, bang.
I think Martin probably folded.
Call. I just have threes.
Good, smooth read, buddy.
Another great one.
Another ant read right there.
I wonder why I
It's
fucking-
you on Jack 10. That's the river.
I mean,
I wasn't going to give up at that point. Fuck it.
I put him
I was
on
riding
Jack
it out.
10. I said, yeah, you got Jack 10. Jack is sort of right. Still bet in him. I get called by threes.
Yeah, you got Jack 10. That's it.
Now,
Remember in
lock
Limit
the
Hold'em,
fucking door.
Matt Samazic
That's all
and
gotta
I
say.
had a lot of meta wars.
No word we're gonna
You're
Hate
not allowed
paying
to
each
lock
other
it,
off.
are you?
I'm sure he's got the upper end
I
on me.
knew I shouldn't have filled out that tax form.
We gotta
Remember a 7-card stud hand we had 100 or 200 where he makes a full house and 5 cards and I make a flush and 5. I'm just like, gosh, it's paid him off. Even though I just knew.
Jack 10.
I just figured he had Jack 10. I'm gonna go for the check.
Seemed
raise
reasonable.
And he might fucking bet.
Heads up.
Ellie
Wouldn't have
raises
bet.
in the cutoff. 9, Jack 9 of diamonds. Matt Smaz in the big blind defends. Top 2 pair for Ellie.
Like Ellie always
That's
likes
Gonna
to
call
say,
ace high.
He knows I sleep. He knows I sleep well at night. I don't wonder about too many
You
hands.
sleep better than anyone on night.
That's for sure. I guarantee you definitely sleep the best.
Double barrel.
Just
Matt's
told you
still
you
going to
couldn't
call
sleep
ace high.
last I couldn't.
He's
last
ahead of
night.
things like
Clearly, I was
queen
thinking
10,
about
king
that
queen.
call.
That was still barrel. Full house for
I was
Ellie.
If
pre-thinking.
I was pre-thinking about that call there, I would probably couldn't.
And although
See?
this is looks embarrassing on Matt Samazic's hand, it's actually a very standard line because Ellie's steal spot can usually have king queen, queen 10, his range. So a lot of times Ellie's barreling is like nuts or nothing.
Nobody to pick on.
I'm sure Matt's gonna appreciate me
I don't
defending
mind.
him there. Matt is one of the best limit
bother
hold'em
me.
players actually I've played with.
Well, I love everybody to death, but
Have high
Dude,
respect
if
for his
you
game.
didn't pick on me, I'd think you had
I
a.
didn't. But you're the only one that can pick on it.
Toothache or something.
He just happened to be wrong that time.
I know once I lose a couple spots, where the picking it'd be right the other way. So
Zack Freeman pocket 8, so I'm going +1. Raising up.
We don't want you to leave it.
you're not allowed to leave, man, are you?
3 bet from Dan Zack in the cutoff. Queen Jack of clubs.
No, I'm out the door, man.
I mean, you're in there for
No, I can't. I can't.
Zack calls.
100 grand.
And there's a set of 8s for Zack, but a check raise is going to get Dan out of there real quick. And just like, so yeah, me, Zack Freeman, Dan Zack, and Matt Smaz
Miami John?
all probably study very similar limit hold'em material, so
I thought he's
a lot of our
younger than that.
lines are going to be
He's
very similar
71.
and mechanical,
Yesterday
of
he
course.
told me, he was born in
um,
1948.
in certain
He
spots we may
looks
play differently and discuss
exactly
them,
like he
but
did 20 years ago. I mean, it doesn't
Limit
say
Hold'em
anything,
is a
but
very
he looked like he-
well-oiled
like him,
machine,
yeah.
and No Limit's getting there as well.
He's got to add that up.
He
Like,
does look the same.
Very
Exactly.
complicated games,
His
all
pants are
complicated
getting
games in their
lower.
own right.
I aged
better
like
than
40 years. He doesn't age at all.
I was shocked.
What
when
is
he
up
told
with
me
those
70
hands?
years.
Barry Johnson. Barry Johnson's like 95. He doesn't look like he's like. He looks like he's like 70. He doesn't age at all either.
You know Martin Wells? Raven. Raven,
Dan
I've
Zack
been seeing for 20 years.
in the
He
hijack,
just said, like,
raising it
ask
up.
me if you do Botox or something, you know?
Some mystery cards.
What do you say? Yes or
Ace King suited.
He said it's
He's just
my
going to take that out of the blinds. Looks like Dan Zack's going to be like, WTF.
Yeah, Mike, we edging real quick.
Yeah. No, Barry Johnson.
Looks like a game change.
Now. He looks the same as he did when he was like.
And O'Neill, what about O'Neill? I just played with O'Neill in Aria. I was playing in Ivy's room and he was outside.
O'Neill, really?
O'Neill, he still do that. You know?
Amazing.
He can't hear.
Baby 25 asked me what's the wildest mix game variation you played. Right now, the 2040 mix outside has a lot of new games. A bit of middling games like Badusi and Badesi, and now they're adding Dramaha High and Dramaha Deuces 7, Dramaha Ace to 5. Archie, those games are all super wild.
He's really cheap, right?
You know why they changed?
His girlfriend time came down and started.
There's so much action.
Son of a bitch.
They
I
changed.
tell everyone I'm cheap. She starts throwing.
When we get software that supports the Badusi, Badesi, and Dramahas, we'll definitely run them.
They changed the name because
Where was that?
Oh, because of the
Ivy stuff.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Ivy problem.
Talking about how Arya took down Ivy's room
Yeah, they did.
and put
No, but
table
they
1.
changed the name of the room or just because of
It's called
that,
Table
probably.
1. It's a, like, they really dug deep for that.
Well,
man.
it never made sense that they
I-
made it.
What's up,
Ivy's
Chris
room and
Smitty?
Ivy never played there one time.
Shout out.
No, he did. He did
No, he
play
played
for
there
a
at least.
couple of
Matt torches ace-5 off in the hijack.
times. You know what?
I do too.
Gets
I
him
was
in
there
more
last
trouble by
time and
raising,
somebody
as if he gets
suggested
3-bet,
to-
then he's in bad shape.
Somebody
First implies
suggested
himself,
to put a neon
possibly dominated.
outside and like, let's say if you have a Hank's
Frank steals
game,
from button
so
10-9
they'll
off.
put Hank's game or JRB's
I thought that
game
was a
or-
good idea.
Yeah. Oh, you were there with us, right?
Zack in the small one, probably going to 3-bet queen jack off.
I thought that was a really good idea.
No, he just calls, lets Eli in. Calls
No,
8-4.
he meant, like, more for advertising purposes.
Frank with the gut shot.
Who are you
Zack with the
advertising
best
to?
hand.
Like, no one.
I guess, yeah, I wasn't thinking
C
about
bet.
It's not an open.
Zack's going to check call. Frank picks up some more equity with a double gut shot and a flush draw. He does not get there. Zack going to check call this, but Frank's not going to even fire. The jack's going to be good.
It's about time because you didn't get $1 yet, right?
I don't know, it's a weird spot.
There's no rake in this game. It is a time collection game. So every half an hour, they have to pay a fee. Usually, not usually, I don't know. It depends on the group, but sometimes there's collection pots. So whoever wins a certain pot or a certain card is dealt out, that seat pays the collection for the entire table. Makes accounting a lot easier.
Oh, they're going after that too?
Yeah.
How about all the money, the millions that he lost?
Give the dealer the 50.
That doesn't count before he
No, it
did
doesn't
that?
come out of the pot. It's we're doing.
So based on the size
Number.
of his bets, he like should have lost.
Oh,
you know, 2.5%.
just put 4 green.
Yeah, Rev Necro 1273. It was small blind versus big blind.
It doesn't come out of the pot.
So yeah, jacks versus sixes there is a relative cooler and no limit. The action would go differently and probably not pay a turn or river. So yeah, it would not be a cooler and no limit.
That's really bad.
Can I please have you have Calvi beef?
Well, like I was saying though, I thought when I first heard about it, I thought,
Oh,
well,
I
you
wanted
should be
the
able
hot
to get,
plate,
if you can get an edge on the casino, that should just be part of the deal.
And
Casino
what
needs
is it
to be
coming with?
It's just like card counting.
Thanks for all the thumbs up, guys.
Problem
Glad the
is,
mixed
if
game is
they
well
didn't-
received.
If he got it, like if they
Kimchi?
didn't enforce it or
You have
whatever.
kimchi?
If you have any questions, drop them in the chat. I'll try to get to them.
Like a relish plate?
Got to handle a lot.
Not that
Shout out to NTD Belly, Andrew, and the Twitch chat.
discoverable, but
Montreal Alouettes released Johnny
And the
Manziel.
big
Okay, who cares?
radish,
who's that?
please.
Exactly.
And the yellow pepper, like the yellow
don't even know
hot
who
pepper. If it's coming with that. I like
Ace to 5 triple draw, which is very similar to Deuce to 7 triple draw. Dan with a monster hand. You want to start with 3 wheel cards, ideally Ace Deuce 3, but something like Ace Deuce 6 would be better than 3 4 5.
my card or
Looks like they've all drawn. Matt has a made hand. Monster just dealt
the
Ace
fruits can
Deuce
come after.
4 5 6.
Food and then the fruits after.
I had this
Thank you.
yesterday and I got outdrawn
They'll win because the
by
casinos
6-4.
got money and they'll pay off the right people.
Dan has
they've
to
already paid off.
wonder
Right. Yeah, they'll probably
if his 9 is.
sixes. They're going to try and
He pays off Bluff Catcher with a 9
really six.
and just tosses the chips to Matt. Those guys know each other really well.
Keep going.
No, Frank
There's
is
no
nine.
nine.
Frank is nine. We're doing
Oh,
by
Frank is
seat number, not
Number
number on the table.
How much?
50
Maybe
for
prove what he could have. There's
155
in a-
total.
in a
Or
legit
165 total?
legal, it's not rigged.
155.
Again, shout out to Martin Schaefer, who was kind enough to read one of my screenplays a few years ago and give me invaluable feedback.
Yeah. that's
Still working on that stuff. But
I can't believe the
super nice guy. His wife's very nice as well. Lovely wife, Carol.
But I think anytime you're involved in like that kind of lawsuit, you sort of throw everything into it anyway. So that and if you get to a settlement position, that's one of the things. Okay, well we'll throw that out.
First hour of the session, there were a lot of thin spots. People notching each other.
If you're gonna sue somebody, you may as well sue for everything.
So Mike Matusow starts with ace deuce 3. LA calls. He has a 3-4-6, and Martin Schaefer will have ace deuce 4. Everyone drawing 2. What's more important in this spot is position. So Martin improves. He has ace deuce 4-6. He's going to be drawing 1 next round. Call. Ellie has a made 9. But he's going to draw 2. He wants a real hand. And Martin ends up with a jack. Mike Matusow ends up with an 8. And Ellie ends up with a 9. So Mike value bets his 8. Oh, sorry. He bets his made 8, and the other 2 are going to draw 1. This is the last draw. Martin picks up the winner. This is the importance of starting with the low cards. So if somebody has a made 8, you can always outdraw them. Like having a pat 9 or 10 or whatever is just very difficult to hold up, especially multi-way.
Yeah, we did.
It's kind of funny that they collect.
I was going to raise you instead bet with a 9-6.
This is weird.
It's because it's separate entities. It's Live at the Bike is not the bicycle casino.
Yeah. Guys, the Bicycle Casino, Hotel and Casino and Live at the Bike are actually 2 separate companies. They're just affiliated.
I stay with 8.
It's got to be worth some sort of PR value to the bike, right?
Yes, Frank? We can discuss that all day.
200. Yep.
On the no limit dudes.
And Martin Schaefer on the button picks up ace deuce 5.
Yeah, I mean,
$1,200.
Matt's got
however they view it as a business decision.
deuce 3, 4, 8 from the small blind,
That adds up. 12
but he
bucks.
ditches the 8. You need to draw for very strong hands.
4 days a week. So
Matt got the hint that he's
You gotta
behind.
figure if you're getting at least that
Oh,
much
sorry.
work, I would think.
Matt conservatively, I think,
Have to be.
checked. So Matt's ahead with a 4-card wheel draw. And
Everything good. Yeah, she came. Thank you.
oh, sorry, I got this all wrong. Martin's the small blind and Matt's the big blind. I got the positions all wrong. And looks like Matt bluffed, and Martin did not call with a 10 high. So good job, Matt.
There, on the life and the bike or something? I want to tweet it. Oh, please.
Yeah, I wasn't trying
There's
to start
bluffing.
a revolution or anything. I just
With the,
was thinking you
show
could
the
do it.
book in there.
Yeah.
There's the Ryan Feldman
I would imagine, yeah, I'm sure I would.
preparing St. Patrick's Day early
'Cause he says it's a
with his
separate-
green. Shout out to Martin Schaefer, who produced music and lyrics to the movie. One of my favorite rom-coms, actually. No homo. They had a star song with Drew Barrymore and Hugh Grant, Way Back Into You.
Gambling industry. Owning a casino is usually the best thing you can do.
Right?
Martin with an ace 3-6, very solid start, especially for the button.
He should have gotten that line.
He said he could have bought 1 or 2%.
A lot of these ace to 5,
The game he was playing.
deuce to 7 hands, if you don't improve to 4-card, 3 to a 4-card hand after the first draw facing action, you most likely want to ditch it for future draws. Get out early. A lot of people get stuck in hands. A lot of mistake, a big mistake that a lot of newer Badugi players
Before they went into bankruptcy.
do is just having 2 cards like ace deuce, ace 3, deuce 3,
He said this
and just
was
like
the
limp
biggest
and drawing, and
fuck up
you're
for
just
him.
such at the mercy of the person in position if they don't have good 3 cards. So you're gonna like draw one,
And
fold,
we would
or
play in Bellagio instead
draw,
of playing in,
draw, fold.
This Rio
I'll
thing.
never forget that. And I'm just
That would be a total shit show, though. Trying to do the World Series at the
all I know is
Bellagio.
I've seen like seven
Wow, what a
different
mess.
occasions that I should have 100 million and I don't even have enough.
That's why I don't know how they
money
could
to buy a
ever
fucking
move it.
tire.
Logistically, you can't really find a
Remember
better
the
spot
woman
than
was
the Rio.
we go to Caesar.
No, you would have gone to Mandalay probably. They have the space.
Mandalay would be
If
okay.
MGM had bought it, you could go to Mandalay.
No, I was just talking about like going forward anyway.
Caesars has a lot of convention space.
Yeah, that's what they said. Caesars at the beginning. They talk about it.
There's a lot of convention.
Zack with deuce 3-4, raising up. They're discussing where it would be bad or good to have the World Series of Poker. Bellagio would be terrible, as a lot of the poker action is at the Bellagio.
I'm thinking the other day, like, where are they
So Zack had 2-3-4. I think Frank had like ace deuce 6 or something. So if Zack improves to 2-3-4-5, he needs a smooth card, one card draw.
I mean, the thing is that they are going to sell the Rio.
An ace 6, 7, even an 8 would be decent. I think in this spot.
People show up. Why would they move it?
No, I'm just saying, get
Zack also in position.
so convenient. It's just such an easy spot to get to. Everything's
It's
easy.
perfect for the World Series.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of parking.
It's also space they can probably
Both
have
players, one card draw. Could be any person's game.
It's like, holy shit, we actually get to use this space at the Rio that probably isn't that wanted by anyone for like a month and a half and get it full. Like, it's amazing.
Frank checks, possibly in check call
As
mode.
long as people keep showing up, I'm sure they're thrilled to put it there.
Frank with pair of 6, he's not going to bluff at it, and Zack's going to bluff at it with the best hand.
Can't imagine I can win.
This is a common
I think
line
I was in good shape.
in deuce of 7 or ace to 5. When you pair up, you can't show down your hand, so you have to bluff. Just in
I almost
this
bet out.
case, Frank happened to have an even worse pair. What's more common in deuce to 7 triple draw is if you pair your 7s, you pair your 8. You definitely can't win.
I would have watched if only I knew.
So you just bet and hope people are not going to call with like ace high or king high low, or like a pair of 3s or a pair of 5s.
That's what Maury told me.
They said they're never streaming it again. Fuck this game.
The original mixed game is actually horse, which is hold'em, Omaha 8 or better, Raz, stud, and stud 8 or better. But that's evolved over time.
Going forward.
Oh, so you wanted to play only the...
I was expecting to play. I mean, I was happy to play. I'll play anything, you know. But that's what I thought I was signing up for.
Appreciate the thumbs up.
So I was like, oh, okay.
So Ellie raises. He has a made 8-7-5,
That was a good
which
mix, though. I like that. No, I mean, 4
he
games.
can kind of turn into a bluff, or he could smooth draw with his just deuce 4-5.
Oh my gosh.
And he is going to try for a smooth draw multi-way. Heads up in position. He may try to barrel and get people to fold
Wasn't involved.
the second or third draw.
That's what he did.
That he did.
A lot of ways to play the hand in position.
What's that? Yeah.
A lot of options. So Zack Freeman with an amazing ace, deuce, 4, 5, 6, while the other two people are still drawing.
The only guy I know that talks more than me.
Zach's like Pat, and the other two guys drawing two are like FML.
I wasn't bothered at all. And I don't agree with the politics.
Yeah, I don't even know what the draws were.
He was a huge hustler for a long time, right?
They can't make money anymore because they don't know what he shoots.
Check is really bad. Call. One.
He says, no matter if he says I can't win that because they know what I shoot. I'm not playing.
These guys are still going to draw, or Ellie's going to draw against Zach's Pat 6. And thankfully for Ellie, he's not going to hit like a 7 or 8.
Are you like?
Or Frank's going to draw too.
Like, and try to time your wins.
Zach's obviously going to bet the river. And they're both going to fold. They run good not to get there and pay off.
The absolute key to being a great golfer is telling somebody.
Dan Zach's told me that like ace to 5 and deuce to 7 triple draw are among higher variance than even limit hold'em, and limit hold'em actually has higher variance than no limit hold'em. Common misconception about no limit hold'em is the variance.
Brian Nadell, you know what?
No, I don't know.
No limit hold'em is one of the lower variance poker forms. And as Dan Zach said on Round the Felt Monday show, PLO's variance is probably 1.8 factor of no limit hold'em. Of course, it depends on the game conditions. Dan with a solid starter, ace 4-5.
I never heard that one.
Yeah, no,
Raising
I
it
heard it was
UTG.
all those, how do you call
Wow.
those things?
Dan gives
Cactus,
me
cactus, yeah.
advice on all these mixed games when I have very simple and basic questions, but those are the ones that have the largest effects, because if you get those wrong, the mistakes compound. A lot of thin spots that go either way. You don't even see those situations that often, so.
What got to
But you
this
do
guy?
want to study them
What did he-
and test yourself.
You know, he tried to run to a congressman or
Yeah, for senator.
senator.
Mamacita will be returning
He tried to-
March 6th for Ladies Night. Wino Poker and Lily Coletto will be in the mix as well. Wheezy and the Wayne will be returning.
Anybody as stupid as he is, I
Shout out to Wheezy and Suffy. We still have stuff going on, but we both are very busy, and we will finish them up and release that content. Hope you liked Wheeze Comes Back for the Dead.
PLO. PLO.
It's definitely hard to keep
So
up
this
with
is
today.
PLO,
Sally has an objection.
No, I'm good.
the
I'm
great
good.
game of Pot Limit Omaha. Mike with an ace-x suited in the hijack. Says he just calls. Zach's going to call on the button with queens with one suit. Dan with jacks in the big blind checks. Standards for big pairs in your hand goes way down to Pot Limit Omaha. You're almost
Yeah, I
even
like
set
it
mining.
as a knot. She didn't like it at all.
And sets do not hold up nearly as much
It
in
was
Pot
actually,
Limit
I
Omaha
think, in Westchester.
as it does in Hold'em.
On the, yeah, it's on the west side of Lincoln.
Kings and queens ahead.
Yeah, that was the first time I'd ever been in Manhattan.
Ellie's got a flush draw, but he's going to fold because it's the low flush
Yeah, we
draw.
were Brian mentioned
So
that
Zach's,
last night. He
oh
goes,
sorry,
"Mark's
Mike
never
bets
been at me," just like I
Does
know
not
he
count.
has.
and
been.
Zach
No,
hero
no,
calls.
no, no,
Let's see what happens.
JRB changed
And
it.
there's the full house for Zach.
I changed it
Best
down.
card in the deck.
Because that's what you
Is
don't
Mike drawing dead.
Yeah, it makes
Would only be bad if Mike actually had king's full already. Then Zach would have the
no
underfull,
objection. Just as long as you know.
Yeah, it was.
and Zach's going to bet.
Sunday afternoon.
And Mike is surely going to fold.
or the mixed game.
Look at how expressionless Zach is, because a lot of people who are new to poker and don't get action out of close and nutted hands are like, oh man, I didn't get action. It's like, all right, when they don't have anything, you're not going to get any action. And when you have such a strong hand, it's so unlikely that other people have
It was really bad when we first started.
strong hands.
You
And
play with the same guys
you
that
just
play,
have
people fucking-
expected action. Like when you have aces in Hold'em and you 3-bet, you're like, I never get action with aces. Well, if you have two aces, they don't necessarily have much. So you're going to c-bet and take down a lot of flops.
Yeah, it was.
So on paired boards, something like 7 deuce deuce, some people in PLO or no limit check aces and let people with big cards catch up. Like if in no limit, if somebody has king queen, you c-bet, they're going to fold on 7 deuce deuce, but you could check, give them a free card, and then trap them when they make a king or a queen.
Carry that over when they're not in hands. Which is where it's miserable. It's miserable people treat when
It
they're
was
not
great.
in hands.
My
like they
daughter
are.
sent me a
It's
couple
like there's a big
pictures from the
difference.
Loyola
You have cards in
campus,
front
you know,
of you
'cause
versus
up
you don't.
there on that bluff overlooking everything. It was so crazy looking.
Because you really just you can't just be talking 50K to people.
I love LM,
It's just
yeah.
too expensive if you give stuff away and other people aren't doing it. Check.
The reason Frank
Very
has
wet
been
board.
tied
Set of
all
sevens
time
for Frank.
Because he's talking. In any show we're playing, no limit, everything.
I can't keep up with Mike though.
No, I like it. no,
Wow.
you can't keep up.
It's like I'm not even here.
I'm getting quiet now.
That's how you defend the limit game.
But
You have to talk during the hand.
Yeah, that would like stuff like that would be fine. That,
Yeah.
You just might have trouble filling. Like that's always the question. Like I would.
Dan's hand would have been okay against something like kings, but Frank happened to have a set of sevens.
If we could fill the table with 9 people that wanted to play 100, 200 no limit, that also were willing to talk at all times, we would. Like
But you know, you still have those tankers for 2 minutes tank and
no,
no.
we have time. We have the shot clock now.
How long is
Ooh,
it?
I like it.
30
I like
second shot
it.
clock.
It's beautiful.
30 seconds.
How
Yeah.
many Does the World Series have a
5.
shot clock?
No.
5 1-minute extensions.
I took 29 seconds to make a decision the other day.
Oh my God, that's the
It
biggest
felt like
ever.
forever.
Dan Zack explaining
I
how
was
Friday
thinking
games
one
work.
of the
It's like
longest
if you
ever
want to have
for
competitive
4 years.
players, they may not be that talkative. This table is among one of the more talkative ones because
He's right.
these guys know each other well,
Definitely.
play with each other a lot.
Like, sometimes you usually have one decision a day where you're like stumped. I think you should get one like 4-minute.
They give you
Oh,
they give you
come
time
on.
extensions.
Yeah, yeah.
You
We
get-
had
you
like
get
5 or 6.
five
Lazy.
1-minute extensions. Yeah.
No.
You get 1 per hour, but like you're asked not to use them unnecessarily. So like we almost never.
I'm talking about in the tournament, they only have like 30 seconds.
Usually they give them 5 30-second extensions.
It's not annoying now. You can bet 11 on
The
the
great game of Pot Limit Omaha, 5-way to a flop.
Text him because a lot of times he spend like 3 or 4 minutes just trying to
Check.
It's like amazingly a pair of 9s to the head
If everyone
Not
does,
all the time, but still
with a
never.
gut shot.
He doesn't take he
Yeah.
plays fast. But when he has a decision, he'll
Ellie's gonna continuation bet
scary
in
issue is,
position
like, if
and try to
everyone were
bluff at
do
it.
the big tanks that some
Matt, who has a wrap but to the lower end,
the tournament wouldn't move.
open-ended.
And
No,
so
that's
it's
why
like
I
a,
mean, this-
So
I've had one like
the bad thing is if Matt hits a 10 or a jack, even though he makes a second nuts, he's not necessarily going to be confident with his hand because
slowing down the game.
King Jack or
But
King 10 would be the
set a-
nuts. Matt's going to
set a
call
set
here
of rules that are
and then be an
favorable
overwhelming
to people,
favorite
then if you
once
open yourself
the higher end straight's gone. Matt's going to make a straight,
and people, it's
to
not just
lower
because
end.
yourself open to it, people do
I'll never
abuse it.
forget.
so is he going to induce or is he going to bet it out?
I just want y'all to know.
He is going to bet it out
Oh, damn.
I'm like
with the,
Yeah, all done.
and Ellie's going to fold because he has nothing.
It used to be excruciating to play.
Valiant
limit
effort to try to bluff
But limit
multi-way on
hold
a
them.
queen
You
9
take,
reg.
like, the craziest
As a
amount
lot of
time to
people
make
play
it.
hands in that zone. Ellie did have a jack blocker
I
though,
like John. I
which
haven't
is
seen him. Oh no, he was at the series last year.
not
wasn't he?
insignificant. Sometimes 1, 2, 3, 4 cards
Only
Blocking.
on the no limit
Draw,
rules.
there's a button.
can sway things.
PLO, there's a big blind. Yes. And the no
Both
limit- Yes, the big blind is 100, and the button is 200. Yes.
there isn't extra ante on the big blind in the pot limit games.
I think they do understand.
They can just say big blind ante is 100.
Yeah, for them it's easier to just. The software's not as flexible as like.
Oh, it's me.
Yeah, a lot of guys, you're not on the back end, so there's a lot of things that need to be handled that
I don't know
are
what
not
they're paying
ideal,
by him, but
but
it
we
ain't
do what we
enough.
can
Whatever.
to bring you guys poker,
Still ain't enough.
as much proper information as
Whatever it is, it
possible.
ain't enough.
too much. Yeah.
Oftentimes I ask these guys or just other people in general, I'm like, am I conveying the right information? Because that's the most important thing. If I get something wrong, I have to correct it for you guys.
I'm here for fun, because I enjoy it. All right, I'll say that.
Ryan just always seems to be going in 18.
The guys who think they know everything about poker
I'd need some fucking
usually
handouts.
are not the ones who know everything about poker.
See, I mean, see, that's what I was saying. I said, I don't know what they're paying you, but it ain't enough.
I said they're paying him too much. I said Zach doesn't get paid enough.
I said I disagree. For the record, just so you know.
I don't know if you could pay me enough to deal with poker players as a big group anyway.
Yeah,
It's got to be the worst.
on average once a week. Just, yeah. Well, I just haven't. I could play more. Like I can do whatever I want. I haven't felt like playing poker that much in the last like 6 months.
Right.
Sometimes I do as well, but like
There's no, and I don't see
It's
that
also
there's
just
any
like-
recovering.
it hasn't been important to me.
I mean, that's just gone. That horse is out of the barn.
You wax and wane, obviously, in like interest. I'm sure you've experienced.
Shout out to Wax and Wayne.
Sometimes you really want to play poker, and sometimes the last thing you want to do is play poker.
Yeah, that's my thing. I just.
That is true, Dan.
I don't care whether.
So Zach's got aces, Martin Schaefer's got, Martin Schaefer has aces, Zach Freeman's got kings. In competitive games, it's less predictable when this happens. And Frank has aces as well, so Zach probably can let it go. This is a $4,000 cap in the big bet games. Or if Zach is like, I'm against 2 aces, I have positive equity, which he does have, but can't always correctly predict.
I like your spot. You should call.
Zach's one of the original Pot Limit Omaha gurus, so maybe he knows
Now you're
what's going on
reconsidering.
with his 1% or less than 1% edge
That's why I said.
in equity.
Good spot. No.
Yeah. I think they're joking that Zach would rather have 4 random non-pair cards in this spot than actually have kings. As he could make 2 pair and trips easier and straights against 2 aces.
Yep.
Presuming Zach's wondering if his diamonds are dominated. His diamonds being live probably adds an extra 4%.
We ran a 4-way cap pot the other night, and I had 6, 6.
So I guess if Zach Freeman correctly reads that
out
he's the only one with kings and he's against
I
2
won both
aces,
the flushes.
nope, he's going to let the kings go.
Yeah.
And aces against aces,
What do you got?
clubs
Spades?
versus
I
spades.
got clubs.
Oh wow, look at these hands.
Who's got hearts?
Anything in the middle.
No, that's hard. So club, there's clubs.
Gut shot.
Uh-oh. And the club draw.
Oh, Frank wins with clubs. This is very common aces against aces. It's not chopped
I'd run
like
it twice
Hold'em.
if they'd let us.
And this is a big
Why
deal
can't we
with
run it?
good aces versus bad aces. If somebody has,
Because of the controversy, where the oh, did you not hear? Okay, so
I don't. Maybe I left the room.
let Dan Zach talk about this.
about a year ago,
Paying attention.
on stream, there was a hand where 2 players agreed to run it twice. Sure, we own these. And as the turn card was being turned over, a player screamed once. Just kidding, like he was like just once, after they'd already agreed to run it twice. The turn card was like he was way behind, and it was a good turn card for him. And then there was a huge argument. It lasted like 20 minutes whether or not they were going to run it twice or not. Or
So this was a bigger shit show than the guy that throws the whole rack in and acted
it
like
was
it
about
a joke?
equally as large as a shit show.
That was ridiculous.
Yeah.
When I saw that,
The
I was
joke-
like,
the joke bet.
why would he let himself do that?
Joke bet.
He threw the whole rack.
Subscribe now.
And they got
With coupon code High Stakes, you get 2 weeks free for Diamond and Platinum.
I was like, man, if that works, I got a lot of money coming.
Get all the archives. You get expert commentary from a lot of respected
Yes.
poker players, if not the greatest of all time.
It was an awkward situation.
And Wheezing the Wayne comedy, which I think is the best commentary of all time. But you see goats like Garrett Adelstein, Dan Zach, Doug Polk, Art Papazian, Ryan Fee,
Deal with that.
Alec Torelli, Dan Smith, Dan Morales, Jungle Man, old school people, Phil Locke, Antonio Esfandiari, Barry Woods crushing Doug Polk heads up, Matt Scott, offsuit kings on the buttons, raises. Ellie's got 3 Broadways and a dangler. Not Jane Andes approved. I'm more forgiving with danglers. And Matt flops the nut straight, nice life, but no action. Ellie's gonna bet into this on the low board as a bluff, because if Matt's on the higher end of high cards, it's a very difficult board for him to contest, but Matt got lucky and flopped the nut straight and just goes over the top like Ellie's a tourist. Ellie's play is something that is definitely done, where you have a 3 blocker from the open-ended and Ellie's just a little bit representing he flopped the wheel, or like a high flush draw, or a flush draw on a pair. It's a reasonable bluff occasionally. As Dan Zach would say, low frequencies. So don't fault him for attempting that, as long as that was one of his low frequencies.
Right. Yeah, I have less than that.
Why did they quit you?
Because they only get to do like
one hand.
Oh.
you sit out as soon as there's not a fantasy. When you really get wrecked in that situation is when they go to fantasy and stay.
They're talking about open-face Chinese poker.
I don't know, maybe I'm just saying, like if you're playing sitting at a head-up table.
If you know who your
you're
opponent
playing
is,
other games and you don't know that
it's
somebody sit down.
insane to do.
Okay, I just would never. I don't know.
Oh, you wouldn't go.
If I see he's auto fouling, he's not there. I would just kill my hand and just. And Anybody need food stuff?
Yes,
I did order a long time ago.
People really need to steal that
Yes, please.
$120.
So structurally, Matusow with a very smooth hand, Ace Jack 5
If I have
Deuce.
any idea what my opponent is, I'm
Not
fapping my hand.
among the sexiest, but it's so smooth and easy to play. Your Ace X suited, you have 4 live cards. Ellie with aces though, just calls from the big. Oh no, looks like he pots it from the big blind.
I'm gonna foul my hand.
With the 4K cap, it's much more comfortable to do this. When you're playing really deep stack in PLO, it's so uncomfortable to jam it with aces.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Zack with queens. Looks like
Yes, please.
probably everyone's gonna fold.
Thank you.
Just the cap in the pot limit games and the mixed games make it hard to justify action.
Can I have this?
In deep stack, some of these hands could have peeled,
Out the tomatoes.
seen a flop, and played a little post flop.
You can just add a little bit.
I wanted to see that ace
whatever
king
else.
nine.
Looks like we're on to the
Can I
next
have
game.
Order of a side order of chicken.
You call, I call.
Yeah.
That's what I hate about
Thanks,
the
Don
cat.
Dillman. Thanks, Garney Carnage. Thank you for all the thumbs up.
Can I get 2 orders?
I'm always wary with these like side games because there's so many people like, oh, I hate this game. Where's the No Limit? Where's the Garrett Adelstein? If we could have Garrett every day, we would.
Aces? I had an ace. Yeah. Oh, you had one also?
Chicken kebab warm.
Oh.
It's probably was sealed a long time ago over there.
They probably forgot about it, or you know.
Elezra, very friendly, added me on Twitter and said hi to me right off the bat. I've never played with him. I've seen him on TV, of course.
This is just normal limit. 100.
I've heard a lot of good things about his personality
PLO,
in the past,
Digo, and
but never had the pleasure of playing with him. I've played with 5 of these guys. I've never played with Frank Casella.
This is no limit?
limit either.
No.
Oh.
Played with Mike Matusow, Matt Smazik, Zach Freeman, Dan Zack, Martin. So it's deuce to 7. I think triple draw. We'll see. And Martin has a 8-7-6. Definitely not breaking that. But in nutted fields and games, this is more like a bluff catcher. So it looks like it is triple draw. If you were dealt this every hand, you'd be happy, especially if no one outdrew you. But
Ellie.
when people are drawing for nutted hands, like 7s or good 8s, then 8-7-6 really shrinks.
Nice little fade over there, guys.
What did we do? I paid.
No, I'm saying the seat number probably scared both of you for a second.
Oh, the 7.
You're 5 and I'm 6.
6 and 8. You guys are 6 and 8.
I'm 8?
Yeah.
What is he doing?
One of the games that Dan, Zack, and I, and probably Zach Freeman as well, know that isn't broadcast much is 7-card stud.
Well, you're dodging snowman, actually. But
One thing that may not be known when you guys are seeing these high stakes games, you don't know that a lot of high stakes games lock out the higher end players. Like when 7-card stud 1 or 200 was running, or 200 400 commerce, like I was semi locked out. Like I don't get the text, I don't get the phone calls. Like I just have to be there.
You're always in a helmet.
I've heard that, you know, Dan Zack, Zach Freeman, Jesse Martin, Matt Smazik, they've been locked out of games,
Yeah.
that might be good, though. Like,
or just they're not informed when the games run, and they have to just like get info and just like, you know, rush over there and try to get a
I'm sure
seat.
they were all glad, but it's just, you know, he posted. I looked at
It's
the
just one of the
picture,
realities of high stakes poker. It's not all fun and games and action, stacking people.
Jeff Gordon.
There's a lot of
The only one
a
I
social
know.
aspect.
Oh, so there you go. I know now.
And poker in that sense works different from other industries, whereas like in other industries, the better you get, the more people want to work with you,
No, wait. What was
and
the
your
other
price
guy's
tag gets higher. Poker's like the higher you get, nobody wants to play against you.
Patrick. I don't know. I feel like I would know her face.
This is something I communicate to a lot of up-and-comers who are just very talented at poker. I'm like, high stakes is not what you guys think. And I've made it public that I'm very happy in my spot now, not playing these high stakes games. It's very stressful. I'm glad I experienced it the first 2 times. My third time was not too pleasant. I kind of lost control, which is totally my fault. Some conditions were not in my favor, but in the end, no excuses. Dan Zack picks up a beautiful 9-7-6-3-2 on the button. Matt defends. And depending on how Matt draws, Dan can play this hand in a different way. He's Pat. So Dan just going to stick with his 9-7s. Decent 9-7 as well. Led by the just a 6 and a 3 deuce. Had Matt been Pat,
What's she doing nowadays? I like the show they did.
Dan has the option of breaking if he believes his 9-7 is no good. And he's drawing to like a 7-6.
The one that Olivia Munn was in.
These are all
on
options.
Showtime or HBO. It's a cable news show drama.
And Matt, especially not having a deuce, probably has to give up this street. He does. If Matt picked up 4 cards, 4 low cards led by a deuce, say he had 8-6, 3 deuce, he probably would continue drawing. Anything better than that, he would continue drawing.
Sounds like you're reading gossip columns too much. It's like, how are you keeping up with all
Do you
that?
pick up People magazine at the
Right?
grocery store?
Thank you for all the thumbs up.
We can tell he's not going to read Ellie's book, but he's got a People magazine handy.
It's very enjoyable for me to watch this,
Pictures.
as I'm playing mixed game myself outside. And there's a 2040, which includes a lot of these games. Mixed games are very profitable, as people have been watching Know Them Hold Them for over 15 years. And as much as you call them fish, they're not going to,
Best publicity ever.
you know, play hands like jacks or ace king that bad. Whereas in mixed games, you can have a significant edge over the field, especially in the small and mid-stakes games. These high-stakes games are incredibly competitive.
Ellie, here, let me see that.
The guy was the best player we
Yeah, Ellie
ever
in his
saw
military
before he
uniform.
did steroids.
Right, exactly.
He didn't do steroids till everybody else did in 98.
Damn, look how sexy he was on the beach. Ellie, what's this all about?
Ellie, we're talking about pictures of you.
Look how sexy you were on the beach. Come on.
From 86, from 86 to 98.
I like the camel.
Check out his mustache in Alaska too.
That's a good one.
I hated him. I was a Dodger fan. In 99, yeah. Well, he had to compete. So it's really like what do you want him to do? Like not compete and just let everybody run over him? When you have an ego as big as he did, and you're the best player, and now all of a sudden people are saying you're not the best player because you know that everybody else.
For those asking,
He just went from the greatest.
no, ace-5 is not more popular than deuce-to-7 triple draw. In fact, in LA at least, a lot of two-game mixes are limit hold'em and deuce-7 triple draw. It's one of the common two-game mixes.
I mean, he's in the 600-600 club, right? Which is like an impossible club to be in. The 600 stolen bases, 600 home
I
runs.
think he's like 700. But I'm just trying to say, but before he did
It's
that,
just not possible.
but before he did steroids, he was like 400 and 400.
Yeah.
In other words, he was like a first ballot Hall of Famer,
He was
and
just-
probably the best we ever seen before he did steroids.
He was an incredibly efficient baseball player who could both hit home runs and like had
He hit
speed
35.
and
He had speed.
fielded well. What's that?
Yeah, he had,
Yeah, I think so.
yeah, he had one.
Like on
What's
the
up,
Pirates or
Nitish
whatever.
Joseph?
Yeah.
But he was 30-30 for like 7 straight years. I mean,
Todd
it's like-
Spangler asks, is ace-5 really the new AK?
Baseball's gone. Like, about 300.
No, it's not. I think a lot of the ace-5 blocker stuff is overblown. It is a thing, but
Harper,
just don't get
300
too
million,
entranced with
that
it.
guy's
Play
230.
solid, premium hands.
He's like Dave Kingman put up better numbers than Harper.
Dave Kingman. Boy, that's digging out of that.
Steroids in baseball. Table talk.
I just, Yeah, but it's
300 hitter is not as valuable. Like the other stuff is worth more.
I disagree though. I mean, look, it wasn't that long ago. It was only 4 years ago where Kansas City won back-to-back World Series by getting walks, singles, stealing bases, and bunting people over, moving people over. And that was only 3 years ago. So the game's not going to change. The game's been around for 100. They're going to realize, just like all them people that were 5 and 6 holding and holding. I go, what happened to them? They all went broke. Well, yeah, of course. You know, it's like.
My favorite poker clip, it's not relevant to this exact conversation, but is Phil asking Tom where he'll even be around in 5 years. Oh, yeah.
Wow. Bang, bang.
Tom took a beat, or Phil took a beat. Yeah, pocket tens versus pocket aces, free flop.
I remember
Yep.
that.
We all remember that one.
Just kept challenging him to heads up, and Phil's just like, we'll see if you get it. It was just stupid, obvious standard
It was
spot.
standard, but it was so funny.
And Phil's just like, we'll see if you're even around in 5 years. It was like his closing argument. It was
Actually, it wasn't standard.
hilarious.
That was in the NBC head up. That was like on the second hand where they were like really deep.
They were not. You didn't start that deep. It was less than 50 lines. It was such a ridiculous structure, whatever the hell they were playing. You played it, right? Yeah. You won it, right?
No, I won another year. But I didn't feel the structure was ever.
They're talking about the heads-up championships where
I don't know. I played 3 flips in 6 matches.
Tom Dwan had 10s, Phil had aces. And standard spot 10s against aces, but Phil Hellmuth taking the bad beat just would complain, and
You played it a couple times, right?
I played it at least once.
Yep.
Durr would just keep challenging him heads up, and Phil says a closing line, let's see if you're even around in 5 years. Which is veteran talk for a lot of trash-talking hotshots. It's like veterans of poker know it's not just your skill. Like there's so many life skills and soft skills you need to have. Bankroll management, tilt control, that are more important than just the singular hand. A lot of hands are marginal. It can go either way, and those will not be the deciding factors of whether you make it in professional poker. Poker's a lot harder now, too.
Good thing you mentioned it. Probably played PLO.
4 cards, just guess.
Well, I always go for the game I want to play the most.
Well, then you'd probably look at your hand first and then decide what you're playing.
Starting Badoogie again.
Maybe.
This is one of the reasons a lot of us have respect for JJ De La Garza, is because he's so solid and just like wins. Is never irresponsible.
I've always wanted to try that, like button announces the game or something.
That's more important
Dealer's choice?
than
Small
the
blind.
flashy bluffs, the
After
flashy
looking at your
calls.
But I think it would be bad action, probably.
He will be around in 5 years, guys.
Under the gun.
No one's going to be like, JJ De La Garza, let's see if you're around in 5 years.
Yeah.
So like when it gets big, under the gun has to play like any hand.
Yeah.
But if he gets to choose the game.
Can we do it? Let's do it.
Oh, not choose the
No,
game.
this is just like
We
you're
did it
playing
in No
PLO, or
Limit.
you're playing
We did
other
it in
board
No
games.
Limit, yeah.
Oh,
Many
yeah,
times.
make sure this
I know we've done it. Yeah, we've done it in Poker Go.
That I like. We've done wheel progressives as well in Deuce, where like every hand someone doesn't make a wheel, $100 comes out of the pot until someone shows down a wheel.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
also a
but
good one. That's a
It's
jackpot,
kinda like
yeah.
you're going for that.
God,
Yeah, you're gonna play that in
like
anyway.
10,000 a day.
Yeah.
But if you, like a box that's big enough, you're draw 2 in the end.
Well, now you start getting people defending the big blind taking 4 at some point. Like it gets big enough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same idea.
The under the gun one sounds juicier though.
You get people playing hands they wouldn't at some point. We used to play also Broadway was the nuts in Deuce. Broadway was number 1, a wheel was number 2.
That's crazy.
That sounds kind of insane.
Yeah, that's
It's a fun variation.
That was Sean's rule.
like a sucker play.
When my cards was,
Don't tell that to the guys who wanted to draw. I mean, I don't think it's a sucker play if you're like in the big blind. But you got to remember that it's even off.
Yeah, you gotta be really close to there though.
Oh.
Yeah,
Does anybody play that short deck, No Limit?
That's it.
a little bit, not
What-
much.
What
It's
beats?
a World Series event, isn't it?
Really?
It's gonna be a World Series event.
Is it
I
really?
think, yeah.
Yes,
I didn't play it.
yes, they are having
I
a
must have
bracelet
missed that
event
whole
this year.
thing somehow.
What?
It's Is it a 25K?
It was probably like
Oh, is it?
the
I don't know.
year,
If it's a
maybe
25K, I'm probably not
yeah,
buying
like
it.
3 years ago-ish. I know
If
there's
it's
one
like a-
summer where he plays
Does it
5K
like
or
it's
less
nothing but cash
something?
games.
I would play 5K or less probably.
Big
Just,
cash game.
You know, ask some people some
seems
questions.
like
Try to
1500
guess
three.
Well, like in the
how
day
bad
I
can it
had
really
was
be
36. They might have been playing bigger other than
for the team.
They were playing like 1500
For my
three
$20 of equity on the team,
super
we played one
stud,
event.
I think
I'll
was the
fire
deal.
this 5K. Slide it on fire.
Oh, it was?
Did they add any super stud
Yeah.
tournaments
The
this year?
schedule this year is so silly.
So Zach's got an ace 5,
They're
8
look-
in the
they're adding a
hijack.
ton of really just like there's a
3
bunch of,
card
like,
Badugi.
$400, $500
Just needs a
events
club.
that They keep adding that.
Yeah,
For
just
a
try and
bracelet?
think that They want to.
What's that?
They
For
don't have
bracelets?
enough business.
Yeah.
They want, yeah.
Real
They're running
bracelets?
like 4 deep stack events that are now bracelet events. You know
Because
those
that's where they
daily
make all
deep
the
stacks
money.
they always have? They're like
Just going to take down the
4 of
blind.
them are bracelet
That's where they
events.
make all the money. The Colossus. They had they ranked
Are there all re-enters too?
they ranked like
I'm not sure.
600,000 in first place.
I feel like they're gonna.
400,000.
I think they're gonna hurt their brand at some point. Like
That's
you
definitely
can't
gonna
just
hurt
keep
their
doing
brand.
this.
I think it's ridiculous. They should just run more satellites. You know, they should. They really need a
No,
satellite.
they should just charge more rate.
That too.
Just run. I mean, why increase your staff? People still show up.
That's,
The World Series of
that's
Poker.
what's ridiculous about like, oh, we're adding more chips. Just go chip for chip so your staff doesn't have to kill themselves.
Oh yeah, they're running a mini main event, which usually means like a smaller buy-in but the same structure. But instead it means the same structure and chips, but 1/4 the levels. So it's has nothing. Yeah, it's not the main event. It's just the turbo.
30-minute levels are still pretty long if you're starting that deep. Starting with 50K.
What is it? Raise and re-raise?
Yeah.
It will start deep, but then it will become a turbo at the end.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
It's like instead of taking 10 days, it takes 3 days. You know, it's just
Yeah.
one third.
Zach's got a made
I just think, like,
9.
if you, like the marathon. is
Ellie's
the
got a
main
made
event.
7.
That I don't know. That 100 just came out of there somewhere.
And Mike Matusow is ace deuce 4. Still needs 1 card to improve. Zach in a very comfortable spot. Just not going to break his 9 ever. But Ellie's
right, but you know what I
made
mean? It's
Pat
just-
Badugi
it's so
just
long, it was like
has
5
no
games or
redraws.
whatever, and I don't know.
Like, what do you redraw? You just like dump your queen 10, start over. It's that's the dangers of having Badugis with no redraws. Like a Jack Badugi is huge if you're dealt it, but if your Jack Badugi's Jack 10, 9, 8, and
I don't ever
somebody
even
has a better hand,
I
just what
don't
are you gonna
even-
do? You have to
it
dump
always
all 4
blows me
cards.
away how many people are that ambitious about running out and eating somewhere during a break.
Do you buy a phone charger?
I've never.
Zach just not gonna stop with his 9,
Are you interested in
Badugi.
a phone charger?
I always just cut through the pavilion.
raising it
I
up.
don't even walk down that hall. Straight through the pavilion and cut out.
My favorite stand they ever had was they had these onesies one year. There was
yeah,
just
that guy
randomly a
from
stand
France-
with an
from France, that
absurd
guy, yeah.
onesies.
Yeah. From,
And I was like involved in a number of prop bets where someone had to wear one of those for.
The
They were
nuts being
adult
ace
size
2,
ones?
3, 4 rainbow. Pairs and suited cards count against you. You want to have 4 cards that are different
Like
that are
you had some
all
experience.
4 suits.
My ex-wife sold onesies there, but they were actually for babies.
Okay, that makes more sense. They were literally only selling adult onesies that were like all absurd patterns.
Yeah, when I'm
Designs.
trying to think of like the first.
And
2
Zach's
years,
still
the
going to
first
value
year
bet. I
Rio,
think
she-
they're
there was
they're
like
done with the draws. He's still going to value bet his 9.
That was all in all the hallways. And then the second year, there were Sapphire had a booth and like 1 or 2 other people. They eventually told her that she couldn't.
And Zach,
They wouldn't renew her lease or whatever because they didn't want to.
the
compete,
pot
you know,
moves
well, they-
away,
they're
so I think Zach
in-
lost the
which is so
hand.
silly now
That's
'cause they-
Oh yeah,
She's
Mike
not
Mike
competing.
won, so he must have
What was
outdrawn
funny is
him
they
with
ripped off some of her designs.
a
We had a really
better
big graphic
Badugi,
artist
which is
doing
really bad beat because being
That's
dealt a
pretty
pat 9
was
is
fun.
just very monstrous. I hope
Obviously
I got
it's
that
not
action
ideal,
right.
but, like,
Nah, it wasn't that bad. I mean, it was fun to do at the time.
seems like there's a lot of politics that go on to the stands there at the World Series.
Probably.
Like Dave having the only food truck back there is gotta be
They get a
Gotta be
big cut
tough.
of that.
I'm sure that's what I'm saying. I'm sure that's what's going on.
Yeah, they get $5 a meal, which is a lot.
wow, that's a lot.
Fuck yeah, it is.
I wouldn't even want to bother.
Today, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to bother serving food.
But if it charges 27 if people pay it or whatever, so it's
You just
No, I
charge
mean
us
if I
$5
own the
more than-
Rio or Caesars, I wouldn't even want to bother trying to serve my own food. I just
Yeah,
let a few people go back there and
They give you a $10 comp and they charge you 15 for a hamburger.
Just
and
extort,
$5 for a
just extort
drink,
whoever wants to do
and
it.
they still get their $10 for a hamburger and drink.
Why would you?
Pretend like they're giving
Frank
you.
3 betting.
When the hamburger's like staler than shit.
I'm happy the way it is. I'm happy to pay $5 extra to get quality food as opposed to what the other options would be.
You can only eat so much of All-American Dave.
That's true.
Or it starts to not taste good.
Well, luckily you're only there a month a year.
How many tournaments did you play? A lot of tournaments last year?
Matt has a pat hand. We don't see what it is, but presuming he made a Badoogie. And Frank makes a Jack Badoogie. And is a little bit of a bluff situation because Matt's unlikely going to be pat with anything worse than that. It's possible, but unlikely. Nope. Frank is correct and makes Matt fold, so Matt, oh, I was wrong. Matt had just the Queen Badoogie, and Frank correctly read the situation and raised them off with the best hand. And Matt did not even draw, even though he was drawing relatively live.
That's so annoying.
For 420, that's now worth 650.
Badoogie is always tough. A lot of mind games going on.
Big time in the
Moving
money.
from California to Nevada. Did you do the Wall Street Journal article? Because there's, well, these state tax.
One thing that's different between the viewers in chat talking about poker versus the ones actually grinding is
Unless you're
all the hardcore grinders like known, like
No, I'm just saying unless you
Matt Samazik, who was suited ace on Poker Stars, was not playing high stakes, and he says, "Oh yeah, you know, it wasn't some big time online grinder." It's like, okay, well you won like 200,000 a year plus, because he did SNE, Supernova Elite, and all the grinders respect the other grinders. There's like LePest, like Matt
Dude,
Suspect,
I love downtown.
Balls Deep X,
It's so cool.
Phil UVA.
They're not wrong.
What are they charging for,
Palomino,
like,
there's a ton of people. T Piranha, obviously. Just if they're there every day and they're winning consistently, that's more impressive than some splashy hand you see on
I'm
TV.
thinking of like Manhattan kind of like.
So Zack Freeman has a 10 Badoogie from the big blind. Mike's gonna draw 2. Essentially, I think he stole
Not even close.
and needs to improve. And Mike just believes, doesn't believe drawing with 3-card 8 was good enough. Happened to be so in this case, but you never know.
Right?
Shit, maybe I just don't know New York prices. I feel like I've talked
2,800 is not bad in a
Here.
lot of places.
Way more, yeah.
way more. It's like
Doorman building, a building.
I didn't realize it was that much.
everybody's leaving New York too and moving to Florida.
2,800?
I was just surprised at how nice downtown is now. I hadn't been down there in a
How many students?
like
Patrick Sorensen seems to, in the YouTube chat, seems to know these
Stop,
old stars LXG grinders.
I know San Francisco is.
I played with Unguarded too from Stars. No, he couldn't for the life of me guess who I was online.
I don't know. Obviously, I don't know.
It's from Texas.
That's what I've heard. Moscow's supposedly the most expensive city in the world.
Yes, LePest is also a house player, although he's at Gardens, I believe. Martin's got a monster hand. The Delt 876 Deuce Badoogie.
Two, Pat, two.
Frank calling going to draw for 8-4 Deuce, but drawing really thin.
I should have raised you out. You're going to take the card I need.
Frank needs a 7 of diamonds or better with the 6 dead.
Gonna raise them out just so you can catch the right card.
Why, I like to be an optimist. Jack 8.
Jack 8, no good. Martin Schaefer dealt a 7 or an 8 Badoogie. Shout out to Wisco Baron, Wisco Inferno.
Shut the fuck up.
Yes, those of you who have heard of LePest,
I'm
it's
just
Dustin.
saying what everybody else wants to
It's
say.
very respected limit grinder.
That me? I could use a massage.
He and I dislike playing against each other.
You haven't slept.
Days where you go for massages, man.
So we both know each other's knowledge base
My
and
schedule's
just
kind of up
try to
right now, so it's
get a
not-
fold or bet in here and there. It's just very
Sorry,
difficult.
I'm just 200.
But I was
200
playing
about
until
19.
almost 4.
He used to be a house player at the Bicycle Hotel and
should've
Casino.
slept.
How about they're making all those people
I'm in
that
way
are
better
arrested, they're
shape.
trying to make criminals
Glad he
out
left.
there and get a happy ending. What the fuck? Who hasn't gotten a happy ending in their lifetime? It's just like I think it's funny.
Like what they're going after is
No, it's the human trafficking.
it's the human trafficking industry.
It was a human
Right, but I
trafficking.
mean, they shouldn't call out the people that go in there and they say, hey, you want this for 100? Oh, okay. Like, it's not their fault. No, it's against the law. No, I don't want you to give me a fucking hand job or 100.
So you see Matt Smazik folded ace, or sorry, 8-5-4, no deuce in his hand. If he had something like 8-5 deuce, he may have opened that hand. Open range for a raise.
I just think it's just even
Deuce is just such a crucial card.
It's just like something. It's their fault. They didn't like going there. I mean,
Deuce is 7 triple draw.
He should have just flown in the battle.
Seth Egg asked when can you explain Badoogie High. Badoogie High is
What else has he got to
the
do?
nuts.
Vegas where that little
I don't know. I mean, there's only one Badoogie I know. The nuts is Ace Deuce 3-4 Rainbow.
they come to your room.
Second nuts is Ace Deuce 3-5 Rainbow.
Then every one of those people come to the room.
Pairs and suited cards count against you.
They know what they don't care.
That's, yes, you're right.
Yeah, the
Like
conversation.
you have 3? Yeah. Ellie, 200 for you.
Yeah, it's conversation. Girls to your room. Yeah, okay.
Private dancing.
Come on, man. Prostitution is the oldest thing in the book. They should be legal.
That I agree with. Should
So
be
he
legal.
gave the Jewish
Legal
bad
and tax
name?
it. And then,
The owner gave the Jewish
It'd
bad
be
name?
so much safer.
of course,
too.
and they some
It'd be
tax
safer
rate,
for the
yeah.
girls. It would eliminate trafficking.
Anything, yeah. I was gonna say anything
They do
that
it
two
anyway.
consenting adults want to do should never be the government.
I agree.
These girls were like sex slaves. That's what they were.
Are they though?
Yes,
I mean,
that
I
was
read
the
a
issue.
headline
No, it
last
was an
night that
investigation of
said,
that. It started with an investigation of that. It
Listen,
wasn't about targeting.
besi-
That was a.
beside Las Vegas.
well, the prosecutor on the case said
I-
that wasn't
even I
one of
know.
what he was
Even
being
I know.
accused
Beside
of.
Las Vegas, that Florida has the most fucking rub and tugs in the entire country. I mean, that's why if you saw there was a poll out the other day that said, what are the two biggest sin cities in the United States? And Las Vegas was one, and Florida was Miami was two. I mean, I just think it's better things to worry about
That's
than whether it's fucking robber crime.
But then again, I mean, human trafficking.
Fucking hand job. Well, if they cared about human trafficking, they close the border. They don't want to do that. So.
I don't think that's where that's not where they're trafficking them in from, and they're not legally immigrating them.
You know what I'm trying to say. They're smuggling. What do you mean? Human smuggling at the southern border is the worst in the world. That's people. Every one of them. 31.6% of the women that come through the southern border get raped or sexually assaulted.
Boombi, boombi,
I
bomba.
mean, that's a pretty big number.
Raise it up.
31% is a big number.
Trump
Boom,
said,
boom,
you know
boom.
how
When I
it
look at
goes
this
31%,
hand,
Trump said 33% in the
I was
they
gonna
fact
raise
checked.
because they'll cheat.
Oh my goodness.
It looks like they were folding.
Fact checking saying it's 31%.
Ellie raising
I
the
think
cutoff
that's kind of a meaningless
8-6-4.
How many would like
Able to steal it. When you go into late position steal situations, you don't have to have a deuce. Obviously, you want it, but you know something like
Cut the smoke, please.
4 cards led by an 8
How could you possibly know?
without a deuce isn't too bad to steal. Bicycle Hotel and Casino experience extraordinary. I gotta say the food here is getting better and better every day.
We heard that you came into the
I've been in
country
some of the
illegally
hotel rooms.
last
They are
year.
very nice.
We're
Over
wondering how
180
it's
table
been
games.
Good, man.
I mean,
Can't say enough good things about the Bicycle Hotel and Casino. Obviously, I work here and I work at Live at the Bike, but
Better than Commerce.
it's a good place to be, man. Good place to be.
Maybe like I don't know what the fuck.
Job security. This place ain't going anywhere.
Gardens is very
The only
big.
three arrested.
we might not make headlines, but I don't know if it makes much of a difference as far as what. I mean, I would imagine whoever was in on that bust had no idea who he was necessarily. I don't know what I would say.
Oyo asks, what's the worst hand you've ever seen win at Badoogie Showdown? I've won with a 3-card king. One person tried to bluff somebody else out. This was at the Bicycle Hotel Casino, I think, a couple weeks ago. I was all in one hand,
Why are you wasting?
so I cannot get bluffed out the hand, and
His name is always going to hit.
one person bluffed out the other guy with the winner, and he only had a 2 card.
Were in motion.
So somehow I dragged in a $400 pot
You think
with a
Mike won't
3-card
make headline?
king.
He'll make more headline if they catch him with prostitute than,
Had the nice break
than
wall.
the champion.
I'm gonna blow my own cover, but that's one of the reasons like short stacking out of position is a good thing because you gotta always show down your equity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mike will make
What
more.
did Ray-
What did
Jack
Ray
on top.
do? I forgot. He
It's an option I may not have if I wasn't a house player, but
he was married too.
getting a salary and just, you know, wanting to lower the variance, I just choose to play that way now.
They're going to read that into penal code.
In position,
Extra year because
play normal, but out of position if your stack gets low,
Is that not how it works?
abuse a little bit.
I mean, I would.
Ellie's got a deuce 4,
If it's
5,
a
6.
street, that's probably gonna.
It'll go.
Just gonna seal the blinds, probably to his disappointment. He wanted to play that hand.
I can't stand how the news sensationalizes everything. Oh, he's basically.
Looks like we're changing games.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
You do
Yes,
realize
sir.
that's what the news is.
There will be a lot more interesting conversations later on. I'll be walking in
No.
in about,
There's only
I don't
one
know,
way to
an hour and a
really
half.
keep the news from being.
You'll see me and you'll see me talking to those guys.
Have the government run it.
That's not a good idea.
Obviously, but you know what I'm saying. I mean, the news is always going to default to
right,
what
it's gonna
sells
have
the
to be
most.
sensational if it's a
There should be
business.
libel
That's
laws.
the
I
problem.
believe anything on the news that's not true or a sensation, there should be libel laws. I really do.
It's also relative now. That's
There are libel laws.
there are there are libel laws, but
What do you want?
it's so bizarre watching people deny what seems to be obvious truth nowadays.
Yeah.
So Ellie's under the gun with 8-6,
There seems to be an opinion that you
5-4, even though these are 4 low
Both
cards.
sides really. That you
He has to hit
really
a deuce or a 7. Oh, I guess he can hit
irrefutable
deuce
evidence and just say,
3.
no.
You're right. It's just on both
Yeah,
sides.
deuce or 3 for a made hand. He cannot hit a 7.
You just keep saying no.
But if you do draw a 7, you can always ditch it too.
Insanely.
And Zack has a snow hand. He has 3 deuces in his hand, so he could try to outplay Ellie by either standing pat or drawing 1. I don't remember which book this is in, and this doesn't happen that often. But Zack has to wonder, does Ellie have the case deuce? Because if he doesn't, then Ellie can Zack can smoothly outplay him. But he decides not to contest, and Zack's like, damn it.
No, that's what I was asking.
Because Ellie needs the last deuce or one of the last 3s to complete a reasonable hand.
She calls me up. She
You
goes,
win.
And with that many blockers,
this guy's out of his mind. I'm like, I don't need to watch.
but it could whiff too, because if Ellie does have the last deuce and Zack is out of position, it's just going to blow up in his face. I actually had a hand with Barry Greenstein like this.
You have to look at it this way.
I had like 7-7, deuce, 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 but Barry Greenstein had the last deuce and just completely pillaged me.
Pillar of the election. He was the most hated person. As soon as Trump fired him, he was the most beloved. That goes to show you how corrupt both sides are. Think about it. As long as you say, listen, you could be like, all you have to do is like, if you want to make money, all you have to do is say, I took a piss with Trump, and I watched him do this and this, and write a book about it, and it'll sell like a
Let's
million
do it.
copies. I didn't do it. I'm saying.
But we don't have to actually do it, do we? Can't we just write the book?
Oh, I apologize. Is this single draw?
The new thing is like, inside the Trump White House, I was there for 4 days. A book by.
Mike, if you do that,
You know it'd be a good
Yeah,
title
it's,
for that
my
book, actually,
apologies.
Pulling
It's
the trigger.
single draw, deuce to 7. So Zack Freeman could have thought that him re-raising, especially with 3 deuces in his hand, was,
All what I know is that.
or whatever is that.
and then barreling after
All what
may
I
have
know,
been
Frank Casala
a
came
move,
over here, he
an
thought
option.
He can put a word in, but he can't even put one word.
Nice sea draw over there, Frank.
Zack again with 3 deuces.
Oh my God.
Choosing
I ripped
not
the
to make a move.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Would have got away with it that time,
Back
but
to back 3 deuces. He didn't want even. He didn't want to make an attempt to take it.
Oh goodness.
It's a momentum
hey
play.
K1, I don't think I know a Ken Low,
Mike,
but
switch to
I know a lot of
pocket
people by face, not necessarily by
flash
name.
full house in the
So-
show deck.
not necessarily going to rule it out. Badoogie is not Raz. Raz is a stud game. Badoogie is a draw game.
No.
Raz, you're looking for
Very hard to make a flush.
a low, ace to 5. And Badoogie, you're looking for ace 2, 3, 4 rainbow.
Like 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, 2, 3, 4 is like the low.
There's no 2, 3,
There's
4s in
no
the deck.
2, 3, 4, 5 in the deck, yeah.
They take out the 2s through 5s.
Yeah.
Ace 6, 7, 8, 9
That'd be crazy.
is a straight. Ace is still the
How long
lowest
did it
card
take
and
to
the
get that
highest
figured
So
out?
I heard the short deck. I said, well, then 10 jack suit is probably the best starting hand, right? And they said, yeah. But he said people
No.
don't play it.
What's the best starting hand?
Aces is still stronger.
I never hear about that.
But Jack
how I
10
dodged
is
it.
quite good. It's much better than.
Sounds
it is
like fun.
I think Kings is still better. It's
I think
like,
we're at
it's
pot
starting
limit Omaha now. Frank with a solid king, king, queen, jack in the cutoff. Dan with a double suited, led by an ace.
You're a wizard.
2 pair for Dan. Frank's got an overpair and a nut flusher on a gut shot. Dan is going to call with his bottom 2, probably to see what's up.
I almost answered. I would.
And counterfeited. Frank's
almost
going
like
to
a
continue not
unbelievable
believing that
read. How did
Dan
that
has,
make
and
sense?
Frank makes his
It would
flush.
have been great, man. I would have really appreciated it.
I'm way too tired to be at this table, but I almost answered that. I mean, I was this close.
Oh man, I totally messed this. It should be Omaha 8 or better, not PLO. I wish they would show the signs. But.
I learned that move from.
So Dan actually had a strong situation, yet he flopped 2 pair and a low draw.
He was like, Paul, what do you have? He was trying to see Paul's stud board.
And just got
and Paul
counterfeited
answered
both
with his
ways.
entire hand.
Or not counterfeited, like he
Study,
didn't,
and his board was like
what's it
7-6-2,
called?
and Paul
Frank
was just like
made
7-6
a flush. And there was no
Well,
low
that's
possible.
I mean, when you're playing those hands, though, you're always running those cards through your head. It's just somebody catches you flat-footed, you just spit out an answer. I did that on a feed. It was maybe the one I played with Ellie. I don't know if anybody heard it.
Live at the Bike and 3-bet. We got classic tees and hats now available at liveatthebike.com. Use coupon code BIKE and receive 25% off your first order. Live at the Bike here. I see JJ sporting the Live at the Bike stuff
Right, it's
all the
that's
time.
splitting
Looks
them, right? It's
pretty
making sure that, like,
HOT.
As he's pushing you, if the collection button's
Rick
in the middle,
Jackson. Yes, I
whoever's
will
supposed to
reintroduce the players. C1 Zack Freeman, poker, Live at the Bike, run it once, legend. C2 Elezra, high stakes poker legend. C3 Dan Zack needs no introduction, aka Sir Mix-a-Lot. Seat 5 Martin Schaefer, he's the CEO of Castle Rock. He's been very nice to me. Some of you may know that I've pursued screenwriting for
Gotcha.
many years, and he's read one of my scripts and given me invaluable feedback. Seat 5 is Matt Samazic. He's been suited aces on PokerStars. I played a lot of limit hold'em with him. He's one of the best limit hold'em players I played against. Seat 6 is Mike the Mouth Matusow.
Talking to Patrick?
See through this hand, Martin with a exclusively looking for high hand.
My hand's not bad.
What game are you playing, Frank?
Frank with the best
Right?
structured hand. Dan with top, which equals praying it holds, and Dan with top 2, and Frank with the nut low. And Dan's gonna raise to try to ISO and kick out Martin, who has a lot of equity in the hand.
I'm worried Frank has top set. Yeah.
And Frank with Frank's gonna 3-bet.
Seems like a reasonable thing.
And wow.
2 pair.
And it looks like Frank got counterfeited. His nut low got counterfeited, and Dan's top 2 is going to take it. Very unlucky for Frank, who had close to a lock on the low.
Why would you?
The extra one comes here.
No, he bet out.
I get half of that.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. It's the software is off. So Frank has a low.
I mean,
It's
I thought
a one-card ace low called a live low. One-card ace.
On the turn,
And
on the
Dan
river.
gets
On
the
river.
high.
I turned the 8.
Yeah, they warned me the
on
software would be off a little bit, but it's up to me to catch it, and I didn't catch it
You
in
get a
time.
9, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
You already had jacks and eights.
He could have kept a set.
Jack eights.
A 9 makes him a set, right?
No.
8. An 8 would have made
What was
me
his
sure.
hand?
Ace deuce eight
Ace,
nine.
deuce,
Oh, I thought it was
8,
ace deuce 9 9.
No, you were free rolling deuce to 3/4.
Okay.
And you got.
What was your high?
Jack 8, top 2.
So yeah, Dan Zack also had a live ace, so he 3/4'd.
I don't know how to read hands in this game either.
They both had the same
Clearly,
low,
I
and
feel
Dan
like
Zack had the
that's
best
That's why they were
high. He had
asking
the top
if
two
you were
pair.
really playing high-low.
Again, I apologize if I got the hands wrong.
Like
These
when-
are
in, like 2005,
I'll
when
get
I
better
was
in
trying to
time,
win
but
this
these are
game,
very
every article
confusing
I read was
hands
written by
with the
you.
graphics, and sometimes the graphics is wrong. I have to catch it myself manually.
That was the greatest art little segment of a book I ever put out.
Martin's gonna limp in,
My
and Matt
favorite
with
was
an
the one where you
exclusively high hand is gonna raise and just flop the universe against any possible low.
People called and you were like, I looked down at the king queen 9-4. What would you do here?
I fucking raised this guy.
And he was like, well, obviously I pot it because they all have the low cards. So the king queen 9 is left.
And they
It's
looked
like
at
I
me-
flopped
I
it straight.
scooped this big
and-
pot, and everybody would look at me like, "What the fuck is that guy doing?"
Thank you, amazing baby 25
That was my favorite.
for the compliments.
Reading about mixed games growing up.
They won a lot of 08 tournaments, winning huge pots in this spot.
Chillin' Stan says it's called a working ace. Out here, they call it live ace. I'm sure there's many terms for it. Different cities, even online, have different terms for the same thing.
Oh, sorry. I'm here.
You got chat reminding me that I missed that Dan got 3/4 because the
Are you the
graphics,
best in the
it
world
was
in all?
grayed out, so I wasn't
Thinks
able to
he is.
catch it in time.
I swear,
Apologies.
That was a quick
I've-
response, Frank.
I've
He
seen,
definitely thinks he is.
you guys underestimate this man. I sat next to him. He folded next to me ace 4, 5 or something.
Set of fives from Martin.
That's how you play all my the better. Ace 4, 5 before the flop in the.
Folded ace deuce 3.
I'm 4-betting with that.
I folded
Ace
deuce-
4, 5. That's 3
Check.
wheel
folded
cards.
ace deuce 3, right, and I showed it to Phil Helmuth. We had a bet for me to win the tournament.
An
at the
ace
final
deuce
table,
3.
and we would have gone broke. And
There, the graphics are fixed. It is Omaha high-low. They're right.
And that's why Mike's the best player in the world.
You make mathematically incorrect plays. and you
Martin
don't dare anyone.
value betting his set of
What
fives.
kind of fucking wizard are you over there? Mathematically incorrect plays? What kind of language is that?
I was just like,
And you're complaining about wizards in games?
I'm not complaining.
I just no.
I like playing
Gary
with
B,
wizards.
you can ask prop questions, whichever.
Oh shit!
I
What's the
don't
world
plan-
coming
I don't
to?
know much about much.
You know, think about it. He makes so many dips on those tournaments that nobody ever did.
I don't know. I think I've made like 14 final tables in Omaha.
Yeah. What day is this? Wednesday?
Mike is always still there. It's true.
And 2 last year.
He's always the dead shortest stack. And then he's just still there 5 hours later.
PL08, I had MRSA on my leg this big, and I made a mistake, and I knew the guy had it too.
Like, there's no one in tournaments.
I went right to the ER the second I got fucking knocked out.
sure if you were saying Mercier or
No, MRSA.
Both.
I didn't know what it was. I just knew I had this
He had
big-
MRSA in one
I just knew I
leg
had
and
this-
Jason
I
on the
just
other.
knew- I just knew I had this big thing on my leg. and
Zach's
after
gonna
2
raise
in
under the
morning,
gun.
4 of us left,
Omaha
and
or better is
I
a
go,
decently pretty
that's
hand.
why I was trying to make a fucking deal because it wasn't
Ace
that I
3
wanted
led
to
by
do it,
ace
I
X suited.
wanted to- so I could get the fuck out
A
of
little
it.
bit of a backup 8.
You probably should have told the other
Frank
players
Casella with aces and 6-5 from the big blind. Just gonna call, looking for a favorable flop.
Ellie
Well,
was
if you
getting-
show them your leg and you're like, this might be contagious. I wanna
And
fucking go
Zach's
to the
hand
hospital.
flops the nut flush and the nut low.
It was more than a fair deal, but it wasn't about the money. I had to get to the hospital.
Sorry, nut low draw. My apologies.
You also,
Of course, the lady.
Frank's gonna be a non-believer.
Oh, it's no big deal. You need some antibiotics. It's this, it's that, right? So I come back the next night from 10K TL08, and I never want to be late for that. And I end up, I had a
And Zack, bet.
and so I was waiting
Is it
for
that
the fever
easy?
to break.
Scoop.
And I get there like 8 o'clock.
Frank is a little jealous there.
Got bowling.
I'm a little jealous too. It's
Free
that
money.
easy. Sometimes Omaha 8 or
There
better
were a
can
lot
be
of
that
hearts
easy.
out there.
Now,
I know I didn't have any.
He said you could die from
I
that.
had one.
Yeah.
And then I did
You
not
just
play
bounced,
well.
right?
I went
Got up
straight.
29
I went
seconds
to the,
career because he pulled
the
it back.
emergency room.
Right? I mean, I did tank, didn't I?
Wow.
I was warned before the show that some of the
I did too, a little,
graphics
for
would
me.
be incorrect and some of the labeling incorrect, and that's gotta me be a little bit off, but I'm trying to adjust as much as possible. So my apologies.
I knew
Your head fake kind of hurt me a little, I think. Well, because I thought
Trying to
maybe
catch
you
as
had,
much
like,
as
a
I
small
can,
flush and decided
and
to
hopefully
give it out.
what I say is
That's what I was convincing
correct.
myself.
But if I do make a mistake,
I had
I
to
will
give
correct
myself
it.
a good reason to call down with aces.
I presume
I convinced myself.
Cut it out. He says it's all over it's all over the chips. He says it's not that. He says what happens is you ended up like probably touching the chips and I scratched.
Dan with ace-6, 4-3.
Yeah. Yeah.
Prefer to have ace-X suited, but definitely not going to let go of this hand.
The chips are so disgusting.
Matt calls with ace-Jack 9-2, just ace-deuce for the low draw.
A normal person will fold when Mike raise.
yeah.
You make
Mike
it
3-bets with an unknown hand on the button.
Gambling.
Frank is selling the small blind.
I can't wait to
Ace-9,
hear his
8-3,
berating
double
after beating
suited.
with this piece of shit.
So I apologize.
Ace-3 is such a
in
monster
advance.
when ace-deuce doesn't exist. Unfortunately, 2 ace-deuces exist. Mike has ace-king, jack-deuce, double suited, and that looks like a monster flop for Mike.
No, I don't.
Actually, Dan's got
I don't know.
Come on, check all the way to the
sick
river.
draw, open-ended.
Wow.
4-bet before the
It is
flop.
very
and
hard to
nobody
catch
gonna
everything.
bet.
Looks like Mike's ace-king is going to take it.
Come on.
Matt, you beat aces, so start praying.
Matt tried to bluff it, load it, and got bluff caught.
I still have cards. I can't beat
What are you going to do?
I have a
You
3.
can raise. I had a 3 also. I had ace 3.
Matt decided just to give
I
Mike
was-
another
I just have to confirm
$400.
I didn't have a flush. I don't know. What did Mike have a king?
Mike, can you check if your mic is muted?
What?
Say that in English.
Y'all think his mic might be muted for fuck's sake?
If your mic is muted.
They're wanting him to mute it. Oh,
Mike, are you muted? Hello?
He said his mic is muted.
See if it's orange. No, like this.
If it's green or orange.
Here, I'll help you if you want.
well, look at it.
Are you color?
Green is good.
Are you colorblind?
I saw a question earlier, but there was a hand. If you're trying to play PLO for the first time, do not play deep
I
stack.
would
Play
have
short
Easter,
stack.
they can hear him on my mic.
It's a little wussy,
can
but
hear 'em on
just
your
play
mic.
aces, kings, and limp in with like ace-X suited with 4 live cards. Just to get used to the game. It's a very dangerous game to play deep stacked. It's one of the reasons I got thrashed on the high stakes. I didn't understand the game that well, and certain styles of playing the game are not.
I was the one.
Are
fucking around.
plus EV if you have
I had
unlimited
ace 3,
bankroll,
8, 9
but
double suited.
nobody's got
Actually,
unlimited
same hand
bankroll.
I had against you almost.
I like the
Martin's going to raise ace-jack 10-3.
No one had ace.
Guys,
Although
I'm
he has
gonna
all
give the-
spades,
the
it
floor
does
man.
give him a chance of
Floor,
having a flush,
that is coming,
unlike
we're gonna
having
give it to him.
rainbow
That would've been a
cards.
weird double
Might be
checker.
for
if
my
I
do.
fault.
had
I'm
ace
still
two.
gonna defend it. I will be
Ellie's
there.
got queens,
Uh,
6-3 as a
Put this in the
backup
middle.
low.
Yeah, give me the 100. Okay, that's good. That's good.
or Mike, you'll like this one actually. Hand in the Bahamas against Phil Hellmuth.
Second nut low draw from Martin.
3-bet in Omaha. He calls the 3-bet.
Ellie with the queens, now a set of queens.
Flop comes like 2 aces.
Open-ended
So
for
someone
Martin,
4-bets.
so even though Ellie's got a set of
Flop
queens,
comes 2 aces and a 5.
still a dangerous situation where Martin is. Martin's never going to pay off if he doesn't make anything.
Turn is like a brick,
And
he
that's
checks
the
the
worst
5.
card for Martin,
Still calls.
because he makes a pair of
Phil
aces.
checks
But
and I
if
call.
Martin
Phil
had
leads-
picked
I don't
up
know,
an
I don't know.
8,
Phil leads out, I call.
he would have a
The
low
river's
plus a
good
nut
ace.
straight or a
So
king.
we're in the 4-bet.
This
Oh,
one
Martin makes a
Flop
good
has
fold.
aces
Wow.
on the board.
That's an excellent fold from Martin Schaefer.
And Phil.
No, know what I'm saying.
He just
Phil
put
Betts.
Ellie on 2 pair or better
Phil Betts
and
are
just folded a
an
pair of
irate-
aces.
It's been a while.
Got you,
I
I
don't
guess.
remember, but like somehow, fuck you. This is one of the worst hand histories ever. This is so embarrassing to tell.
The bottom line is, did you have the ace or no?
You know what? I don't know why I started this story. Yes, it was a slow roll because Sean D was at the table.
I mean, for the,
That's the ultimate
yeah,
horse.
Slow roll was on?
No.
Oh, no.
Today I'm the only person here. All the Brian's not here
This
and
is one of the worst
Patrick's
hand
not here,
histories
so I'm
I
holding
think
the
I've
fort
ever pulled,
alone.
by the way. I feel like the person that I hate at the
I haven't
table.
heard the others, but I would agree.
This was recorded starting from noon.
My sample size
I think I
is
might
small.
be walking in at about an hour.
I'm like the person.
You'll hear some pretty cool stories at the table. I will
become that guy.
STFU so you guys can listen.
I apologize to everyone.
Well, at least you're not drinking.
So sorry.
yes. All right.
Maybe it would help things.
Start
frankly.
drinking and tipping big. Then they'll talk
That's
about
how you get away with it.
Exactly.
So this is pot limit Big O.
I
Hopefully I
didn't
don't
drink
get
for
that wrong.
15 years and now I love it.
Okay.
It's so, yeah, I mean, I want some of those years back.
I never drank, and now
Check.
I can't drink. I don't miss it.
But
Somebody said pot.
Take your time. Think about it.
I did, I think.
It's Frank.
That's all.
He has top set and a A6 low draw. Ellie's got open-ended, and he's going to peel.
Pot.
Pat, that's all
But
he knows.
that's
to
all I
say.
know.
Pat,
These are the
Pat.
only games I can win is PLO and Big O.
Show it.
I appreciate you guys putting it in the mix for me.
Mike, you have your phone in your hand. Retweet. I tweet everybody's Twitter handler, but Martin. I don't know if you have a Twitter. I just wrote Martin. I wrote everyone, but I wrote playing with Martin. So retweet the live of the bike there.
Right, you're not active on Twitter.
He's trying to stay undercover. Martin.
Twitter's handy.
Yeah.
I don't have a
for
Facebook.
the best.
Just
or
a heads up, guys.
Instagram.
Like, I'm okay with like critiques and criticisms, but it's usually the people that
Nothing.
don't
1400 or
do anything that are the biggest critics. Is like
I just passed the 10,000.
it is a lot of hard work and a lot of studying experience to convey all this stuff to you guys.
111,500.
A lot of high stakes players, including several ones here, appreciate that I try to convey.
I haven't checked in
I
last
need you
5
to
the right
elaborate.
information.
You know how many followers I
And I'm going to make mistakes here and there, but they're not going to
honestly
be
don't think I could guess within
intentional. They will be corrected,
It's not a big
and
number.
I consult with people afterwards,
Every time Phil Almus
whether it
tweets
comes
something,
whether
I
it
get
deals with
like
etiquette or
additional, like,
proper
300,
information
500
about the games.
followers immediately. He
As
gets
commentators,
so Daniel
we try to convey the best information. There's a lot of, how to say, fraudulent commentators, and the ones that have been around tend to help each other,
horse event.
Here he goes.
This
and
one I
all the
know.
grinders that
This one I know.
appreciate us
Okay.
tend to help us
Horse
too
event,
and be
Daniel
supportive.
tweeted out that I was like playing quite badly and like tagged me, and I just got hit with the most mentions and like I've ever experienced.
Really?
Like an avalanche.
Oh my god.
Mike's gonna take that one with an unknown hand.
No,
It's a lot of things. It's like,
Yeah.
like
Just
Too, Frankie.
a lot of these guys, probably every single person at this table will play these mixed games better than me, but everyone knows I have a very good reputation for having solid fundamentals, and that's what you need
You know
for
why
these
I
low
often
stakes
tweet at
and
because Crazy
mid
Mike.
stakes
We
games.
were
So
playing in Aria and he said, guys, I'm going to let you know only through Twitter
you will
that
do
the
very
game
well
starts."
with very solid
That's-
fundamentals. You don't have to
You cannot
to
afford not
deal
to
with
have
these
it.
thin spots that if you're super competitive playing high stakes with a bunch of killers, you don't have
No,
to
the one
like
before
face
was
those
your
spots.
name.
It's not a big deal. Even limit hold'em, when me and a lot of proficient players like discuss certain spots, we're just like, yeah, well, it's not that big of a deal like either way because you don't know your opponent's cards.
Probably bet this one before it started, but
One of the points of broadcasting
It's a sucker.
these
It doesn't
games
matter.
and
We
having the
flip.
commentators
Yeah, flip.
talk about them is so when you guys decide to play these games, you have something to refer to. These videos will be in the archives for all time.
Soccer game.
I'm just wondering.
So Martin's got
That's what we do all the time.
probably the sexiest hand here
On your countdown
in
to
PLO
100
Big O,
rounds.
and he flops 3 pair, which is not necessarily what he wanted. He probably wanted like a low draw and a nut flush draw. So Frank has the best situation as he has a wheel wrap
You can only
draw.
put $4 grand in
And he's
there,
gonna
man.
pot.
Get it in.
And 3-pair lets it go. Matt stuck in the hand. He's probably gonna win the high, or is he gonna let go a set of
Everyone's
twos?
money.
It's like life changing.
This is in pot limit Omaha high. I do coach a couple people, and every time I tell them, like, you let go of a set here, or not in this particular spot, but we'll talk about the hand first, and I'll talk about like letting go of bottom set in PLO. So there's the low, and that Matt does not want to see that. Frank is got the low locked up and free rolling for the wheel.
I could probably get off and give you an idea.
And Matt needs his high to hold up.
I would wake up.
The wheel card would be devastating, and
No claps to no one. Chop.
that is not it. So Matt will be happy to chop the pot there. If Frank hit a 3, 4, or 5, he would have made the wheel. So he's free rolling Matt. That's all the dangerous situations. So I do coach a couple people. Again, I don't encourage people to get coaching. There's so many free resources online, and if after that, I would suggest you subscribe to Live at the Bike. You get a lot of me, Dan, Zack, JJ, Ryan, Bart Hansen, Wheeze, and everybody else's opinions on hands for a much lower price. And then maybe you want to proceed onto a training site, like Upswing or Crush Life Poker, run it once. But under certain circumstances, I do coach, and one of the spots that is very difficult for people to grasp is in PLO high and PLO high, or just Omaha high low. When you have bottom set, you're reverse implying yourself really hard, because if somebody has a higher set, you're drawing one out. And in the case that you just saw with Matt Samazic, he could have been crushed by a higher set, or like in this case, the guy with 3, 4, 5 has a wheel draw and nut low draw uncounterfeitable, and he's at the mercy of what's going on with the card runouts. So Zach's got trip 3s, but in Big O, if somebody has like pocket kings or pocket 7s, you don't want to be piling in money there. And there's a check mark for Zach, and now pocket queens would kill him too. In the Big O and Omaha games, you do have to watch out for this stuff. Don't get too excited with trips. And this is pot limit too, so it's really dangerous. Zach thinks he's good though, and he would probably fold to a raise for somebody who would outkick his 3 or have pocket queens, etc., etc. Matt thinking of whether to make a hero call. He loses to aces, but he beats ace king, and he beats a bluff. So would Zach bluff into the field like this, especially in the big bet games like no limit and pot limit? It's tough. In a limit game, he might just snap call and be done with it. He looks like he's going to hero. I don't know. I don't read Matt very well, so.
Yep.
He is going to hero and see the bad news. Matt's probably not happy with himself.
Got too excited.
Why couldn't they turn it on for 14?
The thing is, Zach Freeman is obviously a very capable player and can easily be bluffing in that spot, and Matt's just like, yeah. One of the considerations Matt probably is like he does lose the aces. Would aces value bet here? Or just check it? But back to the bottom set thing is like second set on the flop is very difficult and probably incorrect
Catastrophic, right?
to lay down the Omaha games if the board's not like triple coordinated easily, like Jack 10-9, you have a set of 10s. But bottom set, especially like the super low cards, like if you have a set of 2s, like Jack 7-2, and you have a set of 2s, a lot of times players can be very predictable with their hand selections. So if somebody's like a set miner or they play too loose, you can presume that they might have a set of 7s or a set of Jacks in their hands, and you can let go of a set of 2s, maybe paying off 1 street, maybe even paying off no streets. Against a tighter opponent, you definitely don't let go of a set of 2s because their cards are going to be higher on the spectrum, and even having Jacks in your hand in PLO against a tight opponent is rare because his other 2 cards need to be good. So he would have to have like Ace, Queen, Jack, Jack, or something like that. Like
11.
Ace
That's
X
a
suited.
lot.
Untreated scoliosis for a long time.
Like,
Just untreated scoliosis for a long time.
what's weird about
Knowing
me
your
is, like,
opponent
my back,
and then adjusting accordingly.
my back's 100%
huge.
perfect except for the 2 discs that went through my spinal cord.
So Matt with the nut low draw is going to take it. This bet, nut low and wheel draw, set of
That's
3s.
pretty hard on your back too.
Wow. That's crazy.
Tennis is probably.
Thanks NG for the $2 donation. Mike the Matusow. Play with him in PLO and limit hold'em.
I would say tennis is probably the hardest thing on your body than anything, especially on the hard courts. You know.
Thank you, Push Kush Global, for the compliments. Just trying to do what I do. So yeah, the people I've coached, like, I've ran in that situation so many times. I keep explaining why it's the case to lay down on the turn bottom set, and every single time they just don't believe. I'm like, well, if you want to pay, you want to see the cards, and every single time
Now,
I was right. They should have laid down bottom set on the turn, and it just comes with experience, I guess, because in hold'em psychologically you
they haven't been able to tell.
can't, and it would be incorrect to lay down a set, even bottom set in a hold'em games. But in the Omahas, you have to think like people can just wind up with pairs in their hands and have an overset. So you just cannot play solitaire and be like, I have a set, even though it's a set of 2s or set of 3s. I'm going to go with it because the turn and the river are the bigger streets where you can lose a lot of money. And even if you're wrong, which are under reading circumstances, it's unlikely that you're going to be wrong, and bottom set's no good. Even if you're wrong, you're only giving up a small pot versus losing a big pot. Sexy flop for Martin Schaefer. He's got top pair, nut flush draw, nut low draw.
I think my sister still has a rod in her back from like the old scoliosis. Yeah, she had it when she was like 15 or 16. The surgery, something crazy like that.
The guys are pretty, they're technology.
I'm sure it's gotten.
I mean, there's still takes a lot of skill, but.
I mean,
Thank you, Victoria Luna, for the donation.
Than people think, but like they've gotten a lot better. These spinal cord stimulators, like
It's got to be more efficient.
Who could come up? Yeah, way more. Who could come up with something like they send an electrical pulse at your spinal cord, which then sends the electrical signal to your brain, which blocks the pain signal to your brain. I mean, like, and then they install it in your body. Like, who comes up with something like that? I'm just.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's like really, it's kind of like they were talking about. I read this article. I read this article about somebody gets high off licking a frog. I'm like, well, who fucking licks a frog to even try and get high? It's kind of like that type of thing.
People get pretty bored.
There's a special frog that you lick. It's like being on LSD. If you lick the frog's back, it gives you the high of LSD. I'm much like.
But you can say that about almost everything.
No, but I just found it.
Who dug up and ate the first potato?
Yeah, I just the point I was trying to make is like it's like how do they come up with like, oh yeah, we could just put
Zach's going to do a thin bet here.
I don't know if
go
I
look
should
it
say
up.
this on stream, but do you know what the cure for hiccups was discovered?
I'm gonna
like long-term hiccups.
What is what?
He's gonna river the nut flush, and Ellie's gonna have the nut low with a low
I
flush.
hate when I get hiccups. Oh my
So
god.
if Ellie
I
like
just hate it.
hammers
They
it,
say you're supposed to hold your breath.
yeah, it's gonna put Zach in a tougher spot. I think Ellie raised. I'm not sure. I can't see the chips. Yeah, Ellie did raise because he has the nut low and he has a flush with it. So it's hard for him to get scooped. It is possible though.
it legal?
And you just
And
like,
Zack has a
plug it
tough
into the
choice
wall and you can
whether
talk the whole
to
world. I mean, like, really?
try to pay off 4, just half the pot. He does not have a low. Again, the king high flush loses to a full house as
I have a
well.
permanent spinal cord injury, which so I always am going to have the pain in my foot, unfortunately. But I've been looking into like.
Everybody give you this.
So Zack likely bet the river with his nut flush, even though the board was paired, because he wants to get paid by hero call by an ace. Then he got raised. We see he has the nut flush.
Because I have with JRB game in Aria tonight, tomorrow night.
But from his point of view, he has to figure out whether his highs beat.
Okay.
What are you guys playing?
And he is going to get half. So good read by Zack Freeman there.
Medical term is digital.
So Amazing Baby 25. If you do need a coach, you can contact me. Just
Seems like
hit up Twitter, and we can go through whether it's a good fit
Something
or
there,
whether there's like
that
cheaper
just
options for
seems
you.
like
Because I just
you're
don't
there.
like me and several other people just don't feel good
I
about
figure it's something like
charging much when there are better options.
Digital?
But I do
I didn't see
understand
it yet.
your dilemma, and
It's
I
like
am
when
open
you
to
take
things.
your dog to get groomed, and one of the things they do is express their anal gland.
It is very difficult to get a good group to talk to for sure.
Go ahead, small blind, big
At
blind.
some point, the hand histories on 2+2 and Reddit get very saturated and are not good enough. A lot of the questions on 2+2 and Reddit way
Hey,
too
man.
skewed and be like
My friend, he's my friend. my
people just
friend.
looking for positive reinforcement on how they played the hand versus actually wanting the answer. Like they'll set up a situation like
Good enough for you, huh?
a person capable of bluffing raises me on the river here. What should I do with the third nuts? Well, if he's capable of bluffing, didn't you just answered your own question? So
Maybe.
great game of limit hold'em. Frank raises with his fofo, make sure all our kids don't grow. Zack Freeman, 3 bets on the button in position, 9-8 suited. Definitely continuation bets. Frank not believing. Zack with his quick bet. Is Zack going to peel? Nope, he's going to fold. So Frank folds out all of Zack's equity. Zack had 2/3 equity in the pot, but Frank's aggressive play got Zack to fold. And that's the type of bluffing and limit hold'em that happens. A little bit of a semi-bluff pre-flop, and then an equity bluff on the flop
The triple draw.
with fold equity.
Ace to 5. When I paired 6s and you paired 5. What's going on with that hole in the ceiling? Somebody tried to get away? They tried
Yeah,
to lock
Amazing
somebody
Baby
in
25.
the
Just
room.
contact me
Lock
via
the
Twitter,
doors.
and we'll just discuss it there. My Twitter is on
Lock the doors and a
the
raise.
bottom of the screen.
Raise.
And Frank doesn't care.
Rick Jackson, Wayne can laugh at himself, which isn't easy. Yeah, well, you got to have a sense of humor in poker, or you're in for a really rough ride. This game is sick. Mike under the gun, ace-10 off. He gets 3-bet by Frank. Very standard. Mike check calls. Check, check. Let's see if Frank pays off the river. Unlikely, because Frank would have, or Mike would have to have like Queen Jack, Queen 10. Frank makes a good fold.
Queen Jack.
No, I had 8.
I couldn't beat anything but 8s.
That's not true. Frank Casella could have had like King Queen, Pocket Queens, Jacks, 10s, 9s.
Anything real hand? I can't beat anything.
Yeah, you could beat a ton.
Yeah. You weren't going to fold, so it didn't matter. I mean, we're only playing.
I don't know any Facebook groups for poker, but I do recommend starting off with 2+2 and Reddit Poker to start, but that's just very introductory. You'll find that it's very limited, and a lot of people on there think they're better than they actually are, but it's a good starting point. A lot of us, like me, Dan, Zack, Matusow, and Zack Freeman, have been on 2+2 for over a decade, probably even 15 years to start off.
No, I don't
And it's
think
not
so.
the playground that it used to be, but it's not bad. A lot of archive stuff is still relevant. A lot of stuff's outdated, but you know, you gotta. It's poker. You gotta figure stuff out for yourself. Martin with a real hand on the button, King Queen, raising up. Matt's gonna 3-bet, I believe. No, he just calls. New school. New school. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the flop. I just handling too much. So it looks like this was probably 3 ways, and King Queen's gonna hold. Oh no, King Queen gets rivered. Dan Zack peeled for the gut shot. And Martin Schaefer makes a really good laydown. I missed the action, so I'm presuming there was a lot of aggression pre-flop. Hope the audio's not drowned out for the table, because okay, there we go. Some pretty cool talks later on.
How rich are you?
Some politics discussion, which
You might be the richest person in this room. That's hard to believe.
Mass is flatting in LHE a thing now.
It is hard to believe, yes.
Depending on the players involved, it can be. There was definitely probably a 5 to 7 year period where I was like, no. But now I found myself flatting in some weird spots because you want to let people in the hand. Martin picks up pair of kings.
I'm undisputable, the #1 brokest person in this room.
Matt calls ace high.
What could I have had?
Disappearing graphics. And Matt's going to lay down the turn. I predict Matt's going to order the Dragon Calby, Korean short ribs. I may have inside information on that. Mark G, that is. Mike the Mouth Matusow.
No, I said I owe him a little.
Or I guess Frank was in the hand as well. Martin Schaefer going to drag in a little pot.
That's always the worst kind of hand for you. I hate this.
It's funny, most of the table here knows about some of my side projects. You know, Matt Samazik, I've talked to him about stuff. Dan Zack definitely knows about a lot of my side stuff. Zack knows a little bit for sure. Martin Schaefer knows of my screenwriting pursuits. Mike the Mouth Mass, I played with him when Will Kasuf was here in the great game of Pot Limit Omaha. Martin Schaefer ace jack off, 100% raise from the hijack.
You say you're so bad?
And it's going to take down the blinds.
Now ask anybody if they want to argue with you here.
That was just so bad.
Mike's not going to tell you you played it great.
I think you played it. I thought you played it fantastic.
One more hand, right? Yeah.
Lock the doors.
Lock the fucking doors. Oh God.
You played it great, right? For the game.
Rennis Daniels asked Wayne, is Dan Zack good? Yes or no? 1 for yes, 2 for no.
You were just unlucky.
In the past, Dan Zack and I may have been peers. He was probably always better than me, if a little slightly. Now he's way above me because I have not worked on my game advance-wise, and the games that I play in are more about exploiting opponents versus advanced strategy. Mike's going to raise in the cutoff with 2-pocket, aka pocket 2s. Frank's going to 3-bet on the button with ace-queen. Mike's going to flop a set and check raise. And Frank's going to 3-bet, trying to get a free card on the turn, I think. Mike's going to look for a check raise on the turn.
Who?
But I think... Okay, so Frank's definitely going to bet this turn.
Usually the audience, especially when we can get lineups like this, in general, it's easier.
And Mike just calls. Probably afraid of a flush or a king-queen. Or a higher set.
Very few of these guys want to play like big no limit anymore. So.
And Mike the Mouth like, pair of aces.
I would love to get more mixing.
I know you want to get.
Yeah, I wasn't.
Kevin's asked, Wayne, who do you think wins the most money tomorrow? As you guys know, poker has really high variance, so I have high respects for Dan, Zack, and Garrett Adelstein's play. So if I were to put money on people, I would put money on both of them. But it's anybody's game, man. All those guys are capable of playing very well.
The turn was an ace, so I went ahead and bet it in.
I would have played your hand the same way.
So it's anybody's game.
I was just in no man's land.
All these like current goats are very nice to me too, because they know I used to play nosebleeds as well and be very competitive. So
What game is this?
no one's disrespectful to me.
I don't have one card.
In fact, they give me way too much credit nowadays. 'Cause I'm not as cutthroat as I used to be. Definitely more of a host slash businessman when it comes to these games. Obviously, I'm not giving it away, capable of doing things, but these guys are definitely a favorite against me in this day and age.
Where half the pot goes to the highest point holding. Face cards are 0. Face cards
My
are
role in
0,
poker has
huh?
really changed as a commentator. When people ask me questions back then, I might give like a superficial answer, maybe even fib a bit. Now I have to give a straight answer just because I'm a commentator. Ace to 5 triple draw. Ellie's got a very strong starter. Ace 3, 4, 6. Dan, very strong as well. Could be anyone's game when you start with these 4 cards.
The nut holding is 4.
The variance in these triple draw games, Ace to 5 and Ace to 7, and Badugi, are massive. You could start with very good hands or even made hands and just get outdrawn, and it's just so ugly. And Frank's got a 7, but as you can see, Ellie and Dan can still outdraw Frank. Frank's not going to break a 7, even though it's one of the worst 7s. 7, 6, 5. So you can't really beat many 7s. You can beat that 7 though. So Dan, Dan. I mean, I thought Frank had a bad 7, but Dan's got a bad 7. And putting him in a tough spot.
And I thought it was drama off.
Ellie with Bupkis.
Went 4 to 9 low.
And Frank with the aggressive value bet. Probably going to get called by Dan. For sure. I don't want to say for sure. But the pot's so big. And Ellie makes a good fold. Dan hates his spot, as we know. And he's probably just going to pay because the pot's so big.
I get to lay home for 3-4 months at a time, but then like now that I'm feeling better, it's like I want to.
Yeah, I mean, wow, if he lays this down, this would be such a sick laydown. Because Frank's literally at closest bottom's value bet range, and he would have to put.
I could be bluffing.
Yeah, Frank could be snowing. That's always a possibility. Oh my God, if Dan is the freaking greatest of all time, man. He literally got thin value bet so bad and just like torched it.
Oh, then maybe I'm good.
He was good.
That's good. Damn. Did you have my MVP?
Frank very disappointed that Dan did not call that because Frank's value bet was super thin and correct. But this is how above the rim these guys are. In the lower stakes, it might be
how can you guys,
more reasonable to fold that.
This is a very, very good question. How can you guys know what Frank has when he doesn't know what he has?
It's a very good point by Mike Matusow.
That's what I like. When somebody says they got a read on me, I'm like, I only know what 3 of my cards.
He doesn't know what he has. How can y'all have a read on him?
He showed me too many times.
That was an amazing thin value bet by Frank Casella, and it's even more just freaking amazing fold by Dan Zack.
Snow, I get called. It's like I just play the nuts and nuts and nuts, and then I run a snow and I get called by like a jack. I'm like, okay, nice hand. Like I got the 4 deuces and deuce to 7. They make the 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 like 9 out of 10 times. It's like so scary.
It could be worse. They could just call me down. But I just
Like if you guys haven't played these games, when you guys finally play these games and then look back at these hands, you'll see so many hands are really thin, and these guys are so good that they've been making the correct decisions many times in these thin spots. Saving a bet here and there, making an extra bet here and there. Bicycle Hotel and Casino.
But if there's enough out there.
Great food, great hotel, great table games, great gambling, great comedian personalities from Live at the Bike.
Diego, right?
Live at the Bike.
That's, Yeah.
Where they break off, draw 3, get your backhand, and then they raise the river.
Yeah. You just don't know where you're at then.
A lot of these live at the bike games. Okay, here's the wins and losses. Mike, the Mouth Matusow, up almost 10,000, and Matt Samazik almost down 10,000.
Folded, but it was all in.
Zack Freeman also big winner. Dan Zack winner.
And I was like, I don't know what was going to happen.
But yeah, these games often run past the live at the bike shows. Yesterday's 10-10 with a $10 ante ran very late at night. It went past even my games, where my games broke while I was propping. I sat with them a bit. I don't want to name names who was there in case they want to maintain their privacy. Mike's dealt at Pat 70, though it's one of the worst 7s. I'm still going to be happy to be dealt a made hand. Drawing sucks. You're always an underdog drawing.
Some opportunities with him.
And Matt just folds
Pat.
8-7,
How did the
6-4.
betting go to
We were
get to
playing heads up once,
101,000?
and he
Better than losing the hand, Mike.
He wanted to sell me Bitcoin when it was like 500 a Bitcoin or something, and he wanted to buy like 100K worth of chips. And I was like, I don't know what this is. I don't want to deal with this.
So it's gone from that to like going
What's Bitcoin now? I mean, I don't see nobody tweeting about it on the Twitter.
4,000 or 3,500 or something like that.
What's gone up?
I put like a month of solid research into Bitcoin when it was below 70. Just convinced it was worth investing in, and I was gonna. And then never did.
I had $3,000.
Is Dan Zack a thing? Dan Zack is definitely a thing.
Yeah.
Dan Zack keeps telling me he's overrated to the public.
And stuff that they ended up
Yeah, there's a lot of really scary
and then
poker
I sold
players
it because
online
I
and
was
live,
called a motherfucker,
and it's
scammer,
possible Dan
another Ponzi
is not at their
scheme.
level. I don't want to speak that far,
Right,
but it's
right.
definitely
Well, until it
possible.
wasn't a bigger
Just
Ponzi
because
scheme, you're
when
just
I was
trying to fuck
competing
people
in the
more.
nosebleed
just-
stakes, I was
too nice of a guy to
definitely
do
not
shit.
even close to the best player.
Got out of it completely. I just
But
and then Bitcoin went to like 8.
Dan's underrated in a lot of ways, and in his eyes,
my
overrated
$3,000
just
would've been
because he's
worth
aware
$75
of these like super scary people.
At one point, my $3,000 would have been worth $75 million. Now I probably
So
would've-
Ellie's gonna
I would've
open
probably sold it.
hijack
I probably
with
would've sold it
ace
about the
3-7
$5 million mark. Sure. Or at least some
and
of
draw
it.
2.
didn't
He's gonna
ever
pick
make
up a
it
5.
to 5 million mark.
No. Where it was worth $5 million. I'm
If you
just
made
saying.
it to 20K from
I-
17 cents, you didn't sell it to 20K. Like,
Frank's
Yeah.
got ace
Still have
deuce
it now.
4-6. Still close to anyone's game.
Per coin.
Or,
Didn't say
yeah,
cents.
I'm saying, I think 17 cents.
No, $5.18.
You're still drawing. Each drawing one.
Almost.
When they
I
were
think
going
this is the last
with
draw.
deals with
Don't have the
coins,
graphics, so it's hard to
people
tell.
were playing 5, 10, no limit on there. They were playing 1 Bitcoin, 2 Bitcoin.
I just knew Bitcoin was done when,
Frank's
when
gonna
the
check.
IRS said anything over $20,000.
Eli might check behind with a jack.
You'd have to report to the IRS, and that was the whole thing about Bitcoin. Was
Oh, so I guess, sorry, there's
you
one more
have to-
draw.
Yeah, but I think he can.
And so it went from
The guy that had
19-2 to 15-2.
And
the
Frank's
next
going to
day.
bluff with a pair of
Then it went back to
6s.
19
Eli's
the
not
next
going to
day.
fold an
It
8.
stayed between 19 and 15 for about 2 more weeks, and then it.
I
and
don't
then
think
it
he's going to
kinda,
fold an
like,
8.
slowly went down after that, but like.
But,
I
like,
told
what's his
everybody as
name?
soon as that
Saltmark
came out, I
was,
would
like,
have
Pair
posting
of
memes on
6.
Twitter where he played like.
So
Yeah.
Frank made a good bluff. It's when you have no chance to win, you got to bluff. So if Eli had a like a queen or a jack, then maybe he folds.
He lost.
No, I was
But
drawing
Eli had an 8. No way he's folding that.
Whatever. Get the fuck out of here. Why you lying? I'll see it on
I think
Listen,
Eli
he doesn't-
was
listen,
considering folding.
Just make him feel good. He wants
Yeah,
to
you don't
believe that
feel
everybody
good
plays
about
like
calling,
that.
and maybe you can make
Make
an
him feel good.
exploitative
Tell him
folding
you're
on some
drawing to the
people.
8.
I don't believe Frank Casella,
Other people do
being
draw
a
to the
proficient
8.
player,
Hey,
is somebody should fold him.
Wrong side of Frank, you know. He'll shut you out of game. So.
Ellie, you said there was a game that's going to Bellagio now, though.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not playing that.
No.
Dude, that thing was
Eric
ridiculous.
wants to
Not that we
throw
can
in one
talk about
play.
There might be an update to the lineup for tomorrow. Ryan Feldman told me.
Who?
So stay tuned. But there are definitely going to be a lot of names.
The next 2
Eric
days,
Sangstrom?
It's going to be really exciting. I look forward to all these games.
So I'm gonna go play
Online
with Eric
legend.
also.
Greatest limit hold'em player I ever seen.
Yeah.
Especially short-handed.
You're welcome, Michael Wright.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
Ace and 8.
Zack Freeman starting with 2, 3, 5.
The other cards were 3, 4, and 5.
He didn't have any cards. Yeah, below.
Frank's going to defend.
That weird arbitrary
Probably draw 3.
threshold.
Frank, I think there's only
out of
one
position,
loser,
it's
man.
more
I'm the only
important to
loser.
I'm down.
6,000.
draw a stronger hand.
I'm down.
I'm down
I find
5
that
grand.
hard to believe.
No,
Yeah, Mike
Frank draws
said
2,
he's
so
on
I
the
think
down.
he
Yeah,
thinks
I
his
came here to
7
win
is
20. I'm only winning 10.
decent
I'm down
enough,
10.
and he improves.
I
He only
never
needs a
know
1
what
card
I
draw
want.
now, whereas Zach needs to
Martin,
draw
you
2
never
cards.
know.
No, I start with 27.5. So whatever I have is what I.
You never count. You never. I like it.
But I
Actually.
know today because
You know, I'm starting to believe that Helm use like money
Oh,
management
damn.
spot
I'm in
might
a
be the
check
right
right
way to
now.
go. Like, I literally lost 5 days in a row, and now,
did. I meant to
as
check
of right
it.
now, I won. I'm even.
I'm sure these guys know,
won 1 out of 5 days, I'm even.
especially
In other
ace to
words,
5
it's
triple
like-
draw better than me,
like
so
you-
I will
you're
trust
just
Frank
doing
Casella's
like,
decision
okay, you
making
lose 10 grand.
over my
Oh, I hear
opinion.
ya.
It's clear.
It's not your
There's no
fault.
And if
real
you're winning,
numbers,
just keep
I
playing.
guess. I'm
And
just-
Frank's
You know
gonna bet
It-
Jack
it's-
and
it's
get called by
one cup
If you
away.
never lose,
Zach's
if
queen.
Warren, you could, like, even
Draw
like
1,
An average win is
draw 1,
15 to
and it's
20.
anyone's game.
Right. So if you never lose
What?
more than 10,
High variance.
you know,
If
you're
I
gonna
make a
lose.
pair
You
of
might
sixes,
lose.
I'm
Zach makes a 9, which is probably respectable. Frank, very polarized bet on the river.
Make a pair of sixes.
Than normal, but I think you're going to come out.
That's another 20,000.
What's funny is that
And Frank tried to bluff with a pair of 6s again. Zach's not folding a 9.
I was like
playing
plus
so bad.
13,000.
10,000.
You're not playing bad, Frank. We know you're trying to bluff
10,000,
off
8,000, and then I was like
another pair or
negative, and I
so
won.
Frank had a pair of 7s.
And I won 1
Frank
out of
claims he's
6
playing bad, but that is not true.
I mean, it's
seven's clear.
If he checks, he automatically loses the hand. You cannot win with a pair of 7s there. Zach Freeman, whatever he hits, even if he has a low pair or like hits a king high, will beat the pair of 7s.
my problem.
And
But the
that
thing is,
bluff
like,
only
the
needs to
game
work
Frank will be the next day, or maybe
1 out of X times, depending how big the pot is.
That doesn't change this.
Like frequently, it's 1 out of 7 or 1 out of 9 times.
You know, I always in action. Crossbook.
No,
Crossbook
crossbooks.
with JRB.
Because I know that I've played with guys.
The only way
How do you get to
crossbooks
crossbook with JRB? I mean,
Me, it's everybody in the table.
For those of you who don't know what cross booking is, it's
you have a crossbook with one person.
if I play with
it's not
somebody
his money,
else,
so what does he care?
whatever our net is, we take that net and we have to pay extra. So if I'm cross booking with Dan Zack and I'm up $500 and he's down $500, he owes me a net of $1,000 extra on top. We're competing against who's winning or losing. It's very, very stressful. Every pot,
See if we can get Ellie out of here.
not just with each other, but when they're playing with other people, is just very nerve-wracking. You get really pissed off at people who donate to the people that you're cross booking with.
You know,
Read it
basically,
already.
if JRB playing against me or against David
I
Gray,
think my
he
thing was
prefer
empty.
to lose to me, not to David Gray.
Does JRB
Frank
ever book a win?
Frank just goes over the top.
He's been doing good.
What are you guys playing? Just all his games or something?
He just bought a new. He just bought a new Rolls Royce for 400,000.
With a 10. Draws 1, so he's going to draw for a 7.
Worst poker player to ever live.
Ellie and Martin both draw 2 for 2.
Come on.
I said the worst poker player that ever lived that got rich playing poker. I didn't say he was a bad guy or a bad poker.
And Frank makes a hand, makes an 8.
What do they play? Do they even play a big game anymore?
Ellie draws 2, and Martin's going to draw 1.
Once or twice a week.
But what's the big? I didn't even know they had a big game anymore.
300, 600, no limit.
Yeah. Frank playing.
What does it go? Once a week?
Second draw. Let's see what happens. Queen's no good for Ellie. 10's
Who's
no
in the
good for
game?
Martin. Frank being out of
Who's in the
position will likely check this river against 2 players, but we'll see. Oh, only one person's.
I don't know a lot of their names. I don't play it that often. Check.
I know Bobby Baldwin doesn't play no more.
Just check, and
Bob Bright.
Ellie makes a monster.
Bob Bright hadn't been playing. a
Bob
lot
Bright
lately,
don't play
I
anymore. Much anymore. I heard, and so I was wondering who was in the game.
It's going to bet and get called.
6.
Frank's like FML.
Oh, Matt, you need to make a
There's the
decision.
variance of ace to 5.
I've played every hand I think of ace to 5, and I've lost every one.
For all you no-limit pros out there,
That's not a game to run back.
appreciate that No Limit Hold'em actually has
Probably the worst
little
game to run
variance
back.
compared to these games.
You wouldn't catch it, would you? Because the button was there, so
Yeah,
you wouldn't
yeah,
catch
yeah.
it.
Yeah, you're right. You were drawing.
These mixed games are far less. Oh, there I am.
Does Roble play in the game with him?
Sometimes.
Yeah, I mean that's why it's
He's there. Berkey's been playing it. Lauren Roberts plays it.
Commentating is live when it's streamed so that they can interact with the chat.
Marley's been playing it.
This is Marley.
Wayne.
Wayne, nice meeting you.
What's up?
Elezra.
The chat, there's a live chat, so you need the commentator to be
So I
commentating
just
at the same
follow
time
you
that
to
you
Sukkot.
stream it. This one does. So
Martin.
What's the next game, you guys?
Great guy.
What's the next game, Matt? Matt, what's the next game? I need to know.
Guys, be nice to him because he's gonna say bad things about you guys.
Talk shit about Dan Zack, don't worry.
God, everybody talks shit about Zack. This is not fair to him.
I know they're going to be talking a lot now, so I'm going to leave it on for a bit.
Oh my. Let's see if I can make it a perfect lap.
Where's the restroom? Close to the restroom.
Don't give up now. I could lose every hand.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
You guys are also welcome to come in the booth when the stream's over, like when I'm in. Talk about it again.
Yeah, I'll come in the booth. Tell you what a bunch of idiots they all are.
I was going to say, just let Mike talk for all of them.
Mike's in.
Check.
That's all you need. Mike's all you need. What were you saying, Martin? Okay.
Oh, I was gonna say the stream
Check.
till like 5. Or till 4 or something.
Let's bet it just in case I get lucky.
Stream starts at 6.
No, what time did it go till the stream?
It's, we play 5 hours.
1.
Oh, 5 hours. So like till 5. Okay, yeah. I got it. Okay. What time is the? So then they want to know how many chips you have at the end of that, right?
Yeah, well, no, they'll know. They're
Check.
tracking every hand.
Number 2.
So I don't have to sit count.
I won one. Yay. What happened? I don't think so. No. Nice to meet you.
This guy's buried me, and Zach buried me, everybody.
Well, why are you playing with these guys? These guys are good players.
At one point in time, I was like okay, and then
Really?
once upon a time, and then
They figured out what was going on, and that was it?
no, it was totally my responsibility. Matt was there. I don't remember the exact one, obviously, but it was one of several sessions. I just you know, they gave me a cheat sheet on how to play these games, and I'm like, oh, this looks easy, and I'm like, oh, this is not easy.
Papaya is good, guys. You should go to papaya. Very good.
What about mango? Where's your mango?
They don't have mango.
What?
In California, there's never been in cookies.
Wonder why.
I don't know why, because it's expensive. Maybe?
No, they don't. You know, you should be able to get good mango. Like,
But every time I ask every casino, oh, only the gardens.
yeah, they have pretty good mango.
Yeah, you guys want anything from Starbucks?
No, thank you.
Still sitting on my It's pillow.
What's up? Small hot dog with 2 shots of raspberry? Yes.
Oh!
I guess. I'm not going to talk you out of it. That's what I'm saying. It seems like the more the merrier. They were already in that square and separated. Y'all need to help me here. But they were in, yeah. They're yelling at you about my cards so much you can't keep up with what else is going on. I need a witness.
Mikey winning 10 dimes?
No. Yeah. He's a big winner. I'm down 6. Who else is up? Zach, what are you up?
Most of the tracking can.
See, look, watch these cards. Everybody saw it? Huh?
Here we go, back on Omaha. Matt's going to raise it up. Queen, Jack, 9-8. These hands play better in the higher stakes aggressive games where fewer people are in the hand. In the low stakes where it's like 6-way plus, like your wrap really shrinks. as you can see from the hands I've played on Live at the Bike, in the lower and mid stakes, you want to get like an ace-x suited combo draw against hands like these, where it messes up their math. Matt's going to bet out. And unfortunately, Ellie's got a 3, that dangler. Matt now with top 2 pair, but he loses to kings, a 3, aces. Matt's going to check if Ellie bets. Matt's going to have a little tougher spot. He can hit a straight and also make the higher boat. But Ellie's going to bet huge, and I think Matt's going to fold. Matt just unhappy. And this is, again, the problem with these hands where they're a little bit over-advertised. These, like, wrap hands. Oh, I lied. So I guess Matt just decided to go with it, and it's no good. Not sure if he was turning his hand into a bluff, but he can beat like ace queen, king queen, queen jack, etc., etc. So if he was going to go with it, and especially since this is capped in the mixed game, he can't get hurt that badly. But if I were to guess, I would have thought he was going to fold that spot.
It was worth the trip to California.
How did that game after I left that day? Did you guys keep playing? It was you that I left.
Thanks for all the thumbs up, guys. Live at the Bike High Stakes Week. For 2 free weeks, go to liveatthebike.com and put in code HIGH STAKES, HIGHSTAKES.
Is it me? Oh shit, y'all. Sorry.
When you played the Elezra, he came the next day and said, I was up and picked the Russian expert. He said, I was up so much against him. Yeah, and then he did it, right? He ended up doing it. He started to tell me that he don't do this.
Which house?
Alexa.
Lexi McNamara.
He played for like 5 hours.
Last year he played for 12 hours. Check. Check. Thank you.
I have to say, with all the money they invested upgrading this facility, nothing was a better decision than the Starbucks.
Right. Yeah, have like a full Starbucks.
That's what I mean. It's a real corporate
Right.
store. I mean, it's very nice. I'm surprised they got one, an actual corporate store.
He gave us this stuff.
You're not French. You don't have to bet the pot.
I like to put people to the test.
Looks like Zack Freeman's going to take it. Phil Sheridan asked if Garrett made a comeback last night. Garrett's very private about that stuff, so I don't really want to comment.
Sure what that is? I don't even know what that is.
He does play at the Bicycle Hotel and Casino quite a bit off stream, and I do talk to him from time to time, but we're like acquaintances. We're not like super close or anything. It's, definitely, and I know he's very private about that stuff, so I don't really want to divulge anything.
Vodka definitely makes it better than gin, but it's still.
But I mean better than straight. Better than plain grapefruit. Vodka,
for sure.
Yeah, vodka grapefruit's better than just grapefruit.
I think that traditionally a Greyhound's made with gin.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he always drinks vodka.
I'm only offering the good stuff.
There's a wheel from Matt.
Well, I said it. It's got to be binding, right? It's not?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't care.
I think you exit out of turn. You can do whatever you want.
We'll call. Sorry. Why are you laughing? I mean, I'll go either way. I'll actually go whichever way Matt wants to go. I'll give you the
I was
option.
betting as you said it.
Do you want me to make? It's up to you. I'll let you decide.
No, that I want you to do what you would have done or want to do.
He wants you to make your own decision based on that bet. He wants to be fair.
Pot.
Pot.
Yeah.
This ace has a horrible dent in it, by the way. That was a good
Wheel?
Did math. Whoops. What was I thinking? That's just got a big nail.
Don't worry, Frank. We all do the oops thing.
What are you? I don't know.
One pre-flop and 4 on the flop, or 3 on the flop?
I don't remember.
4 on the flop, I believe. 1, 2, 3. Hold on. There's a $100 ante, and then everyone put in 100. How many players were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players. 5 players.
Oh, you guys get to see me spill my
400
drink
on
on my
top.
computer later.
36.
No, 35. Because
Yeah?
the one pre-flop.
Oh, okay. I didn't even want to play that hand.
Could you go run this card back real fast?
And then I flop 2 pair and go broke.
All right, here. Just go get a new deck.
You guys want to play a hand or no?
I don't really care.
I don't care either. Just protect your hand, or don't try to spot other marks in other players' hands or hand.
We're using the same deck? Yeah.
That's why. That's why I asked. Do you care if we do a hand?
Deck right now.
I'm hiding the aces down at the heart when you're coming. Look.
It had a really big mark in it, though. I didn't make it.
I believe you. That's why I'm asking if anyone, like literally anyone cares.
Oh, no.
I would just say let's not deal the hand.
You know, old school start player, you can see always when you're playing with like, that's what they do. Immediately they cover the card,
Yeah.
right? The whole thing, you know?
That's what I learned to do
Because
too.
That's why I
regular,
can't
they
ever
leave
read
it
my
like that
thing.
for mark, and the old
Pile
school
my
don't
cards
want you to find any marks in the card.
I don't do it in on the show typically because you just have to leave it in the box. But like anytime I play off show, like,
That's
you'll
very
see I always
Very
have
good.
my hand like this because of there's guys that are so good at it.
Good, and they can see from far some of those marks.
Like, yeah, it's scary.
Playing especially with
I've
the
watched John Monet just like ace of clubs, king of diamonds,
Really?
like just off the
Wow.
table. Like I've seen these guys do it.
And he doesn't even need that advantage.
That's right.
No, he was so angry at the World Series because he was like, you guys are trying. It's like
At the World Series, you had to have that.
well, this was specifically they had the worst decks ever this
Yeah,
one
he
year.
was
The
like-
year they had it like made out of paper.
And he's, I mean, generally right about everything he's upset about.
Yeah.
He's always
It
right.
can be unpleasant, but he's
He's
usually
right.
right.
Yeah,
He
he's
just
right.
maybe
Top set versus
delivery
kings up.
could
Pot.
use some-
He is very easy.
although he's much
No,
better
pot,
than
pot, the
Oof.
whole
Yeah,
thing.
he's
I
better.
realize that he's also.
Misstep for
The whole
Frank.
thing? Let me close
No,
it.
he's
The whole
always
thing for
like
sure.
100%.
Yellow.
I appreciate everything that he does.
And Zach's just like, a
I
call?
got 3 pair. Jesus Christ. Golly. Why did I get out of bed?
Yeah, well, that's the thing with PLO is
Give
if
him
you
the
even have
original
less than
money.
bottom
I was in
sets,
it, actually. I just
He tried.
don't want to get too trapped in the hand, but,
You bet
it's
the turn. How much you bet
easy
the turn?
when you see the cards.
This is the only money
We
in the
got it
middle
all
right
in.
now.
Shout out to
Give him
Patrick Curran in the
36,
Twitch chat.
36.
He's rooting for Frank Cassell, who got him Starbucks. Frank Cassell is a cheap date. Or, sorry, it's not Frank Cassell. Patrick Curran is a cheap date.
Good for dealing. He would be great.
Well, these have been a fun 2 laps.
He lost
can't win a hand.
8 in 2 hands.
The PLO and the ace.
Yeah, in 2 hands he lost 8.
That I
The
played
hand
on
against
or
Matt was
other
dumb,
ones?
but that one.
I played one.
Yeah, I watched him. I watched him.
Oh, that's good. That was the bigger. That was like 4,000.
Crazy fold and amazing value bet. He's really good. He's just if I recall the value bet in the Noli Medus. You don't recall good value bet against
I just don't remember it. Or maybe
against the Persian guy? One time.
Majid.
Najib, yeah. He,
Matt's giving me a little help
the,
there.
The regular mixed
Asked him a
game
few
is
questions
almost
about
crime
deuce to
for
seven
him.
single draw.
A lot of things you're learning from, you know, the way
Why does he
people.
play that? He doesn't play the big game right now.
I know some people don't play it because they don't want to show their cards. In the, you
No,
know?
I mean, does he play the big game at Bellagio?
Yeah, he played all the time. In Bobby's room?
Yeah, he plays that.
So you can tell I have huge respect for Matt Samazik, Zack Freeman, and Dan Zack's games. Just have a lot of hands in history with those guys. And Zack Freeman, I've been watching him long before I even met him, I think.
Tempted to eat, just to eat.
He has a crazy hand with Captain Key, old school live at the bike, where they bluff, rebluff, rebluff. I'm not going to tell you who won.
I'm definitely hangry right now.
This is the new deck.
So I should be able to play it better?
Oh, sorry, it's on me. I fault.
It was hard to order up a better workout than that last time. That was funny.
yeah, that's. You know how you.
Martin with
Figured you'd all be playing
aces
Chinese
and a
while
little bit of
No,
backup.
Mark, you secure your 10,000. You don't have to risk it with PLO.
All right, has everyone tracked how much they're up or down since Mike left? Yeah, let's put it back.
God, I wish that was the case. Shit.
Damn, you guys are still on
Wouldn't
PLO?
that be
I was in
nice?
there for a while. How many people got stacked?
Mike, did you
I got
remember to turn
stacked
off your mic?
twice.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
What is it?
It's always unfortunate.
Is that a new game now?
How about the tables and drinks?
It's good, Mike. It's only 17
I
calories.
wasn't thinking Mike was the market for that,
What's that?
for this drink.
I'm going to spill my drink on my
No,
computer
I
soon.
said I didn't think Mike was the market for that.
No, it's
I'm the market for everything.
The 17-calorie grapefruit drink. Make this for Mike Madison's house.
Taste.
Try not to kill him.
How do we-
It
how do we
tastes
target
about.
a drink for him?
It tastes about like a 17-calorie grapefruit drink.
Right?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm supposed to. That's what I was thinking about. To be honest with you.
That's gonna definitely shut your liver down or whatever. You might want to quit right now. How can you possibly wade into that system with more shit?
3 draws, yeah, triple draw. Used to 7. How's Patrick holding up in there?
How are you holding up, Patrick?
Okay. What's up? That works too. Yeah, yeah. As long as they're in the box and touching each other.
I should get in the box for about 5 minutes. Say up. There goes Frank. Another idiot raise.
I mean, it's better than
Call the re-raise. This is
Zach
the
with 2, 3, 4
supposed to
stealing.
check fold here. Oh wait,
Deuce
he
to
check
7 triple
raise.
draw.
The hand I played against
Ellie a
Matt
little bit ahead.
was
A6, 4, 2. But Zach can
that
catch
would've
up
given you
quickly.
fuel for the-
What, in the
Ellie with a
PLO
1
just
card
now?
draw.
Just now, yeah.
Did you win or lose?
I lost.
Correctly and for it to look clean.
Brick for Ellie.
Flop the wheel.
Right. You have to just type
pair.
click the Matusow drop.
Zach improved and caught up real quick.
Actually,
Both with 1 card draws. Zach in position, which is huge.
Like, it just doesn't recognize
top
the
two
cards
and
in the
turned
box
another
anymore.
pair.
It's really annoying.
Ellie makes a made hand, although
Supposed to be in there. He's supposed to fix it, yeah.
it's one of the worst
You need
8s.
to quit playing 2 pair like it's the nuts in PLO. I think I just figured that out.
15, like the single draw game.
Just in
Yeah, I
time.
agree.
It's probably,
And Ellie's going to check raise.
Probably a good idea.
Be Pat.
That
I
would
don't
Zach
like to give
probably
people
gonna think
good
about
advice, but that's
whether you should break his
probably a
made
good idea
hand.
to
I'm giving myself
not to
good advice.
overplay 2 pair PLO.
if we, as long as
More
we
likely as worse than 8, 7, 6 if he has to think this long.
But I mean,
It's
if
just
you play
great 'cause you can get-
all those games.
Yeah.
I agree. The more games we can get, the better.
remember
Like,
that.
if
He said
stud is the
trips, I
toughest
remember
one, though, it's really tough to get stud without having to get a new table.
Like I said, the hand against him is
People might be
ridiculous. I think the hand against
all
Zach.
these other new games as opposed
He
to
probably broke a 9 or a 10, I'm guessing.
So that one. That
And
one I
oh
think
my
still
god,
be
Zach
good.
just
Very good 8-7.
I have 2
utter
pairs of
destruction.
But yes,
I could've
that one
gone
would be
with
great
green
if we
and
could program
a
that in.
6.
Number 2, the second nuts.
Yeah.
Can you just leave the drinks?
I don't.
10?
I can't imagine I need food. I might want food, but I don't need it. We're all good. All good.
Do you think the variance in No Limit Hold'em's bad? Man,
Did they do a mixed
these
tournament?
triple draw games.
They've done a
Other
bunch.
than the horse?
They're doing
Like
a
an
dealer's choice. I don't think it's
Dealer's
happened yet.
choice is next week.
There's a 2K dealer's choice.
Are you not playing
Next week?
You might play? Maybe. Today's Archie. $500 Archie.
Tomorrow's.
I don't know.
like a 5K.
I don't know what could be worse in life: playing a straight Archie tournament or just getting hit by a car. It's got to be close. Playing straight Archie tournament.
I think it'd be fun.
I don't know what could be fun about a straight Archie. Oh God.
Why not?
Oh, I don't know. I hate playing it in the mix. I can't imagine just playing it straight.
Vlad loves it.
Who?
Vlad. Vlad fucking Archie Savant.
Vlad from Russia, Vlad?
Yeah.
You just want
No, Vlad from
you want to play like
Vlad from
you want to play
Minnesota.
super. You just want to play Super Stud 8 or better with Vlad. He don't eat that.
Yeah, it's not like
I'm gonna name my kid Vlad just to prove you wrong.
not like Vlad from the Valley. Right.
Right, you don't have any cousins named Vlad?
Frank with an 86, a very good hand in triple draw. Not nutted, but just a strong hand.
Not a lot of choices.
Pat.
Sadder reason.
Yeah.
Where is your family from?
Poland.
Okay. Yeah. Wrong place, strong time.
Pat.
Most of mine was out of
Zack
Europe.
raising, representing.
40s.
But Frank's not going to fold his 86.
Further as well.
He's going to bet out.
Both sides are.
I don't know what just happened there.
So my mom is not Jewish, but a few of her
I
ancestors
noticed
are.
that
My
part.
dad's side is fully Jewish.
That was
Today
good. I
they
like
wanted
that.
to
They're
break.
both from the same
8-6
area,
perfect.
which is Lithuania, which I don't think got affected.
I'm just too sleepy.
We don't see Zach's hand, but yeah, I couldn't even guess. It's more of a probably bluff catcher.
Did you?
I guess that's playing with Christus.
Yes.
We saw earlier that Frank Casella was capable of
Yes.
bluffing when he hits a pair, like ace to 5.
Lithuania.
So if that's possible, then he's definitely capable of snowing as well.
Yeah, they're great.
Very pretty.
There's one other Lithuanian poker player. What's that?
It was just like I just jumped into your conversation. That was
There's one other what?
There's one other Lithuanian
Christus,
poker.
right?
Christus is from
Right.
Lithuania.
There's a. Do you know? I guess you guys wouldn't because she just plays like tournaments. But Diva Byrne is like a Unibet ambassador who's also from Lithuania. Those are the only two I know of, though. I'm probably mispronouncing her name as well.
Probably.
Yeah.
That's probably bad.
But we're doing good to be able to pronounce Lithuania. Come on.
So I met Christus. Full Tilt flew me out there to play him head up. He won this big. He was like 21 years old. He
Zach's
won
going to 3-bet Frank
Play heads up one.
to play
without a deuce. 4 cards without a
He
deuce.
won this big online
1 and
contest
1.
to play
Jack.
a pro from Full Tilt head up.
They flew to Lithuania.
I was the only one that would go. It was on Super Bowl Sunday, 2009. Okay. It was.
Zach does make it a 9.
I had to watch the Packers and.
Zach
whoever
put in
they
a lot of
played
tough
from,
spots this session.
No, that was 2011.
No, it was 2009.
Packers were not
Damn
on
it.
the.
Zach's
It was
9-7's a
2009.
favorite.
Twice?
Once.
Jack.
2009.
No.
Yes.
If they only made it once, it's against the Steelers, right?
And he's going to value bet his 9-7. This is high
much do you wanna
level
bet?
deuce to 7 triple draw.
It was.
Packers Steelers. Let's bet 100.
Wow,
wouldn't
Frank
have been-
tried
I
to
just
turn
know it was-
his hand
It
into
might
a
have been
bluff.
like 4 months
And
before Black Friday. I remember.
It's 2011.
Was it? So it was a 2010 season,
sure you
2011
beat it.
Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's possible.
You sick bastard.
So it was right
What are you
before Full
thinking?
Tilt
How do you not
went
break
down.
that?
I was at that game.
Oh, you know it looks so strong for you.
I know.
I was in the middle of Lithuania.
Some
I didn't know
high
where to go,
level
and then
stuff they're
Tony
trying to
G's
like.
oh, come over to my house.
Frank tried to
Watch
bluff
it
and
with
get
me.
Zach to break in 9-7,
Yeah, and
and
I'm like,
Zach's just
where
like,
do you live? And
no.
He's like, about 90 minutes away. I said, I'll watch it on the computer. It'd be like driving 90 minutes at 2 in the morning.
Also, in order for Zach to improve, he has to like ditch a 9 and draw a deuce, which is just not happening.
What is research? You to go out there?
Nothing.
Nothing. It's just part of the responsibilities. Like,
No, I just.
I was
they-
pretty sure I
they needed
reached
somebody
down
to
in the
go,
bottom
and
of my bag for that
I did
time.
everything for them while they were robbing me.
Yeah.
Earlier, you mean?
Yeah.
Was Christus excited?
Yeah, we had a great match.
bad thing-
We played all 3 matches. It was best 2 out of 3. We won. we went the
God, I
distance.
remember those competitions on Full Tilt.
It was really good actually. It was.
number 2.
I'd have hit an 8 if I drew Zach.
I
I mean,
remember
I'm
the
glad he won.
qualifiers.
He won. I would.
8-6.
I mean, like, he was gonna win.
Not that it
He wins
matters.
like an extra 100 if he beats me or something. I mean,
Yeah.
I tried to win. I mean,
Did he win?
yeah.
Nice. They eventually switched it to the heads-up matches were online, right?
It was part of the. Y'all folded.
Great of you.
Very nice of y'all.
It used to be qualified to play like Red Name Pros.
Yeah, it was
on the
qualified.
site
It was
as well.
It was like it was for their European thing, and anyways, yeah, I guess it might have been.
High
stuck. I
stakes
remember
week
there was a couple
yesterday
people
was
that were
10-10 with
there.
a 10 ante. Today,
talking
204 in
about
mix.
not
Tomorrow, the
getting
$1 million cash game 2.0.
That makes sense.
Friday, 100, 200, no limit.
I was just curious from
I like Chris is a good guy, man.
Yeah, I like Christus a lot.
Phil, hopefully. I read the tweets, it seems like
He's what?
So I was talking to Zach Freeman about running once the poker site. Oh, here's the cumulative winnings. Zach Freeman's up 16,800.
He's a good player.
Matt, the biggest spender,
He has the same mistake.
10,100.
Plays too high.
So Zach Freeman's not really involved in running once, but him and Phil Galvin are very good friends. So
He'll figure it out.
Zach obviously wishes them the best.
Why would he do that?
Why would he figure it out? Because you go broke.
He went on like a huge.
Usually won too many times and you figure
downer
it out.
online.
I mean, I never figured it out. I just keep going broke.
Because
No,
those are
that's-
covered on the high stakes
Never.
TV.
I was
site.
always fine until I
His
got sick.
account was just getting like.
Now that this is working
You get
really
the
well
like
for me,
exact
I'll be
numbers.
fine.
Like, he was playing so big too. There's like an article about it on the front page every single day because it was the biggest game running online. He did the Isildur thing. He went on and challenged everyone heads up. Their best games. Christus, like two years ago, between
Martin raising it up in the cutoff
won and played on Stars.
with 8-5-3.
500, 1,000, 1,000, 2,000, like mix online. Yeah.
Check.
Check.
No. he
Martin
Hey,
improves
no, I
one
definitely
card.
had him spread out.
in LAPC Cup.
Very important card, a deuce.
Yeah,
I know.
this is getting silly.
Yeah. He sent me a few videos of him playing afterwards. He like played fine.
Check.
They're good.
Check.
Those guys are really good. Everything. Yeah, he would just play everyone and whatever they wanted to play.
Yeah.
Everybody checks. Last discard check. Add one.
Check.
Check bet.
Let's see if I can play this blind. I can't, sorry.
Most of those guys will come play live mix too, right? I think. They play on there. Most of those guys do show up to Lobby's room from time to time. It's like Kastritzen's crew.
Yeah, Alex is always there. Like London. Is always there.
Timofey. Well, what's the British kid's name? It's really nice. Elior.
Right, yeah.
Elior, he's a nice guy.
He's always there.
Those guys are tough.
9.
It's too bad they don't do the WSOP London with that EPT right behind it. That used to be fun.
WSOP Europe. Now it's in a nowhere.
Yeah, I know.
Where's it
But
gonna
when
be
was
now?
at the Empire in the middle of
It was at
Leicester
King's.
Square. It was really cool.
Yeah, but where's it gonna be now?
I don't know this year. Did they cancel Asia Pacific? Is that just done?
Yeah.
I think they just did it like 1 or 2 years.
They
Right?
did it twice. They were gonna alternate every other year, but like I think the turnout was like so.
Yeah, the best was when it was in London, what's it called, Square. That was
Yeah, Leicester Square.
That was great.
And then the EPT London was right after.
Right after.
At Hilton. Hilton Metropole.
I've heard those EPTs aren't doing as well, right?
Or not? I don't know. I haven't been
Or-
out to one in a long time. They back then they were very well run. It was
Yeah.
a really good tournament. Everything was nice. It was just fun being in London for however long you'd be there.
Yeah, it's a nice place.
I love London. Haven't been there a long time. My little boy wants to go. I need to take him.
Take them.
He hadn't been there since he was like 2.
How old is he now? Like
11.
okay. This is the dancing one, right? What is his name again?
David.
David.
The dancing.
Yes.
It was so funny when I took him to the PCA. There were people like, David! Like, they know him from online.
I've just the videos are
Yeah,
just
like
so
he's
awesome.
a little celebrity. It was so funny. Is that your phone or mine?
Yours, not mine.
New game.
That one more hand.
Oh, one
That
more.
motivated me to want to come on the next cruise.
He loved that. He loves cruises.
Who's that?
David,
Dancing.
my kid, my dancing kid. He loves to dance. He's a very good dancer. It's too bad he used to take lessons, but he quit.
Yes, finished. Thank you, sir.
Chris.
Frank 3-betting.
Okay.
Matt drawing 2 on the cutoff.
They were spread.
Frank's
What are you
Pat.
doing over there, Frank? Trying to hide all the information?
No. I really think there's something wrong with this card reader. I mean, clearly it ain't helped me play any of these hands. We need
Clearly.
to fix it. Oh, so sorry.
Let me tell you how superstitious I am. I hadn't lost a pot, and I took a sip of that grapefruit thing, and I lost 2 in a row. There's no shot that I drink another sip of that.
Not because it tastes like shit.
No, but I would have drank it, but as long as I,
toss
as
away
long
the
as I
I
didn't lose 2 pots in a row.
actually won every pot since I started drinking it. So you see, I'm gonna.
Well, he's
Nah.
right. It doesn't mix with your meds.
Exactly.
Ellie's not taking those meds. He's fine. It's a superfood for him.
I'm gonna be like,
Matt's going to bet out, presuming he made a 7 or an 8.
hopefully by the World Series down to like 7 pills a day.
I thought I had a shot at writing it out.
Matt has the winning hand. It looks like he has an 86, I think. Game change.
I thought Matt would never try to bluff me.
He said the limit.
I think Patugi.
Nobody would try and
I
bluff
know,
you,
right?
Frank.
It seemed
You can make the
reasonable.
easiest fold. You can make like the biggest folds on the river.
I could.
I mean, you could like you could have like number 2 and just say
People might start
fold.
bluffing you. That would be unbearable.
I can't sleep then.
Even if they weren't, just the thought of them starting to bluff you is worse. Just call.
Be overwhelming.
Ellie called me on that dumb show.
Badugi.
The one that I tried.
Yeah.
Raise it.
Which one?
He snowed. He snowed right away. Right when we started,
The pair of sixes.
in Badugi, he decided to snow.
But Matt just knows the hand.
I just watched it.
Research for today.
No. I mean, I just watched it.
So, Frank, you remember I cut him in the very first.
That seems like
You know,
a
I
good
got-
spot to do it.
I smelled something, you know.
Okay.
It wasn't the grapefruit stuff.
I tried to semi-snow Zack earlier. See how that went?
It's another one you don't try and fucking snow.
I know.
You gotta, you do it. You try and snow me,
You're easy to snow.
Matt, Martin, and I'm pretty sure the rest are off limits.
Call that statement.
Out of the old school players, I heard that Mike Matusow is
Old screen name, I don't
one of the best at mixed games.
I remember that name.
Yeah, stars.
That was a funny
You heard
name.
Don't even fold
Matusow
laundry. It wasn't, I don't think it was the screen.
throw a
name,
little
it was-
shade at Helm this way
It was a picture of
earlier. Good guy,
I
crappy
never
holding
folded
player.
laundry once in my life.
Love
until-
it.
when I was in jail, then I was in the laundry department, so I learned how to I learned how to fold a shirt. Learned how to fold pants. So it's cool.
You fold enough shirts, you get really good at it.
Yeah, you do. The best part, listen, folding laundry was like that was like the penthouse.
Best job, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I would imagine.
Yeah, because like when the laundry thinks is going, you just everybody sits around and we wait for it. It's just it was.
Yeah, when we opened our first uniform store, I thought there's no way I'll ever get good at folding. Didn't think I'd ever get good at folding shirts and shit, but you get really good at it.
So did you?
Oh, I'm really good at it
I know
now.
you've been playing a lot of poker lately. You still have a
Humans
business,
are really
or
good
you
at
did you sell it? Yeah. You have people running it.
Yeah, I mean.
Ellie's going to try to snow if the graphics are correct.
I can do most of my work from anywhere.
She gonna watch
And
it?
Ellie
long as I have a laptop.
successfully snows as Martin had ace deuce 5, I believe.
You don't. Where do you live now?
So when Martin Schaefer looks back at this, he's going to be like,
Oh, you do.
ah!
Boris, I didn't know if she got the house or you. And you had the house. That's good.
No, I did. It was on the market for a while, but
Yeah, I remember that.
You can sell it anywhere?
nah.
Guy wins every day in poker. Well, of course he doesn't.
I
need
know,
to-
right? You see how
Yeah,
I'm
he doesn't
running
have
this
to-
over? Why would I
yeah.
sell my house?
Why would he have to sell his house?
I just
anymore?
don't need that much room, though.
Yeah.
It's like 11,000 feet, right?
Yeah.
Mike, you are not kidding.
It's like
In every one of the poker go show, he's the biggest winner. Doors
when I
back
first
to
bought it,
back,
my
he
mom
won
and
like
dad
30
lived
and
with
40.
us.
The
They
doors,
lived out
no
in our
limit, he
original
won
Vegas house.
every game.
So
You won pretty good in
No
the.
limit, yeah, he cleaned up in no limit single draw.
You won pretty good in that 1-2000, right? I
No,
won
but
the
not
Richie
as
was
much
in.
as him. He won more than
me,
me.
yeah. I did.
I was watching in the end.
it's
I never
high
seen you
stakes, I
make
play
more.
well.
I never seen you make more acquiring calls, and then them getting you the pot. You normally like you're always getting the max, right? And you're like, I saw the one hand like even against Rich, like you know Rich has a flush, right, 100%, and he like bets the end, and you goes, you need the ace to win. He goes and looks, so he goes,
Yeah.
oh I do, oh then you got it. What do you think you had? I mean like.
Yeah, I thought he was so
I thought,
confident.
yeah,
So
and he's so tight, you know. I mean,
he's tight. He's very tight.
I got rolled up
Richie
versus Ellie's
finger.
rolled
Oh,
up.
Trump, Richie.
it was so funny. I saw that
He has
hand.
a flush in 5. I have a flush in 5. I have a king high flush.
Oh, that was a weird
Yeah.
one.
You know, Mikey's big brother.
I said in my, you see, I took my time.
Yeah.
In my head, I was gonna raise him. There's no
But it's
way
not-
for me. I'm not raising.
Yeah,
and then
but it's
for some
Rich.
reason, he kind of raised me so fast. I never see him do that. So I said maybe. He
I
got
mean, for
ace.
sure, yeah. but-
Because you called the screen earlier.
I just
Played it a little bit.
exactly. I did.
Put you on there.
And you
see
guys
the
watch
rolled up
those
versus
shows a
rolled up
lot
guy?
more than I thought people
No, I don't watch any of the shows. I just happen to watch that
Ellie
day.
had rolled up 8s. I had rolled up 5s, and I
Yes. Well, you had
Rumpa
rolled up
Doogie?
6s.
They've
You
been
make
here a
one
while. They
sixes
might be
right
stale.
away.
I don't
second
know.
day.
But I haven't watched the second day.
They have
Frank's going to steal with a
I made
2-carder,
It was pretty,
Frank, you remember this one?
pretty
He was
unfair.
rolled up 6s, rolled up 8s.
and Ellie's
and
got a
he immediately
made
paid
king.
no card, and I was,
3
in a
bets.
way, I was happy.
So one thing in Badoogie is you
only
have
told him all the way, I
Badoogie
said, I
king,
know you got
but you have an ace deuce 3 with it.
You know,
hard to
Ace
believe,
deuce
but
3
it
is
was.
essentially a 3-card perfect, which
I
is
thought you thought aces
like a
fold,
king
but I
anyway.
raised and I hit the ace on the 5th. The ace was such a bad fucking card.
Damn,
Frank's
I
going
didn't
to
know
draw
it'd be that
2. He likes
I mean,
pat.
I never, ever in the history that I play stud, just
So you
called with
punish
no
people who
every
are-
street.
You think maybe
I never
opening
raised
loose?
even one.
I'm bound
Um,
to improve on this.
You could be.
I-
You
and
could
the funny
3-bet
part
with
uh,
about-
Badoogies with
I just haven't
impunity.
been watching it because
Usually,
We know where we're at.
because you bought
you
in
want to
for
open like
40, everybody else
maybe
bought
a
it for
Jack
200,
Badoogie,
and I'm like,
3
Yeah, I
bet.
bought the minimum 100.
whatever it was.
Probably even tighter normally, but
I don't like it. I don't know what the hand is.
depending on how the
I
other
only
players are
watched
playing,
about
you
20
adjust.
minutes worth. I just happened to watch a couple hands you were in.
Okay.
And Frank's gonna represent, and Ellie's gonna throw away his King Badoogie.
I sold 10% to 5 different poker players in the game.
Oh.
The Rouge, Mark
Okay, never mind.
Gregory,
Yeah.
Eric Wasserson,
It was a good lineup.
Right.
Jennifer. They all bought on 10%.
It was a good lineup.
He's playing that now.
Does Mark open all queens though
Oh, okay.
in early product? Mark might not. Mark might literally only open kings and aces is the problem.
You just drew 2, right?
Or ace queen.
Frankie, you drew 2 and you fucking got it? Wow.
I actually snowed.
If he does all of them, folding's fine.
I
I had
have
1,
all
2,
of them.
3.
I
I
had
had 2
two
aces,
hunting
1, 2,
super-
3.
I have a
super,
king, so
super
I
hard.
didn't wanna.
But someone bought in 4 times and someone bought in.
So 4 times.
And then a bunch of people bought in twice. It was like,
I figured I was bound to get away with it at some point today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dan with a flush. No good.
Could have gone for it.
And Martin Schaefer with a made jack.
Another thing about, yeah, I know, it should have been.
He's just going to take it.
But it got soft quick.
He had a little bit of a backup plan too. If he had to ditch the jack, it is possible. It's ace 4-7.
the fact that I played like split aces when he was repping rolled up on. We were playing the Richie side of the limit. He brought you, then he told
He's so funny.
Greg Massey out, then he told Kenny to.
He's so funny.
No, but wait, so he berates me for putting it all in with aces, and then literally maybe like 6 hours
He
later,
did the same thing.
he puts it in with aces against my rolled up, and he gets stumped.
Oh, man.
Did you berate him?
I did. I wasn't going to. Like,
You have to, man. He's the easiest guy. He's so easy to.
to make fun of me.
I mean, there's nobody easier to make fun of than Richie.
Yeah.
Richie is so easy to make fun of. He's easier than Phil Hummus. Nah,
He's such a character.
nobody's easier than Phil Hummus.
I was gonna say I don't know about that.
Because it's like all the games I like playing.
Were you playing all the super games with him?
Yeah, that's
It
what
was
it
like
is.
Super and Big O. Omaha 8. It's all Omaha. Yeah, all pot limit.
Zack defending with 2 cards.
Best game in poker.
Both drawing 2. So Martin tries to steal from the hijack.
Yep. I agree. Super stud.
He's a
Like
super,
super
Zack
stud.
did
Superstar eight,
not
that's what
improve.
Such a good game.
Martin has
We played that pot limit on the river, but limit the rest of the way for a while.
Really?
Pot limit stud 8's really good.
With a cap.
Yeah.
With a cap.
Oh.
So it turned out to be like, it was 4 and 8.
I like
Martin
playing
drew
like
1, so I
card
think his
on the
top
river.
card's a 9. And when the guy out of position is drawing 2, you're just gonna
Yeah.
throw chips out there. You just like don't even care.
Simon.
Badoogie position and aggression.
To be like 3,200 or 2,400.
And when you draw loose,
Yeah, that ain't
out of position, just brick. It's like just can't continue. Can't even represent anything.
Like you fold 6
Not can't. I guess it's difficult to represent.
Yeah, even if you hit
I think
with
every,
one of the other
the more I learn, the more I think
Turns
that
a
every
lifetime
game should be
swing.
played pot limit.
Like pot limit drama. You put that?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I played it on the Kings Club for a while.
That must
The only
be new then.
They have it in the mix, don't they?
That must be new.
Yeah, it gets weird. The game gets weird because there's so many implications of the way the hand plays out for how the river is going to work. You have to really think about how 7th is going to work. Yeah, you aren't priced in necessarily. If you're going to make a hand that can't call.
I'm done with Kings Club. I never, ever, ever win.
Dan raising up with ace 4-5.
Bad experience.
I just never win. I just,
Daniel, Zack.
Something just not right when you just the hands they turn over.
Easy.
Something's not right.
Dizzy, dizzy.
I've never really been that interested.
Take it down.
I don't ever want to just sit at a computer and play poker.
They'll just like 4-bet you with hands that are like insta fold on the flop, and at the end you just can't win. I don't know. I don't ever feel like I'm getting cheated, but I just know I just something ain't right. I don't feel like I'm getting cheated, but I just don't. I'm done. I'm done.
Yep.
I've had 2 losing
Right.
months playing live poker in 22 years, and
Really
I've got
matters.
like
You get
What?
like
2 winning days in
and you
fucking
pair and the other person
online.
spots it.
Sure, sorry.
though
I
you have
never won.
2 losing months in 22 years. Get the fuck out of here. That is the most. You say a lot of ludicrous shit.
Well,
that just
That's
takes
like
the cake.
240 months.
That's
I mean,
the truth,
Wait, did
though.
I just say you said 2
No.
losing months in
Yeah,
22 years?
he's had 2
Playing
losing
live.
months in 22 years of playing.
I call a lot, but
Deuce 7 triple draw.
Much of a
That's what he
stretch.
said.
Or probably, sorry, single draw, no limit.
Well, I mean, I've actually had 3 losing months now.
We'll get this stuff fixed in the future, guys.
When I lost,
Right?
2 years ago, and I got stacked out here for
The
200.
Anton
Deuce to 7, single draw, no limit.
So I
Frank
considered that a losing
with the
month.
jack,
It's actually
made
pretty-
jack.
That was my second, actually. That was my third.
That really was silly to say that out loud.
But being true.
It's
You want me to lie?
Fucking true. Come on.
Ellie's gonna call him
Guy must
small
be
blind.
lucky then.
Dan calls in the big blind.
Well, you know,
Hashtag
anybody
pot
else make that
odds.
statement?
Hashtag
You guys
implied
seem to
odds.
forget that I used to play for fucking 2-3 days when I was
And
stuck.
Dan's
okay?
just gonna toss a king,
And I got out most
thinking
of the
his
times.
10's good,
Times I didn't get out.
or
Fucking-
drawing to a 10 is good.
That didn't work out.
And
so well.
Frank with the
No, but
made
back-
jack
back-
is going to hope his hand
back
holds
the
in
days,
position.
games didn't break. You could play around the clock
Dan makes a
all the
pair.
time.
Let's
So
see if he
it's like
bluffs
you
at
gotta
it.
do-
So if you're running bad, you're gonna run bad for 3 days.
No, but I was always.
Somehow you always.
He's not gonna bluff at
I'm
it.
not the guys like
And
you guys,
Frank's
like,
probably
not you.
good.
I mean you, but not like some other guys here that just go and steam off.
You can tell
When I get
that's what
stuck,
it
I
is.
play a lot better.
Ellie caught an ace.
Because I know you can't just.
Would have been an interesting
steam out,
spot
you
if
can
Dan
grind
bluffed
out.
at it because he has to get through Frank
Play
and
better
then
stuff?
Ellie.
No.
But Ellie showed weakness.
No, 9 out of 10 play way worse when they're stuck.
No. Okay. I feel like I try harder when I'm stuck. I maybe don't play.
Damn.
2 just seems too low. I've only had 4 in the last.
Big winner Dan, or sorry, used to saying big winner Dan
It's
Zack.
actually 3.
Big winner Zack Freeman,
forgot
up
about that.
15,700.
3 and it back up. That much.
Second place,
really
Mike
fun
Matusow's up 7,300.
He has to be, right?
No.
Dan Zack, small winner, 400.
I mean, the second greatest
Everyone
poker
else
player of all time
is
probably
buried
2 losing
and
years
chasing.
out of 22 years.
I never lost.
Yeah.
Never lost.
Yeah, the mixed games do that. The no limit games, yeah, it's a lot less of swinging, but it's so much less fun. It's consistent.
It was risky for Dan Zack to bluff the fours there because Frank Casella being pat, you could have a real hand and just be like,
Flipped over
snap
somebody
call.
get fucking stacked in a cooler hand for like 80,000.
Oh my God, good potential. It's for
One,
cup.
one might call this good potential.
Still had work to do.
I mean, there's a lot of good players now,
That's what you do, Martin. Can we raise the cap?
and I've played in the last 4 years. I've only played
I don't want to keep
3
picking
months of
on you, so
poker.
I'm just gonna let it go.
200?
a bit on.
You got it.
I maybe played 3 months of poker.
Patrick Kern, the graphics engineer.
Why would I lie to
Love
you?
live at the back in the
You're
chat.
not lying. I just think you're delusional.
When I wasn't on drugs, I've had 3 losing months. That's
Now
true
you're
story.
like, that's requalifying.
How many months have you played with not on drugs?
No, I mean there was like a 3-year period.
That's a whole new
There was a
statement.
3-year period where I would be like up for 7 days straight.
Shout out to Mike the Mathematics.
Actually, I had only had 1 losing month up until like 2 years ago. It's the truth.
For the lifetime? Wow.
Then 2 years ago,
You
I
know
lost.
how bad I am now?
Then I lost 2 out of 3 months. I lost 2 out of 3 months, and then I hadn't really
I
played
am
since.
going to watch this stream back and do whatever the fuck Mike does. Anything he does that I don't currently do
I fold a lot more than you do.
is incorporated
Oh
into
my goodness.
That is true.
Wow.
Ellie with a monster,
I don't know if
9-7.
The quality of the card plan's all that good, but this stream's fucking entertaining.
This stream has
man.
been amazingly entertaining.
The bookies didn't get like 7 million.
And Matt
and the,
makes a
and
10, which might
the
get him
5
into a
million
little
I stake
trouble.
People because I didn't win.
And Ellie's going to
It
It
value
wasn't
bet
money
this.
I made playing at full tilt.
And
I never ca- I
Matt,
didn't
who
know how
drew to a
cash
10,
out.
was drawing dead.
I never cashed out. One time I lost like 4 million online.
Oh, but that doesn't count towards losing.
I said playing live poker.
Those are good
Okay,
months.
okay.
He did that all in 1 month.
That was the one.
Playing, I don't even know if I've had 2 winning months on
And he
playing live.
folds.
Online
Great fold
poker.
by Matt.
That's why I just don't believe it's all real, because how can you just never lose playing live and never win playing online? Right. So I'm saying, you can't just say, oh, well, you're just unlucky online and lucky. Maybe. It's possible. I don't believe it.
I don't know what to say.
I don't
I've
know what to
lost
say
over
either.
4 million playing online poker. That's a fact. I've been cheated out of at
That
least
sounds
3.
painful.
I've been cheated out of 3 that I know of.
And you just played poorly for the other million?
No. I mean, no, I'm not talking about
Just got unlucky.
No, I'm talking about not that 3 million. I'm talking about the regular 4 million I lost playing online. Then I got cheated out of another 3.
Oh my God.
But
So
Russ
seven.
Hamilton used to call me to play him head up.
Yeah,
Omaha 8.
that was cheated. If you played with us,
3-600-08. I never lost to anybody except for him.
That was
When
shitty.
you were timing out, he always waited for you. That's good of him.
bet he did.
How is he gonna make the most?
It's like an hour later.
He doesn't want to win one blind.
That
at
should
time.
be a
That's way
sign,
too
right?
slow.
Hour later, he's waiting.
I'm timing out the guy.
Russ's win rate was more than a blind per hand, I believe, online in the no limit. It was something. Have you ever seen the graph on 2+2 where they?
I just remember losing.
They have a chart of all.
I had
the
never
ranks win
lost.
rates in the game.
And the next
then
thing you know, I lost
Russ-
53 out of
And you
54
have to
sessions.
zoom it out so far that all of the other
I actually
dots
used to
are just
win
a
online all the
cluster that
time.
looks like one dot because
Back in
Russ
the day,
is just
before-
so fucking far away from
Wow.
all of them.
Me and Prolod won all the money.
What happened?
Because he made it so obvious.
He was too greedy.
He won 10x the
I
rate
saw
of
the
anyone
60.
else.
Yeah, I saw the 60-minute that they did about it. The guy that. Yeah. Amazing.
Meanwhile, he's still alive somehow.
Martin found it? Right.
Yeah. Martin, he was winning. He was winning a buy-in an hour.
That's greedy.
A blind an hour, that's it?
Buy-in.
Oh,
an hour.
buying an hour.
That's
Made
greedy.
it so much.
Yeah, he could have made it.
Just multiple accounts.
Yeah, or even just don't win so much.
Well,
Occasionally full.
that's just like Phil Ivey. They didn't have to keep going. They could have just gone in with that
calling
card
down with,
edge
like,
sorting and
jack high.
pick up 200-300 every time they came, and nobody would have known anything.
Yeah, one of
Just
those.
greed,
hands.
greed gets
I
everybody.
think one of the guy that called one time with Jack high or 10 high
Yeah.
realized it. That's where.
That was Marco.
That was
got
Marco?
called by 10 high on the river, and he
Yeah.
asked them for the hand history, and they sent him the full hand history instead of just the hand history for him. They sent like everyone's hand history.
And then he picked it up? Oh my God.
You made 6, right?
Yeah.
Why did that matter that he's kind of older?
Because he went back and looked at all of that guy's hands. And the guy that won the tournament. Marco got second place in the tournament, lost to this guy that called him 10 high. And he looked at that guy that won it.
And then he
They were
realized.
all like,
Ludicrous.
1-1.
I'm pretty sure that's all with them.
Like 2
Oh,
months
so
of
that's
downtime.
how
One
everything
year.
started? Wow. I didn't know that.
Draw one, draw one, draw two.
All I know is if they have one super user account, I'm sure they have plenty of other people that could break
Martin's
into these
ace is
100
most likely no good.
people's cards.
Well, I mean,
Especially with the
somebody
shop.
can obviously always see all.
Dan
the
looks
cards.
like he's gonna bet.
I'm just
And
saying,
people
like,
are programming.
like these are cheap sites. I mean, the software is really cheap. They don't pay shit for them, so it should be easy. They probably.
Dan's got a
I just feel
9.
like. I just feel like they can see my cards.
You know what I'd
I don't
like to
know.
get
I don't feel
solved?
I'm getting cheated, but I feel like something ain't right because they like hands that are just auto folds. I'm getting raised,
Whoa.
and then at the end of that, I can't beat the hand.
This is serious though. When you're online and you're
Matt
buying
or
anything,
Dan unlikely gonna fold based on
anything
his
where you
facial
enter your
expression.
credit card number,
Maybe.
why can't
Probably
they get it
15% to
fixed where
fold.
When you put your zip code in, it automatically does the city and state.
Matt repping
Does the city and state.
monster,
That should be
and he
easy
does.
software.
8, 7, 5 in a
Just
single
ask for
draw.
the zip code first, and then you don't have to type in Las Vegas. It's
I
not that
lied.
big a
Dan
deal,
makes
but
an
I mean, you
amazing
gotta
fold.
Type in the zip code anyway. Why not just auto fill in the other way? I
Find
feel
out.
like if I can invent that, I'll be
Just tell me.
rich.
It'd be nice.
No, didn't bluff you. Were you trying to bluff?
No.
Get a 10.
At least I read the hands right.
I thought that was a good idea. Y'all aren't excited.
Wait, I didn't hear it.
I mean, we kind of already have it. It's the autofill stuff.
It doesn't though. When you like, I was just buying some airline tickets yesterday, and
But if it's in your preset autofill stuff,
No.
it just fills it all up.
Because it's drop down boxes some of the time.
oh yeah, it's always the fucking scroll down box to get all the way down to Nevada. See, you guys are living in California. You got it easy.
Right up top.
As soon as you
know,
hit the
US
drop
is
down,
always
I
the
gotta,
top, and then
yeah.
California is
And
the
US
USA,
California
it's
on the
like,
top.
why do I mean, sometimes the USA
Yeah, no,
isn't,
sometimes they put it alphabetic.
and it's like, come on, man, do I really need to go through Azerbaijan and Afghanistan to get down to the United States?
Yeah, we might not be on top forever, but at least keep us on the top right now.
Right?
There are a number of sites who have like UK, US, and
Yeah, right at top.
right at the top, and then it's the rest in alphabetical.
1800.
You raised to 18.
Set it and pot it. You're
Frank
gonna what?
3 betting with made 9. Let's see what Matt does. Matt makes the call. Seems rough out of this game seems really rough out of position. Looks like he's gonna draw 1. Drawing live. He's gonna ditch the queen, but he cannot hit an 8. Every card counts. Frank Confident was 9-8.
I don't understand. I don't understand what you're saying. Why would it not know it's a zip code? It's a zip code field.
No, you from your digital side, it says zip. So you see it's zip code. The software side is just another variable.
You got it?
Okay.
Show it.
Probably a good fold by Matt. I can't imagine him folding anything worse than that.
I think Matt would have gotten really upset if you'd shown him up. He would have like flipped the table. He might have left early.
How funny would that be? Like of all the people, Matt to flip the table and walk.
Yeah, Matt always gets angry. I've literally never seen him angry like ever.
That'd be like me playing poker with little shit.
I don't know.
Honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised if the angriest Matt's been in hand was with me.
Don't show him how to bluff.
Google, Facebook, and Yahoo and Apple, they call zip code variable something else. Everything different on the back end. From your view, you see zip code and you're entering it in.
Okay.
So it doesn't know. Like when you enter your name or address or one piece, it just fills everything up. Because it's universal from the browser, but it doesn't necessarily know from the software.
But it still seems like the process.
Oh, Martin's got a 10, but also a flush. I think that works against you, but don't quote me.
Well, the browser is built by Google, right? At this point, right. Well, most of them are built by major companies like Microsoft. They could do it.
Yeah, so he's got a break. He's got to ditch his 10.
To make them the browser that people prefer using.
At some point, it's going to happen,
Yeah.
right? I would think. I've actually seen some software where that happens.
Martin makes
But I
a
probably
9, 8, 7.
It's probably like
If you make your browser have more ease of life,
Betting it for
like
value.
peace of
Let's see
mind
what
type
Matt
installments, people will slowly but surely recommend
Think-
your browser.
he looks like he has
for
a
your
made
browser,
hand.
and you slowly get more of the market, right? Which is what you want.
Raising? Oh, wow.
Presumably, there's value in which browser people use to these companies. Otherwise, they wouldn't make competing products, right?
Is it hot in here? Or is it me?
it's been hot for a while.
That's those lights.
The last time we did this, it was so cold. It was.
Matt raises 3,500. Wow. 9-6.
I don't know. We've just had it. The best that ever happened.
When it fell off the wall, the
Yeah.
other one that you like.
Wow.
It was. Yeah, it was so cold. I felt bad for Martin because Martin wasn't dressed like at all for it.
I was freezing.
Martin made it. Martin just looked so cold. I watched back the stream and Martin had his jacket on and the whole game was just like this.
Oh wow.
I played in here like 5 times. I was like burning up all 5 times.
You game, guys.
To me, it's not that hot. But.
No, I'm not that hot. I
Not
just thought
Omaha 8.
All right,
So-
next game.
I know, right?
Oh yeah.
Closest to 84 gets half the pot.
Well,
Base cards are worth 20.
the rules are normal except if you have 8 and 4 in your hand, you scoop automatically.
All right, that sounds good.
Play. Terrible form of poker. Deuces Wild No Limit is another just like terrible game
Why?
because you just can't play cards that don't. You can't play hands that don't have a deuce.
Oh.
You can't make restrictions that like prevent. Is this a 3-bet?
Yes.
And a call.
Lot of action. Lot of
It's tough
action.
to play deuce to 7 triple draw hands without a deuce, isn't it?
Yeah, but you at least get 5 cards and like. There's enough playable hands like multi-way. If you have 5 cards, if you have 2 cards, it's like not a good game, right? If you dealt like 8 cards, maybe it's a fine game because like everyone's gonna get them and they're just part of the game.
Right.
But if you have a card that's like hard to access, but when someone has it, they just win. It becomes impossible to play any hand that doesn't contain
Gotcha.
it.
That's
Omaha
serious.
8, sir. Bet and call. Another bet.
That was part of why I didn't like Deuce to 6 when we played Deuce to 6. Because Deuce is still really, really important.
Yeah.
but like it's harder to be dealt playable hands,
Right.
and ends up with a lot more just like.
I don't know. I made deuce 3, 4, 7 like 4 times in a row and got beaten. Kenny laughed in my face every time.
Well, one part of that is not unique to any form of poker.
The Kenny laughing in your face. I mean, that was the worst part about it. That was the day I got massacred.
So I meant you just turning over the second best hand, but Kenny laughing in your face.
I mean, like every time he draw one and then he ha ha, I'm just like I'm like 200,000 loser.
You and Kenny
So
are
we're
fun.
playing Omaha High-Low.
remember those.
Omaha High-Low.
Yeah, that was
You have to play. You can only play 2 cards in your hand
the worst mistake I ever made.
for whatever you're going for, whether it's a low or high. You could use 2 different cards for each side.
You're in the game. We're playing, so make sure the
Before
Cody and John didn't have to miss any hands.
What is Beforsky and Basis?
It's Badusi and Badesi,
Oh.
but ace to 4 and deuce to 6.
Okay, never mind. That was
Yeah.
stupid.
So we switched it. So now what we do is everyone sits out a hand, and you play
Huh?
Badugi when they are.
No, ace, ace 6 is the place.
So the one hand.
You have ace deuce, ace 3 always.
They were spread out. Just make sure basically.
The rest of the orbit, everyone else just sits out one hand.
Nice ace.
So they still don't have to sit out.
Well, that's cool.
Nice read.
Dude, seeing the Badesi are the worst games ever.
Seat 4
Yes.
is me, right? 155.
Very annoying. I'll give it to you.
Before I got cheated online, I made a lot of money online. Me and Prahlad won a lot of money. We used to bet the ultimate bet, the no limit. God, I crushed it, 50 and 100.
Ross Hamilton just ruined it for everyone. There's a lot.
How about
of people-
Prahlad? He still won $1 million after that, and they gave him $1 million refund. So he got cheated out of $1 million and was still $1 million winner.
Yeah, he was the best player for sure. At that
He
time.
was, absolutely he was.
Prahlad was so far ahead of everyone.
I mean, I was like, me and Prahlad were like 2 best players for the longest time. We won all the money. I mean, I got out of jail and won $750,000 in like 3 weeks.
No one compliment himself more than you, Mike.
That was definitely one of your winning months.
That was a good month online. And that was off the $5,000 that Phil Hellmuth loaned me online.
Oh,
I used to run it up, like
ran it
$750
straight
in like, I'm telling you, like 3 weeks. Went on, bought it.
That's sick.
It was really sick.
Yeah, Russ really fucked like a lot of people up, man.
He fucked up my entire no limit hold'em game because I was no longer able to pull the trigger.
He ruined a lot of people's like lives. Like there were a lot of people who the account was playing so bad, just like literally went broke playing that account.
I don't even care about the money I lost. I care about the fact that when I knew when the guy was weak and I pulled the trigger.
No, for sure, like you can't really blame.
When I knew the guy was weak and I pulled the trigger, I'd get called with 4th pair.
You're not supposed to play until you're running out of money. Like they're 100% at fault too, but like it's still incredibly shitty to realize that like you were drawing dead on your like, big gamble of your life.
Yeah, it's hard to.
That was the worst part. It took me like 3 years to even be able to pull the trigger again.
Yeah. Well, now you just gotta read this book. You'll learn again.
That was the worst part. I got check raising the double.
Zach
too.
Freeman with
The double raise back.
reasonably sexy hand. Ace-X suited with ace-deuce. No, my had a better. Dan, solid hand. Dan flops. Nut flush draw and a pair. Zach, of course, ace-deuce flops the nut low. Always safe to at least get quartered or 1/6. Joking.
I got another book coming out.
Dan with
Oh.
top 2 and the nut flush draw.
What if we're all being brainwashed? Think about it. How is it possible, not just in the United States, but the entire world, pretty much politically, is divided 50-50? If we're not all being brainwashed.
So it's got pure math and like Nori and then relay principles. Yeah. For the what? Relay weight? Single draw.
No limit deuce.
This guy Neff's leading Nori and then Brian.
What's up top?
I think they're playing deuce to 7 triple draw now.
What's up
18.
top? How much to first?
First, I think 18.
First is
18,000?
I thought it was 18.
21,000.
21,000.
21, 14, and 10.
Is it? How much is the buy?
Oh,
2,000.
Oh wow, they must have gotten a decent number of entries then, right?
17 different people, but 26 entries. Two or three entries.
What
That's
tournament
probably more
was
than
it?
I expected.
What
It's
tournament?
deuce to 7, no limit, single draw.
That's weird. Seemed like there were more than that.
But the guy is
Because you rebought like 6 times, so.
4 times
No,
has
it was
to
only
come in
one.
third to get his money
I
back.
had a giant pile of chips at one point, dude.
Wait, when did you? When was this? Yesterday?
Last night.
Yeah,
Yesterday.
tables now.
And the final table is now. What were you gonna do if you final table?
Oh no.
This was
I would've
pre-recorded.
called
I
for
was
fucking
there live at the bike
investigation.
room. So it's a delayed stream.
I think he made the final table.
There's Frank with ace king deuce 3. Be better if he
That
had.
means that I wouldn't.
Two suited
fucking
cards,
come out-
but
I wouldn't be playing today.
Usually you're not going to complain with ace deuce 3. And there's the nut low and top pair top kicker. Why it's so important to have backup to your ace
Do you
deuce.
have
I mean,
chocolate
I
chip
would,
cookie?
but
So Frank with top pair top kicker and the nut low.
They have a chocolate chip or any other cookie, hot one. Bring,
Who else can
bring
keep up
like
with your
4. I'm
top?
sure
And
there's
Martin
a
folds.
customer. 4 chocolate chip cookie, yes. More?
Oh, we're getting
warm,
health food
yeah,
now?
warm.
By the way, Ellie has ordered
Equally.
the vegetable plate and the fruit plate leading up to this. He was doing really well until the 4 chocolate chip cookie order.
At least you didn't get a pizza.
Ellie ordered quad cookies.
I was so impressed.
Again, shout out to Dan Zack. When I was getting like just
Well, I was enjoying it 'cause
Buried.
I always forget to order that stuff.
I was in this really bad vortex, and Dan Zack is like, he's like, Wayne, you sound like this is really bad
Yeah,
poker
now he's
players
about
like
to
blaming luck, and I was
Yeah,
like,
you're
it's
gonna get
true,
chocolate
but
chip cookies,
then just he just repeated it over and over, and
some of
I
us,
talked to JJ, talked with
I
other
like
people,
hot
and
one.
they got me out of that vortex.
some of you
Man, it's so hard to get out of when you're just getting 2 out or 3 out or like every hand.
Yeah, he'll give them to the people he thinks can take it.
Things are a lot better now.
I know Matt is.
I love
not
Game
gonna
conditions are
I'm
good,
on the
so
diet.
just gotta wait it out.
Seafood diet.
Seafood, eat it.
Seafood, I eat it.
Winning at poker's really hard, even if you're playing well. Like, just run bad or things can turn out.
Frank's mistake,
coincidentally
all
bad.
or most of mine.
You get angle shot.
So please
Still
take all or
minorly
most
get
of
angle
mine.
shots
Of
from
your
time to
cookie?
time.
Yeah,
I don't want a cookie, actually.
yes you do.
Come on, Frank.
That's a lie.
Martin, I ordered for you one. You know? Oh, so now 4 is too many. Good.
I'm gonna make someone eat half of mine.
No, me and you, half and half.
Okay.
1, 1, and Mike, the last one.
They're gonna take half his action with the cookies.
That's right, yeah. It's a good one, too.
Was tip, he pays tip in time too?
Tip times and buys you food. But he has to
Right,
pick up all the games. And you have to be his audience. So. And you have to wear America's great.
Is the whole table just wear MAGA hats? That'd be pretty strong.
That would be funny.
There's nothing funnier than that giant MAGA hat I got for my gorilla.
That was funny. That was funny.
Hysterical.
Blind versus blind, couple non-premiums. Zack's
Poker got the little mini
kings
controversy
are ahead. He's
with
gonna
it.
take it with a bet.
That guy won the bracelet.
Same game?
What was his name? His name is Loren Klein. Won the 10K PLO
He
area
was
one.
repping the
Yeah.
What happened?
What did he do?
He wore a MAGA hat to the
Oh, really?
and it was like a big Twitter
I mean, it's like
fight.
we live in the United States of America. I mean, I still don't understand if somebody wants to wear like something that they support their president. I don't get it. I don't know. I don't wear them, but I'm just saying.
The Nazis had matching armbands.
Yeah, okay, the Nazis. Everybody,
Saying.
it's just an embarrassment to Jewish people when they compare Trump to fucking Hitler.
I was.
Just
I'm
being
just
honest.
saying.
I think
There's nothing more of a disgrace.
But
I mean, Trump might be an idiot, but the guy's done more for fucking Jewish fucking for Israel than any other fucking president in history.
what game we playing?
It's pot limit Big O. A little bit of heat discussion as well.
We just don't.
Martin with
poker.
solid low cards,
I shouldn't engage.
but does
was
not
my
have
fault.
ace deuce and
No,
does
I
not
just- I
have ace
never
x suited.
understood it. I don't.
Looks
it
like
doesn't make any
Zack
You remember
Freeman's
those boys
gonna
players
put in a
like
raise.
us, Palestine
Yeah, I remember.
in Poker Star?
That's a big difference.
Yeah, find the
Yeah.
table in Poker
And Martin's
Star.
just gonna
Yeah,
give it
That was a
up.
big difference in.
Oh,
And
this time, yes, I was
That pissed me
responsible.
off. Since then, I don't
Yeah.
like
Fold.
those two guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like him either since then. But I mean, I actually met.
Are we done? No.
Oh, yeah, 5 more.
It was Oliver Bousquet and
Dan Coleman.
yeah, Dan Coleman.
I wasn't comparing the two. I was just mixing them.
I've done this before too. I always just like
Five
don't
more?
forget that you can't just like make little comments.
No, I know.
And,
It's just generally a relatively non-political kind of arena poker table. So it's like,
Thanks for the thumbs up, guys. 4 more and I get 200.
When it's on, it's a lot
Hook
more
me up.
awkward when it's on stream.
What's so funny is like I never knew my whole life because I never even knew nothing about politics. They always say never talk religion or politics at a table. I didn't know idea. Now I know why.
Yeah. There's a good reason for that saying.
strong feelings about both.
Right.
Yeah, generally avoiding topics that people have strong feelings on and disagree. It's a good
I have
strategy.
complete respect for anybody that has a
But the
different
good thing
opinion than me.
about poker
I
is
agree.
that people from all different religions and races and all generally
Yes.
get along.
Yeah.
Yes.
And don't make it sound a thing.
There's not one. I'll sit down and listen to anybody's viewpoint all day long.
And I think a
I
lot of
have
people
no
share that.
No
it's
problem
just like,
with it. It's
can-
actually good to listen to other people's viewpoints. To be honest with you.
It can just be tough when you're roping the rest of the table into what they
I
might
heard.
not want.
I listened to this thing. It's very
Try
true.
not to say anything.
No, it's very true. I listened to this statement. It's very true. They're like the biggest.
That's my card.
Is it?
It has to be.
Okay.
It's a misdeal.
Have a civil discourse.
They said, and it's a very true story. The biggest problem with people politically is they like to go visit places or news or sites that validate their opinion, and the people to learn or to figure out what's going on is people go to different sites that they don't agree with. You understand? It's a lot harder. Anybody can go to a place to validate your belief system. You see what I'm saying? Right. Which is why, like, when I was fucking bedridden, I fucking forced myself to watch 2 hours of liberal news just to hear what's going
100
on.
more, Mike.
Just to see what's going. How
Whatever.
You don't like liberal news?
No, I like all news. It's just saying.
What?
Oh, okay.
Dan Zack with a bunch of deuce blockers.
That's fine. That seems silly, but check.
Because the viewers will think that you're there during the game, even though it's not happening in real time.
Alright, it's checked out.
Oh, even if the footage, the stream is over.
Right. Because they don't know it's not live.
So, and,
Kind of like spooky if you're talking
while
while
you're
you're.
there, it's both places.
Wow, it's magic.
I raised it with this hand.
Multi-person.
No wonder he's. No
Dan
wonder
Zack
he's
showing
falling
his
down with that
blockers.
fucking nine. He can see the.
Back and forth.
I thought you guys could use my
You have one out there in the turn. It'll be nice.
I actually didn't know who
I
raised that.
suited ace.
Martin raised that hand. I wasn't sure which one of you two I was going to ask. I'm like,
I had
fuck it.
trips in my hand, and I thought I'd raise it up just for fun.
That was really cool of you.
Ace 2-2-2-9.
Nice.
Just for fun.
He's a good blocker.
If I made the nut low, it's gonna be like, no one else has got this.
Be hard to have to be chucked up. But there is that one other deuce.
Nah.
Zack Freeman, seat 1. Elezra, seat 2.
We had a four-way
Dan Zack,
Broadway last
seat 3.
where
Martin
everybody
Schaefer,
had to have an ace.
seat 4. Matt Samazic,
Wow.
seat 5.
Two people had ace.
Mike Matusow, seat 6. And Frank Casella, seat 7.
Really? What the hell was going on there?
Everyone dealt the same hand. Everyone dealt king, queen, jack, 10, 9.
But how did they make it to the end?
Check down. I'm sure it checked down.
Oh, okay. That makes
Realize that's nobody with 2 low cards.
I understand. I hear you.
4 players.
I figured it right out.
Yeah, you did.
Was that on your computer? Oh,
Nope.
geez.
Or I spilled on my computer. Hope it's still working.
That's not good. Glad to have the ace with another Broadway. And didn't hit till the river.
Raise it up to 1300.
Why would you look again after you win the pot?
Matt Smaz mystery hand. Just gonna take it.
Literally to bother you.
What the fuck? Why you look again, man?
I'm good.
I missed the whole thing.
Yeah, baby. Good
It's
luck.
I got him. Right, it does
I
irritate
never look.
the
You do
others.
the same thing. I never look back after they push me the pot. It doesn't matter if I misread my hand. Or
I look back after I'm folding and then realize I'm folding the nuts and I grab it back, man. I do that a lot.
My cue on lockdown. We know that already. I don't know.
Lockdown, I just lost 3,000 straight. What do you mean
Oh my
lockdown?
God.
What are you talking about? Back when you drank that grapefruit juice?
Yeah, I'm trying to overcome that grapefruit sip. Locked down my ass, man. I need to make you don't even know, dude.
Are you down this month?
Bang bang.
I've only played today. I have only played 2 months in the last 4 years live, so. And
Why would you not
I
play
lost
all
2
the
of those
time
4.
if you win every month?
It's called
Let's
fucking.
not be reasonable.
Well, I would never leave.
Yeah, well, if you
Martin
were
with
in
a little
Chronic
sexy
Kings, you'd
hand.
leave your room every day.
Ace
You'd-
King
you'd-
7-5 deuce,
I would
led by
never
Ace
wish
X
on
suited.
anybody, so.
Matt has smoother low draw,
I wouldn't wish on anybody.
Ace
I
deuce
wouldn't
3,
wish on fucking
but
Hitler.
It's all good
less chance for
fun.
the
I mean,
high.
I'll poke fun at you, but
I wouldn't wish it on fucking Hitler.
well,
Of course, both whiff,
No, I wouldn't.
and LE flops 9s full.
Pain I've been through.
I think I would. It seems
Everyone
like an
else
easy
with
call.
0% every other way.
Man, we make a lot of calls.
But I'm just saying that
Me
one
and you
seems
call
pretty
it.
easy.
Hitler didn't deserve that much pain.
What?
What?
Where are you? What is
joking.
wrong with you?
Yeah, maybe he did. I don't know, man. I know nobody as nice as me deserves the fucking pain I've been through.
Let's talk about religion
I had
again.
the ace 3.
Let's go back to politics.
Shout out
Speaking
to
of
conversations at the
politics,
poker table.
Clippers.
What's going on in the
Just,
fucking
like,
world?
bitter about that ace 2 falling apart. It's not fair when it comes queen queen now.
We all had ace 2.
You
I had
and
ace
you?
2. I had ace 2.
Yeah, you and Matt did. I was playing garbage.
Oh, you were ace 2.
I had ace 3.
I had 2 9s.
I don't
King
know.
cards. No one else is gonna have them.
The deck is rich in nines.
Sure, there's a lot of 9s in the deck, huh?
So somebody say 2 9s? Who wanted to lie on this one?
I don't know,
Like
but I
two
just think it's pretty funny.
We believe you.
I was hoping somebody have queens. 1 queen.
Oh, the flop was queen queen 9. That's right.
Is it raised? No. Sorry.
Great.
There were 2 chips in it.
Check. Check round.
Check.
Five.
Set of kings.
Straight cards.
What's happened?
Aren't we even talking about? My cards
They
have
don't
not
have your
changed.
cards.
I don't really even know what
It's the deck.
we're on the turn. What I mean, like, why if they didn't have this back? I don't know.
Leave it? Yeah. Okay, you're right. It's
I had the same issue at Dolly's. It was always me.
check.
I couldn't do it. Whatever I was doing was wrong.
Well, I lift.
Kings up, kings up.
Honestly, what's probably
Got
happening,
a set.
Frank? What's probably happening is Patrick is watching your hands, looking at the game, and he's like pretty confident that it's glitching out.
I didn't even know I
And
had
it's reading the wrong hand.
to
You
you.
have to readjust. It's like Frank can't possibly be playing.
I don't have a heart, and I realized I had a heart. When
I played that hand pretty poorly.
I fucking misplayed the hand. If I bet out the flop, if I knew I have a hard draw, I bet the flop out.
Actually, I could have played it for more money.
There's cookies for
All right, all the
Elezra.
cookies are here, boys.
Ship the cookies.
Thank you very much again.
I thought he ordered
I
seven.
want half and half. Me and you,
Yeah,
half
me
and
and
half
half
from
and
that. Give this man the whole thing. It's coming. The whole thing coming.
You want something? Are you sure?
This one I give.
Please
Do
take
you
some
have
of mine.
give us
Please.
something to chop it, a fork or something? Can you transfer it to Mike?
I'm begging you.
Rich, I think it's 30 more minutes
Hey, no
for stream.
sugar attack. She's gonna get us a
Yeah, yeah.
fork or something.
No, I'm trying to get
Andrew Province looking at the same Phil Lock thing. Phil Lock post.
Whatever they do, it's gonna save
Talked
me
with
and you.
him last week.
Here, here, here.
Phil Lock last week.
This one
We want to get him
You
on the
have
show.
to try it.
He wants a Phil Lock week, but we gotta prepare
This piece is already broken off.
for Mr. Phil Lock.
I lean toward a little bit more towards
I
caution.
check. Yeah, I'm the one that limped. Sorry. I'm the one that limped.
No, out here.
Oh, it's here.
Yeah, 3 o'clock out here. I don't know.
Frank, let me know when you're ready.
I don't know
for
where I'm
some of
going.
this cookie.
No, I don't want no cookies. Thank you, though. If I was gonna eat it, I'd have 3 of them. I wouldn't bother with half of one, right? With some milk. Bring me some milk.
That's still brutal.
Frank with the nut flush draw on overpair.
Those are the nice.
There's the nut flush.
What's his name?
Unfortunately, in this game, a low could take half of it.
Thank
And
you, dear.
Martin's got a set of sixes.
Oh,
Hey. Here, hey.
if what's his name's in the game, it's great.
For me.
Yeah.
You know,
I check
you know,
already.
what's the
We
name?
should ask everyone here how good they are at like big lost nights. I'm kind of curious.
Tomorrow's gonna be really good. You should watch our game tomorrow. We got this 100K game, minimum game.
Well, I've heard about.
It's, we just added people to it. That it would be like insane.
Frank, how are you on GD?
Oh, it's a paired board too, so
On
Oh,
who?
we can
After
do
big
one. We got
losses.
three threes in a row.
Yeah.
I'm fine. Why? Are we going
Zack
to
and I
dinner?
are saying like we're both really
Chop it.
bad at like impulse eating now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's, definitely my...
Like if I'm at the casino, it's like my head to the gift shop and buy all the candy bars.
I think I
Extra
probably
ship of in,
consume...
over there, it's going
Extra
position.
chip is position.
Yeah.
I consume about 200,000
Oh wait, no, sorry.
calories after
First
the
chip
morning
is first
during
chip
the
is
World Series.
high.
There's
First-
no, it's only first. It's only first.
Okay,
So
it's
it's
high. It's high. The second one is position. The first one
Sure,
is high.
sure. You know they change the rule over there.
I did
What'd you
not.
have, Ellie?
Commerce, it's position.
What's your low?
I deuce 3-4. Deuce 4, not low. In commerce, it doesn't matter if you're a full house, position getting in Omar. They change it in commerce. I don't know why.
they're playing pot limit big O right now.
I honestly do not know the official rule here, but that's what I would have said. I didn't even know who was getting
The
the extra chip.
absolutely correct ruling is the high getting the extra chip.
Yeah, that's what it should
Yeah,
be.
but on commerce, they change it in commerce. Ravens came yesterday and said that all the games position regardless.
Are we done? Or no? Just back.
I was in complete shock when I walked in the poker world and I'm looking for the tables and I'm like,
It's not bad,
there's like
but
10 tables in here.
really
Like,
sweet.
what- I mean,
It's not the best.
I was here like 2 years ago.
That's
They
the reason we
they
took
put in
only
like
half.
one row of the thing, Then a year ago there was like
how are you
3 rows.
He swallowed.
Now there's like 8
How are you
rows.
eating
I'm
after
like,
big losses?
where's there's like 10 poker tables.
How are you at eating after big losses?
A lot,
Yep.
right?
Like
I
the real painful
But you know,
ones.
I'm still keeping my weight between 175 to 180. I was 220 at some point.
I've been keeping my weight the same between 235 240 for a while myself.
I feel good. I sleep good. So I guess I'm doing okay with the gym. That's the main thing.
I would ask Mike how he is after big losses, but I don't think he loses.
No.
I lose all the time.
Where's that month back in 2000?
I just I broke more things losing $200 on the internet than I have losing $200,000 playing live.
Well, that's because you win every month live. Why would you get upset?
I just hate
You know you're
losing.
just gonna win it back.
I don't. I just can't stand. I feel because I
You
just
do
don't.
realize you're never going to live that statement down, right?
But it's the truth. I mean, why would I lie? I tell you guys everything I've ever done. I mean, I am the most. I am the most brutally honest human being there is.
Like, honestly, no one thinks you're lying.
I had only had 1 losing month in my whole life till fucking 3 years ago when I went off, or 2 years ago when I went off when I was down here. I didn't have no money. I had no money left to come back to recoup that month. So I lost 65 that month.
65.
Yeah, but I lost 200. I lost 248 hours. I was up 135 at the time.
Yeah, that was you ran really bad that day.
I ran bad and probably didn't play my
You
best.
started playing bad at some point.
Yeah, I ran so bad.
That was the day you played for like 2.5 days.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was when we were playing the Matusow,
Just
and
a
then
set.
we stayed and we played a
Good,
different
set
game
Right.
with Jared, and then we played again the next
Right.
day.
I-
We played like
I-
3 straight sessions.
Right. I literally lost like 100, and then I won like 80 back on day like 2, and then I should have quit because I got tired and I stayed. That was like the biggest mistake I ever made in my whole life. Of all the poker mistakes I made, that was the biggest.
You and Jared played one of my favorite hands that day, where you called him down in ace to 5 with like a pair of 4s or something.
Was I good?
He was pat the whole way. Yep.
Yeah. Remember that.
You made quad 4s and like 3 5s or something. And you just called the river. You took 1 and pat.
He have a smell for snorers.
I have a smell for everything when I play every day, but like
I only cared because Jared was letting me sweat his hand.
Oh,
Jared in ace to 5 takes 1 to the ace 2 3 8 and catches an 8 and then just pats it the whole way. And Mike makes 4 4s and 3 5s or something. In ace to 5 triple draw, yeah. Gives a long speech and calls it a pair of 4s on the river.
always got to give the long speech.
tell you what, you look very impressive when your opponent call you with 2 4s. I mean, I can understand calling with king. or
Greatest,
queen,
I think you guys have heard about this. The greatest hand of all time was when Deuce to 7 triple draw first came in to the mix. And me and Ollie Shark is playing.
Oh, this
And,
is the
and we
best
fucking.
Great game of
and I had
limit
like-
hold'em.
I had 2s and 4s and had like all the, like 3 4s and 3 deuces and like whatever. To make a long story short, I raised him like 6 times on the river. He
Etienne
raised me again.
Dion, that is
I raised
correct.
him one more time.
Big
He
O
finally
is
said, "I'll
about
call."
having the nut
And he
low
fucking
and a good
said-
chance to win the high.
And I go, I got 2 pair. He goes, which
Or
2?
if you have the
got
high
it.
completely locked up
Where he did.
and
Yes.
you let the
He
lows
had,
fight
like,
over
4s
the other
and
half.
6s or something. It was the most incredible thing ever. We raised each other like 15 times.
Wow.
Finally, he's like, okay, I give up. I call.
Good thing you didn't just throw your hand in the one.
It was so funny.
Ali disappeared. This is very funny.
Ace Queen taking it down. Yeah, Big O I think
his
is
wife took
easier to
half his
play than
money.
Omaha 8 or better.
Fucking
I've heard Dan, Zack, and I both feel
And,
that Omaha 8 or better is one of our weaker
We
games.
lost really big, like when Aria was putting up like 3 years, 3 years ago.
Not that we're like total fish in it, but just there's some spots I think the other games were more sure. If we discuss with people, we're more
It
sure.
was
But
3 years
Omaha
ago.
8 or
It was
better,
after
we're
my
like,
surgery, 'cause
did I just run bad? Did I get so owned?
couldn't have been.
Are these guys just way better than me? Don't know.
I was 20.
He was like 4 table. I don't think 7.
It was
but
4 years. It was 4
But we
years
had
ago.
4-8 going too,
It
and
was
then
4 years ago because I was there, and
That's about
I've
what-
only been, yeah.
a little. It was during the World. See, my surgery was 4.5 years ago, so it had to be the World Series of 4 years ago.
It was because I know how old.
So
I
not
was at
quite
the time.
4 years
It was
ago.
the second
Frank
year.
That
Pocket
makes
tens,
sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
raising up.
3.5.
Matt
Hello.
can defend queen jack off.
What's that?
Outflops the
Yeah.
tens.
Why would there be 6 months?
Literally every person
Yeah.
that has like ever played 2-4 minutes
Chede.
was playing.
Yeah, you have to ask me. He's going well. I mean, as long as I don't play online, I always win. You know that.
There was one table of 4-8.
Bad card for Frank, so he probably has to pay
Yeah, I was
off.
playing the 4A game like an idiot. I think I won that year.
Nice life, Matt.
All right,
I'm just
baby.
kidding.
Talk to you later.
Matt's
right,
Matt's
bye.
buried. He played really well, so I hate to see him like this.
Yeah, those games were good.
Wow, that was a good
Yes. Yes, they were.
4-8 was good too. Everything was good.
Yeah, the 4-8 was good too.
It was the first year after my surgery because I did really well that summer. Even though I was in a lot of
Late
pain.
night rally. Zach Freeman up 17,000.
Keep playing hands that I didn't understand.
There's nothing to understand.
Mike
If
Matusow
Chucky
up
plays a hand,
6,500.
you're never going to understand it. When Chucky beat us out of 4 million at full tilt, and then he lost it all back, he swore he was cheating. Meanwhile, when he was running it up to 4 million, everybody, we were all texting each other, he has to be cheating.
Oh, sorry.
Right?
Yeah.
But when he lost it back, he's like, I got cheated out of it. I'm like, no, you didn't. I'm like, you just fucking were clueless. And
Thanks for the viewership, guys. Thanks for the thumbs up. I think we have about 15 minutes left. Hope you enjoyed the show. Mixed games of special interest to me. I'm taking it more seriously. Also doing pretty well outside the 2040
How can he not be? I mean, he plays.
limit mixed game that runs every day today.
The one that arranged the game. and
I play him. I played him head up.
For those of you interested in playing, contact Andy, the mixed game host.
Everybody's good compared to
Matt,
me.
how do I play?
Shit.
That's bad news.
I know, right?
So-
Triple reverse.
I was up like 132 in Australia last time I was there. I think it was 2009. And so then,
Random September.
and then so Chuffy wants to play me head up. 400, 800. We played Omaha 8, stud 8, and stud. And Chuffy beats me for like 40. Twice, I was rolled up in stud high. Both times he started with the ace, queen, deuce, badoogie, or the ace, 3, 7 badoogie, and somehow he made a wheel both times. Chuffy. He loves to play his up cards instead.
LOL.
He does.
He plays his up cards and he never stops raising.
Heads up, it's reasonable.
He does it full table, doesn't he?
But it doesn't.
It's
I
a
mean,
little bit, gets a little bit.
but I mean, it doesn't make a difference.
LA
If you
raising king 7
three
suited
bet him or
in tight
whatever
fields.
you did, it's just like.
Definitely okay.
Then he bet,
Matt
then you
3
raise him
bets
again,
2
he
chicks at the
3-bet
same
you,
time
then
on the
he
button.
now has like ace, 3, 4,
Grateful
7.
by King Queen. Not sure who
And then
has
he
it.
picks up a 5 and he fucking puts 4 more bets in.
Yeah, Brian's
And then-
aggressive at getting to the river.
Yeah, Brian Hastings he
Same
does
way.
that well
They
too.
both
LA
play
picks
nice.
up 7.
That's my favorite.
Matt's going to continuation bet.
Yeah, it's like
LA
just
calls.
like Raz. It's true.
Matt not slowing down.
First time I ever played with his account on Stars. In Raz, he called.
And
2
LA.
bets. Raz called with a jack up, and then called with 2 more, and then
And Matt
paired
gets
jacks,
3 streets of value.
another 4 on 4th,
Wow.
and then called like a king on 5th, and just
Sometimes you just have a set.
you're still drawing to the wheel.
Exactly. Why give up?
Chuffy knows where he's at in his. You know what? Who's that older gentleman that oh God, no, the one that's the PLO player. He's got like 6 bracelets. People used to consider him the best. No. Anyways, so
Wait a minute. Who?
you know who it is.
Somebody who has
My
6
brain's really bad. So he told me that the Chuffy was the fucking toughest head-up PLO player he had ever played against. Now there's wizards now, but I'm talking about this about 5
Those
years
wizards
ago.
like Kumikon.
And
I think he plays not bad heads up. Like I think Chuffy's a good.
he's really good.
He's good at playing bad.
Sorry, LA raising 6-5 hearts.
Tough spots and bad cards. It's
Yeah.
just like you can't do it. You just can't do it in 8-handed poker.
Zach Freeman can defend
Play bad
suited.
cards in
King deuce.
game poker.
He's always playing against the best hand.
Yeah.
Flush draw. Probably going to see a check raise from Zach.
Play bad cards too. The one that's better at
He's
that.
very tough.
Right.
That's
No,
probably
I agree.
part of how he ran it up too. There's
Yeah.
probably
Nope,
probably
just
advantage
check
in
call.
some of the spots. Back then, 100%.
Oh man, he ran so good. God.
What's his
Actual name?
Richard.
Richard
Richard
Ashby.
Ashby. He's the nicest guy in the world. I
Yeah,
hate
I
to
just
ever.
know,
I don't like saying anything bad about him because he's such a good guy. He's such a nice
Wow.
guy.
He plays
Ellie's going to get this bluff through and limit hold'em.
quite well too.
Unless Zack has a soul read.
Well, that's the thing now. What the reason why people don't really realize there's a reason why like all the great cash game players are
Great
now
bluff
winning
by Eli.
bracelets is because they're giving
Ellie,
you so many chips, so the people are playing it like cash.
Zack's gonna hate seeing that one.
It's like cash games where they don't. They're never really in a press to really.
Though with a lot of advanced players
Well,
like
before
check
you
raising
had to
dry boards
find a
with
way to
a
maneuver
flush
chips,
draw is
you know what I mean?
quote
Does
quote
that make
too
sense?
obvious, so to
I've
say.
never seen someone as good at you at being the short stack in the tournament.
The
for
greatest.
like 15
That.
hours.
For like I have 2 big blinds for 15 hours.
Yeah.
I had in the
Always have the shortest
You
stack
know,
in
was
the tournament.
Barry Greenstone was very good short stack player. Really good.
I played the 6 max limit hold'em this year. I didn't realize how bad people play limit hold'em, but
That's
whatever.
a fun turn.
And I ended up finishing 23rd, but there was like people that finished like 30th and 40th that had like 300,000. I had like 30. I never had over like 2 bigs in limit hold'em.
You did it in like 3 different tournaments this summer.
Yeah.
You just like the 08, right?
I
You were just there forever.
the 10K 08. Yeah, I finished 11th. I was really slow. Oh yeah. The 10K 08 was. But the
Matt
one
ace-8
I
off
think
and
my greatest
hijack.
poker accomplishment this last summer was
Ellie
this,
defends in the big blind.
This 6 max.
See
Limit
bet.
hold'em. I
See
mean,
what
I
Ellie
had
does.
like
He just
between
calls.
2 and 4 big bets in limit hold'em for like 8 hours.
I don't know if I played that one this year. I played it
Matt
last
more barreling,
Patrick, are we done?
year. Or you don't know.
Okay.
and
I like
Matt
doing
just gives
graphics,
up on the
right?
river.
It's a lot of fun.
Gotcha.
We start now soon, right?
Yep. We must have started at 12:18 or whatever.
When we finish.
What time is it now?
Oh, I thought we were playing till. I thought we were playing till
5:08.
6.
5:08.
Okay. Oh, that makes sense.
We finish in one. How many minutes you said?
10 minutes.
What time is your flight?
8:30.
So
you got the driver coming.
So you're flying there and then you're coming back here, or what?
I was gonna come back, but it depends. If there's a good action in Vegas, I won't come to play the main event.
Yeah.
When does that start?
Oh, you're right. That's after, right?
I think Tuesday.
Yeah, you should come back for that.
I might come back for that because I like to support Matt Savage, you know. And it's always good mixed tournament.
You always run the
Yes,
last one
yes,
here too,
yes.
right? Yeah.
We do another $1,000 each.
Then if I play, then I'm in for sure.
I would be in if I'm there.
Action on you.
And
Oh,
it's fun.
shit.
It's only 2 days, right?
8 to 5.
It's 2 days.
2 days. That's all right.
Martin, you gonna come play?
Shit, I killed it in the last lap. I'm gonna.
His wife will.
Carol's gonna come play.
Ace to 5 triple draw.
That was bloody.
No, I don't.
Mike Matusow's going to open with ace 3-6. Dan the big blind probably going to defend. Deuce 4-5.
You better tell him to change something over there because I want to start high.
Ellie draws 2. Dan's going to draw 2.
Yes.
Mike's going to draw 2.
Would you play these if they were like better structured?
Oh, you're right. So you can fall asleep on the fucking wheel.
12 to 12. I would twice as long. But I mean, these are done. You always put it like 4:45 or 4:30. Not traffic on.
Should host a tournament sometime.
Dan improves 1 card. Most important card, the ace.
Oh, again?
You took 2, right, Mike?
Oh, you didn't check it.
Dan bets out after improving. Call, call.
2, 1.
2-1-1. Would assume Dan is ahead.
That was 3 in the morning until 6. No, the one that was
Dan's still betting.
3.
Makes a 7. Decent 7.
I don't know. That was Omaha 8 or better stuff.
1.
Yeah. I'm surprised that
Dan should be in pretty good shape.
structure-wise, how long it takes, right?
Wow, Ellie bets out. It's pretty strong.
How fast to raise the blind.
I don't know what I have, so I either have 6-4, 7-4, or Oh, I'm 2-1 favorite.
Oh, you could have 8-4 too.
8-4-2, yeah.
Wow. And Ellie makes the second nuts. 6-4.
What did you
I don't
end
know
up
what I have. I
6-4?
look at 3 close.
So what Ellie did was he checked his last card and saw it was a 3-sider, so it could only be a 6, a 7, or an 8. So based on him having ace deuce 3-4, he was a 2-1 favorite to win the hand. Because if he has a 6 and a 7, then he beats Dan's 7-5. But if he has an 8, he loses.
Because I always said,
Eating in the
add
Mikey's
2,000 or chop it.
Keeping a close
Give
eye
you
on
the
it.
full
I
possibility,
gave
right?
away 400. I'm supposed to fold.
One time? I give away 400 all the time.
Table flips on 50-50s with people.
Don't beat yourself up
And like
about
looking
it.
back at it.
Oh, back
that
then
was
you knew how
really
to sweat
insane.
it too?
That's how you make your
Really
money.
costing out,
Saving
like,
them
I
from
read
runners and fucking
Saving
Oh, I
the
see,
and
I see.
in
Yeah,
that
yeah,
value?
makes sense, yeah.
making them calls
can
when you're
look
right.
like that and
Fucking
all
making
day,
the
yeah.
fucking folds. That's how
I
you.
don't know if that was
It's the only way you make money in
Oh,
limbo.
I read about how to do it.
like
It
almost certainly,
depends,
but,
yeah,
like,
depends who you play with.
It's just
I
it
can
was
tell you-
insane that I was that trusting.
I can tell you a couple of people told me 50-50 and I know I got cheated and I never done it with them again since then.
Yeah. I mean, I trust you, but it's a good principle to not chop
I
on
think you're right.
one person saying 50-50.
I get it. That's why a lot of people do not like to do more than once and a lot of people don't like to make any deals.
Mike raising it up. I think he's only going to keep 2, 3, 6. Dan calls the small blind with ace 4, 5. Martin draws 1.
Check.
Dan makes a 7, but it's a bad 7.
Uh-oh.
Dan check raises the field. He's going to be pat, making people nervous.
Won't give away the extra 5. I won't give away that 600 this time.
I just can't let my cards just sit there.
And gets
Yeah, I mean,
Mike Mattis out of fold.
same thing. I just
Martin
always-
Schaefer draws
I don't
1.
know why. It's just,
It's just going to give up, which
I
would
always hold, it's
make
just
Dan
slightly
pretty
off
happy
the
since
top, and I'm always like this.
Can't do anything.
And I think that's
his 7, 6, 5, 4 can get outdrawn.
Over here in the casino, the light, you know, the beautiful atmosphere and everything. I said, I am going to the same bathroom at the Commerce for 25 years now. The little bathroom over there, you go nothing. You go on the floor and you feel like stick.
We're winding it down. Shout out to the director, Brian Arkaki, producer, Ryan Feldman, graphics, Patrick Curran,
At least they took the
executive
big chairs
producer,
out.
Evelyn Delart. I am Wayne Chung, D22 Soso.
Yeah, why don't they do
Live with the
something
Bike
like
commentator. Hope you had a good
I don't
time.
know how y'all play. I can't.
For those of you who haven't graduated on from No Limit to the other games, this is for you guys to learn. Subscribe now. $19.99 a month, $199 a year, 2 months off free for Diamond. For a free week, use promo code POKER, but for a limited time, you could use the promo code High Stakes for 2 free weeks. Check it out. Check out Wheezy in the Wing. Check out Dan, Zack, JJ De La Garza, Ryan Feldman, Bart Hansen. Check us all out. Garrett Adelstein, Art Papazian, Andy, Brian Kim. Signing out, guys. Hope you enjoyed the show. Thanks a lot.